Welcome back for one final day here at the Blast Premier Spring Final in beautiful Washington, D.C. We're here on the desk. The crowd is at the ready, and we've got a grand final. But before that, the most important match of the day is Team USA takes on the world. You guys with me on the Team USA side?
Oh, it's music to my ears. That's going to wake me up in the morning. It's beautiful.
I love how
it really is beautiful.
Ironically, the most important game of the day. Just straight up on that. That's the show match. Let's do it.
No, it is.
I know. I mean,
look, this is Jason's first official in, I think, 10 years, a decade, something like that?
A decade. I got my coffee. I'm ready to go.
We're dusting off Moses' playing career just in time for Counter-Strike 2. But let's look back. Well, let's look forward for now. These are the teams we got going on. They're calling that one the Dream Team, but there's no Americans on it, so it's not my dream. Not my dream.
You got a little bit worried there for a second, though, didn't you?
I thought they weren't with me. But you know they're with me. You know they're coming along. You know they're ready to get into the fun. And then, of course, our grand final, Vitality taking on Heroic. So many narratives going to go into that one, but we will save those for the moment, because it's time to look back on the storylines that have brought us to this point. We started with 8 teams. We've got 2 remaining, and some of these were shockers. I mean, we just said goodbye to Imperial and G2. Imperial never would have thought they would have even made it that far.
No, absolutely. Listen, both semifinals delivered incredible Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Incredible moments from start to finish. What a long but amazing day we had yesterday. Imperial making this incredible 15-7 into overtime comeback, where all of our dreams kind of got shattered at the very end by Cadian's 1v2, putting Heroic in the grand final. I didn't even know how to feel. I was feeling so many conflicting emotions at the time. Happy for Heroic to break the curse, sad for fallen Imperial not to make it to the grand final. But yeah, I was left absolutely empty.
Yeah, I mean, look, they didn't make it easy on Heroic to break that curse, did they? They really came in ready to go. And actually, I mean, even towards the end, it was like, you know what, why not have Imperial in the grand final? It's just like, whatever, just why not? Let's bring them in. This is an incredible route. The 2-0 over Vitality, close against G2. Obviously, the heartbreak against Heroic is really painful, but a great showing from Imperial. Just the only problem is it's right at the end of the road, perhaps, and also, I mean, we didn't get any of that for the last year, 6 months, whatever you want.
Correct. Just enjoy the moment. That's what we had to do, Jason.
Enjoy that one moment in time.
Exactly.
We'll have it forever.
A beautiful moment.
Yeah.
Thanks for the memory. Don't cry because it's over.
We'd always
Smile
have DC.
because it happened.
Sure.
We'll always have DC. But looking at the other side as well, right? G2, obviously this one's disappointing for them, but I think they're relieved to be headed in towards a break. It's kind of crumbled towards the end of the season, but maybe just a little bit of hope here in DC to take into your vacation.
It's a bit complicated. I think the vibe that we were getting from G2 is still massively dissatisfaction, right? They were not happy with what happened. I think they legitimately felt like there was a shot at that series versus Vitality, and I'm not going to argue against it. There were a couple of very round-turning moments or match-turning moments that happened where Vitality got the better of them. There was a way, there was a path for G2 in the grand final. It wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, but I mean, it was again, oh so close. I mean, Nico having that last game as well, and I think too with G2, you know, obviously going into the break it's going to hurt, but I don't think there's a team that's probably been under more pressure and scrutiny than G2 has been over the past 3 months. Even Vitality, like winning the major, didn't feel like all that pressure was on them. There's still so much scrutiny, still so many eyes on G2, on Nico, on can he break his own curse. I think that pressure, having a little bit of time away from it. They don't want it quite yet. They would have liked to have had another day, but they're going to enjoy some time without that kind of focus on them at all times.
It felt like that narrative of the last CSGO major hung particularly heavy on their shoulders as well. You know, Nico, like the player you think of when you think player who does not have a major title. But time to dispel those demons, because there's still another game. There's CS2, and there will be more majors off in the future. But for now, there's only going to be one spring final right in this moment. The last CSGO spring final of all time.
That's factually correct.
Yeah, let's pump that, baby.
Let's start pumping that. Start the tweets, get the narratives going. And we also have had some incredible plays en route to this point. And last night, we had some of our CS Money play of the days. And my favorite is also in 3rd place.
Yeah, how do you feel about that? How do you feel about that, Mike? We have
the fans don't know nothing.
Clutch. 3rd, democracy just doesn't work. It's a lie.
Democracy has failed.
All right, calm down over there.
I mean, this is where we're going, right?
You're in the capital. Just chill for a minute. That was nice from Vinny, but yeah, only good for 3rd place. We got Hunter Ace coming up hot in 2nd, and we liked this one. This was great. This was extended. Hunter's one of my favorite players to watch when he's having a good game, and this was a thing of beauty.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, it's kind of under the radar. Like we just realized towards the very end of that round, like, wait a minute, that was an ace.
Because the clutch was so important that you don't even like fully put together that he got the other 5 kills and it spanned the entire round. So shout out to Hunter.
From start to finish, and the godfather of Brazilian Counter-Strike, of course, fallen.
Yes, sir.
CS money play of the day with the AWP against Heroic again. That clutch, by the way, is completely ridiculous. I have no idea how he can actually stay in it. A couple of mistakes been made by Heroic. The last shot onto Shush is a blinder. He even sees him right there.
Yeah.
It's such a weird moment, like comical moment, puts him down 5-0 for fall.
Rolling back the years and maybe just in time to see the next chapter in Fallen's career. It's exciting,
Making sure
man.
The negotiation is going to go well and smoothly, you know? Like,
It's like, hey,
what I bring to the table, guys.
Look at this highlight. Put another 0 on.
There you go.
Put another 0 on. Let's talk terms. But now it's time to focus on towards our next match on stage, which is going to be Team USA taking on the world, and it's going to be in Counter-Strike 2. The new game, it's just on the horizon. No one knows quite when it's going to drop, but it is going to be soon. And maybe the fall final will take place in that game if we don't get a huge dose of Valve time. So if you want to get your ticket to that, to maybe seeing the first Blast Premier final in Counter-Strike 2, you should get your tickets now, because they are available.
Also, we always have a good time in Copenhagen.
Copenhagen is a good time, yeah.
We always have.
It's a beautiful place. But
Now that's a soundbite right there. Can I hear you roar, DC? Hell yeah. You guys want to watch some Counter-Strike 2? Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Very curious to see what we're going to be getting in Counter-Strike 2 here. And we've got a little bit of an insight into how the teams are feeling as we head into this new game. So let's go ahead and give that a whirl.
Okay, so how much CS2 have you guys played?
I didn't play a lot. I played like some show matches and with pro players. Like I remember I played against Freiburg, Olofmeister, other teams with friends and pro players as well. So, I mean, maybe I played like 10 or 15 hours or something. It's been cool, to be honest. Like you have a lot of things to try in the game. Like also you have like different guns working. For example, Deagle. You have like you have less recoil, so it's really good. I don't know. It's gonna be good for Nico to shoot with Deagle. And they have like tricks with the smoke and H's.
In general, I feel optimistic about like the shift and like creating a new game. It's still kind of the same, but I think it's a good thing for Counter-Strike. My personal like opinions of the game, it's not like 10 out of 10 for me. It's
to be honest, there's no Valve in the room right now.
It doesn't feel smooth to me now. Like the movement feels off.
I like the game. I just don't want to play it before they release it. So because it's a big difference shooting-wise comparing to CSGO.
But I think like the idea behind it, and when it comes out, I'm really excited for that at least, because there's so many new ways of thinking. I think we're a team that will find so many different stuff.
Mm-hmm. Do you think there's going to be more players when CS2 comes out?
I'd hope so. I hope there's a lot more people coming to play CS2. I'm assuming there will be, just because it's a new game and people want to try the new game, basically. And hopefully that has more players, better players, you know, stuff like that. And hopefully it's just better for everyone. But I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think definitely people will be trying out CS2. Like, so I'm hopefully the launch is really good, because I think if the launch is bad, then maybe a lot of people will leave and just go back to Valorant. Yeah. So like hopefully the launch is good and like people want to stay and people want to grind the new game.
Obviously, like the nade and the smoke is maybe a bit too much, but like I see people like saying, for example, a nuke, oh, you can't throw outside smokes anymore on T side. They would just nade and spam it, and like it was the same like with they made the update in CSGO with dropping grenades. They were like, it's gonna be impossible to play Inferno now. They will just smoke B 5 times. You can't go B, but like you don't see that, right? So I think we just have to wait and see. Honestly,
it's all about getting used to new stuff. I feel like.
Now I might be fixating a little bit, but I think I was hearing NACS is going to be back, right? I think that's what I heard them say. What do you think, Jason? What do you think of CS2?
I enjoy it. I like it. I think it's come a long way from when I originally played it in January, like coming out to where it's been. Like they've been actually, you know, fixing things up pretty quick. So, and look, I got a ton of faith in the devs. I think they turned CSGO into an obviously beautiful game over the years. So I got a ton of faith that it's going to be fixed up. And obviously, still some issues, still some minor things that need changed and adapted. But I'm loving it so far. It's fun.
It's always the case. There always have to be some updates. We always have to fix the game just a little bit. You're trying to remember how CSGO was at the very beginning. I was like almost unplayable. And I very immediately quickly fixed it. It's going to be the same for CS2. And I think Stone is on the money. We might get a little bit annoyed and agitated about some of the fixtures, but we're going to get used to it, just like this buy menu we have there.
It's still wrinkling my brain every time I look at it. Now, I don't have the privilege that you guys have of actually having access to the beta. Volvo, please fix. But the buy menu, man, what do we think? Not a wheel anymore.
I've only really used it for the last like 45 minutes of warming up and setting up for this game. So I mean, so far so good. It's pretty cool. The loadout is an interesting concept of being able to have just put 5 guns in different categories. I know Maui and I had a conversation about it.
Do not start this conversation. He's going to come to the desk now.
Maui thinks we're being gaslit.
I enjoy the loadout thing, the 5 weapons per category. Maui doesn't so much enjoy it, but I think it's cool.
I wonder if teams are going to get to a point where it's actually like optimized between the players, you know, like who is getting what weapon, where do we draw if we want to have a scout or something. Like, there's going to be some level of tactics to it. You can argue for the casual might be a little bit more limiting as an experience, but I don't care about the casual. I like high-level casual.
Exactly.
That's what I care about.
I really don't care about the casuals. No offense to anyone out there. But yeah, I mean, I don't see how like 5 is all that limiting either. Like if you think about the weapons that you would use in a professional match, like 5 rifles is not that limiting.
I think it's the mid-tier that's going to be interesting because, of course, you need the M249, the Nova, the very important
all the
guns,
important weapons.
the Bison going in. So it's like, where are you going to fit your MAC-10? Where are you going to fit your MP9
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a bit dicey.
In and among the important guns.
First world problem, really.
It's tough out here, man. It's tough out here when you made the M249. Very expensive as well. You don't get a lot of buy rounds.
Now, listen, I just like the idea that we have to get used to it. That's all. Like, listen, I need to play the game for a couple of weeks. I need to see. I need to test.
Are you going to grind it when you get home?
Yeah, I might just.
Yeah?
Like these 4 weeks of summer vacation, I think we might be playing some Counter-Strike, guys.
Yeah, that seems like a great vacation.
Yeah, love it.
Hell yeah.
That's been my summer vacation.
That's what you need. And I mean, now we've got the new map as well, right?
Finally.
Which is the old map. It was the stalest map, I would say, in the pool in Go, but now we've got a new look. We've got a new fresh look for Mirage.
By the end of the first round of betas, by the end of that Dust 2, it was a painful place to just constantly playing Dust 2. You got some real Dust 2 professionals.
Bright.
I know, and look how nice the floors look. Like someone's been in there buffing those bad boys.
This looks like someone took a pressure washer to a very, very sooty old palace and just knocked off a few years of grind.
I keep an eye on for like, tell me if you notice like big change.
Oh, that's
it's
beautiful.
kind of hard to see. So far, it looks, maybe the window is.
They changed the paint, I think, a little bit. Like it's a different color paint.
Yeah, I don't think they've actually shifted the map at all. My
This is
understanding
the same
is that
picture with an Instagram filter on it.
my understanding that I've heard is that this is still a map that was like converted over as opposed to built from the ground up. So this is still very similar to the Mirage you know and love.
It's so faithful. Like the coffee mug is there as well. That didn't change.
Most of the maps that we tested on were pretty much the same. Overpass had a couple like really small changes, nothing super critical. Most of the maps just were like kind of 1-for-1 ported over. So it's not going to be any kind of craziness.
It's like the find the 7 differences kind of game. I'm really into it right now. I'm trying to find toilet paper, still here.
Still there.
Toilet paper is still there.
And
TV
you always
need
a roll of toilet paper hanging around.
You absolutely do.
Yeah.
But maybe you should actually pay the invoice for the TV because it's just not showing anything. Why do we have a TV in there?
No cable?
No, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Volvo, fix.
And of course, a nice detail here, folks, is you're going to be witness to the first ever official on Counter-Strike 2 Mirage, because that's what we're playing in our show match today. World first.
Yeah.
Who's going to be the champion of Mirage?
We got last, we got
we got last, we got first, we got it all. We're throwing it all at you guys today. Some bang for your buck on these tickets.
Absolutely everything. You got to have it all, really. I mean, they broke out the new map for us.
Hey, did we even like talk about the teams and all? Is that for later down the road?
I guess we should talk about the teams.
Mention the players that are all playing the show match?
I guess we should talk about the team that matters most. I'm talking about Team USA, of course. Over here on the right-hand side of the stage, we've got Wiz, Grim, Floppy, Maui Snake, and this guy, Jason Moses O'Toole, sitting on the end, bringing that veteran experience here.
That's the left side of the stage as well. I just wanted to...
Stage right, left-hand side of your stage. Directions are hard, man.
He gave you an introduction. Just take it.
I can pull up my left and my right here, pull up the L's. But what do we think? Team USA taking this one? Do I even need to introduce the other guys? Well, they're going to make me do it. I'm contractually obligated.
I can help you out. I can take this one away.
Oh, yeah, take it. Take it, please.
We have Device, who hasn't won a stage game in 4 years. We have Shiro, who's just happy to be here. We got Banks, who's just wearing, I don't know, some flowery little suit up there. Canada's got some good players. It's a shame that we couldn't get any on the stage today. And actually, I'm a little bit scared of Rain. He's having a good event.
Don't want to miss.
No,
Rain.
I don't know. The other ones have
Multiple
headphones
accounts.
on. Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, you just figure out the bomb side he's playing and go other.
Why do you guys always have to be against the world? Like, what is it with like the US?
Bro, I didn't make the rules.
That's the doctrine of American exceptionalism right there, baby. American exceptionalism. It's what we do in politics. It's what we do in show matches as well. You see the entrance here? Just some scrubs rolling on up. I mean, they don't even have any flags. How sad.
I know. That's rough.
Where are your flags?
They look good, though. I mean,
where are your flags, Connor? No flags.
No flags.
No flags. For shame.
Launders was nervous today. I could see it in his eyes.
I think some people expressively took an early Uber to come here and set up and warm up. I'm just going to say, I just put it out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. I was on that Uber.
Yeah, I know you were.
I was one of them.
Predictions.
Wow. All right, I see how it's going to be, guys.
Yeah, it is us against the world, isn't it?
There's a very easy way to read this graphic, yeah. Pretty clear.
Actually, it is. It's a pretty good dividing line.
What the hell happened with the grand final? Is that such one-sided?
That's interesting. I think we've all bought into the narrative of a Vitality era or period or whatever you want to call it.
One of us is going to be right, though.
It's either going to be a very smug Jason.
How's me?
You're going to be insufferable if you actually put it through.
Oh, I know.
Oh,
I'm planning on it. I'm coming up with it right now.
I needed other people to be by your side.
No, it's just me, baby.
Well, those were our unicorn predictions for the day, but now it's time for us to get ready to get in the server to play on out. It's time for Team USA to take the stage, and you know what? I'm going to be standing behind them, DC. Let's go!
but you absolutely do. I'm here with the Maniac. How are you feeling? We've got a show match coming up, and we're playing CS2.
Yeah, I don't know. I just took the wrong door. I thought I was going to the green room. I opened that door. It was the casting set. Anders just said, "Hey, come on, sit with me. Let's have a good time. Let's talk about Counter-Strike." I said, "Hey, whatever. I'm there."
I'm happy that you're here. I like it. Otherwise, I was gonna have to solo cast this one. I didn't want to do that because Maui's up, fighting for his country. Which could be a tough game. I'm not gonna lie. They have Reyna on the other side.
They've been taking it extremely seriously, and I feel like there's a disconnect between the tone of the show match and some of the talents have been coming in early, getting the deathmatch in, getting the setup coming on. There's a whole lot of ego, you know?
This is where friendships could really be broken, you know. This could be a real interesting game. I want to see, obviously, Scrawny and Launders up there as well, going to be playing. That's going to be fun. But yeah, we've got some heavy hitting players that are out there too. Shiro is in the mix.
Device as well.
And Device as well. I mean, I think it's going to be real tough, I think, for the NA side. I'm not going to lie. Obviously biased, but we'll find out.
Listen, I just had to survive a whole desk with Mike routing the crowd and Jason playing along, of course, where it's like the US against the whole wide world, and I'm just standing there thinking, let's see how this goes now that we are on the server.
Well, because Mike is an educated person, he knows about American exceptionalism, so I appreciate that. You know, you come to America, you've got to expect it. I've been enjoying it so far.
Oh, the crowd has been absolutely amazing.
They really have been.
Such a good time being here in DC.
Yeah, it's been good. It's been fun. All right, listen. That is a desperate move, but I like that. You know, whatever you can do to the TF2 update in. I mean, why not?
Have you played TF2 a little bit?
It's been a really long time. You know, but if they did update it, if they did come up with a banging update, I probably would switch back in and have a good time.
Out of curiosity,
playing the sniper all the time. That's how it is.
We see Banks, of course, behind Team World. Who else but Banks just instill fear in you if you're not hitting your shots? Might just put his big hands on your shoulders, just make you feel like it is time.
An intimidating presence like that. I appreciate it. Oh man, they are warming up. They're getting into it. Hopefully all the configs are sorted out. This is definitely going to be real interesting. The game should be coming up soon. What do you think, Washington? Is it going to be the dream team that's winning this one? Or is it going to be Team USA?
Oh. Slight advantage.
Oh, they love it out here in Washington, don't they?
Look at this. Connor with the waistcoat. Just playing Counter-Strike and looking classy at the same time.
He's a beautiful human being, truly.
Isn't he?
I'm curious to see. I mean, these show matches, I feel like they always start off in a funny place, but then somewhere along the line, there's always one or two people who want to win, who want to try and do that. I know Jason's going to be one of them. He's been playing competitively way back in the CPL days, and I don't think Maui can turn off that competitive gene as well, so this is definitely going to be interesting. Welcome to the show match. It's Team USA versus the Dream Team. We are live from the heart of the country, and we're playing Counter-Strike 2 on Mirage now. Finally, wow, that is some incredible bloom on the other side there with the lighting. And it's Floppy to start up the first kill of the show match. And it goes to the USA side. That's not bad. What are they doing out there?
They wanted to do a B contact play, probably. Scrawny got put down to 14 HP as well. Rain lurking out mid. This is very reminiscent of the phase method.
Yeah, and listen, if you're watching on Blast.tv, you can actually vote for what kind of tricks we're throwing into the next one. Either raining nades, which gives you infinite HEs to play around with, or to the moon, which is no gravity. So yeah, go over and vote if you're not doing it already. You should be. Rain gets shut down. It's Maui Snake. He did warn me that he was going to AWP. Floppy's in the middle. The triple ult strategy. It's a rare sight.
Why is it paying off, Anders? Why is it paying off, the triple AWP? People will be playing in matchmaking all the time now.
They're forming the new meta.
Maui is committed to the side. Great flip onto Launders, and that's an easy cleanup for Team USA now in the lead.
God damn, they're here to win. I don't blame them. You see a little cheeky smile there on Maui. Floppy also hitting the shots. What do you do? This is where you need the smokes, obviously.
What a dystopian world we live in, where Maui's the one actually going up against Rain and getting him down with an AWP. What have we done? The choices we've made to be there.
I don't know. Yeah, we are in the upside down. Oh, it's going to be raining grenades.
Raining nades?
This is where it gets beautiful. That's a great way. I mean, yeah, if you miss a shot now with the AWP, you just might be naded all the way out.
So fill me in on that one. This means unlimited amount of nades that you can use, all of the types.
Yeah, nades only.
Grenades only. Grenades only. That
nades.
makes sense.
So the triple orb is dead and gone, and they're just going to be bombarding the hell out of it.
Nades only. Here we go. It's about, you gotta break out the geometry. Make sure that you know all the angles, all the bounce backs as well.
Scrawny's setting up flashes. He's like, I'm gonna be bombarding this, but no one's ever gonna see anything. And in the middle, we got just a huge exchange. Shockingly, no one's taking any real damage yet. They're kind of a little bit worried, staying a little bit far away. An infinite amount of fire at the ramp, and it's actually the early kill. Scrawny, he's blown to bits.
Device is running away from the fight. He's getting bombarded as well, but the bomb has been planted in the meantime. Jason is trying to do his best way here with a couple of grenades. Good damage done, is hiding in the smoke. Maybe a ninja defuse, could that be something?
Oh, maybe if you get enough of them down, but there are just so many HCs on the other side.
Oh, Launders?
Out, Launders.
Hold on.
He's bucking the trend, and he's gonna get smited by Fluffy instead. Yeah, you try and pull out those. It's infinite nades. Oh! It's Device! Back with the triple. That might just seal the deal. Maui on his own. Grenade has to go a little bit deeper there. Maui lands one, maybe on top. They're so low on health, but they're gonna catch him. Device, the explosive expert to take down Team USA.
A triple with the nade from Device onto the side. What a beautiful move. Of course, appreciated by the audience. They like to see that. Oh, that was right onto Scrawny's face. Beautiful nade here.
Huge.
Bam.
Here we go. Yeah, send them flying. They were not ready for it. Oh man, Scrawny the first casualty in that round.
P90 on Wiz, Anders. P90.
In a show match?
Why not?
I mean, if you get it within striking distance, it could work. We've got Grim AWPing as well. They're still sticking with that triple AWP. Floppy's going to be taking down Scrawny, and now it's Grim continuing. Oh my god, this is so aggressive. So many scopes coming up. Floppy gets run down though. Launders getting a kill with the AK-47, and Shiro to add to it as well. A 3-on-3 now. The bomb being planted. Now he's trying to do something there, but he needed the HE. There's the P90.
The flank.
Wiz shown up maybe just in time. It's very hard to use at this range. Deep grenade, one in return as well. A Molotov that might land right on top of Wiz. Lucky to be alive still. Device playing in the shadows. Gonna be taking down Moses, but it's Maui to get the kill. The Hawaiian Haymaker coming through on this one. And Shiro, he's trying.
Is he putting it through? I think he's putting it through, and he's gonna defuse it, and he makes it! Maui with the defuse!
Oh, it's huge. Shiro's gonna punish them, but it doesn't matter. Maui Snake is doing all the work right now.
Wow, look at this. Hard carry mode engaged from Maui Snake here. Beautiful work on the retake. Started off with Wiz's flank, of course. The P90, how could I ever doubt this weapon?
You just have to get it into position, right? That's the hardest part, is just finding the avenue for it.
No, I don't want to jinx anybody, but I think Connor is on 0 kills for now. We're gonna have to unlock that record real quick.
Listen.
So he's a play by. Oh, we get the speed on this one. I've never heard my voice like this, but I did wanna. Do you remember this Akon song? Lonely, I am so lonely. That's the moment. Maniac, you've got the right spirit. Oh, and this is where you want to use the P90. All the is happening. 3 versus 4. It's so how can you grade even compute what's going on? No, there's running around with a P90. A little bit of nade is chilling around Connor. Come on, you can do this, Connor. No, a team kill. No! They've killed Maui Snake for no reason. And Scrawny in the middle. Still left on 0 kills. Oh no.
Moses had it figured out.
Oh, here we're back.
Yeah, we're right back into it. You pick up that, you pick up the Negev, and the speed will absolutely be your friend. This is why he showed up early. He's been theory crafting.
I understand. Some MP5 silencer as well being put in the mix. Moses putting Connor down.
That's like a minigun that he's wielding when the speed is on.
That's the start we wanted. 3-1 Team USA in the lead here in DC.
They are in the lead. They're doing a good job right now. Maui's still playing around with the AWP. Wiz gonna miss a shot there, but maybe Rain to try and pick it up once again. Oh, Grim actually getting the better of him. Good grenades. They blow up Launders. He did get one in return right before, but you get rid of him. They're fighting the Canadians at the moment and coming out on top. That's gonna feel extra good.
Double lurk into connector now. Is Team USA aware? Not apparently not. He's over this flank. That's Grim being put down by Shiro. Wiz is trying to pick above the smoke, finds Device. Maui now another kill with the AWP. Superb job has been. That's the 4th kill already in this game, leaving Shiro along with the Creek. But Maui stands tall. What the hell is going on?
Oh man, he's fighting for his country at the moment and doing a fine job as well. See Mike is in the background looking excited. But maybe Banks a little bit more stressed right now, you know, they're not quite feeling it. Well, the claps are coming through. They're cheering for America at the moment.
Making sure that Connor's mouse is plugged in. Because it doesn't seem to be the case currently, so there's some checking in from the admins.
Boom.
Good grenade. Maui with like the angle management. Pristine. There we go, Mike's getting activated.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? Mike's excited. Awesome. I knew Maui was going to be playing like this. You could just feel it beforehand. You knew that he was going to that's going to happen.
Upside down. Now that's my jam. Is this the sensitivity inverse? Is that where we're going?
Inverse, yeah.
Welcome to my world, Anders.
You play with inverted?
I played my whole career with reversed sensitivity. God. Up is down and down is up.
Damn, and you have a degree in psychology. How do you explain that? You know, the wiring of the brain, what's going on here?
Listen, when I was 9 years old, my cousin introduced me to Counter-Strike, and he played with inverted mouse, so I never questioned it. He told me, imagine your gun is like a tip of the plane, and that's how I saw it.
Okay.
See the logic?
I mean, maybe it makes some kind of sense, but this is going to be really, really rough, and especially maybe on a map with this kind of elevation. You see, Moses is in the middle, hoping to do something. Maui's with the auto sniper. He's going to get that kill.
Come on, Jason. Come on, Jason. Well, Scrawny's on the board.
Yeah, Scrawny's back, and he's taking down Maui. You know there's going to be some trash talk about that later. They're not going to forget. Oh, Shiro, he's having just as much trouble. Device finding a kill.
Deagle?
How do you get a Deagle shot with inverted mouse unless you're used to it? Grim trying to spray one down, and he's going to catch Scrawny 1 versus 2. He's actually a little bit trapped.
Oh, the knife! No!
That's the way to solve the inverted problem. You get up close and personal and you stab them.
There's no recoil management with the knife.
No.
Because that's the worst with the sensitivity, right? When you have this inkling to pull your mouse one way or the other to control the recoil. Nah, none of that with the knife. Straight to the spine.
Easier. See, this is the strategy that we saw last go around, right? You don't try to like move up or down, you're just swiping side to side. Like, it's a lot easier. But Scrawny's on the board. Yeah, there we go. Give it up for him. He deserves a little bit of love as well.
Back to serious business. Wait a minute. Is Dream Team rocking the full AWP setup?
Hell yes. You know what?
5 snipers.
They were inspired by the American side. They said 3 snipers will try and do it even bigger and get the 5 rifles. It's Launders on the first.
Oh!
Pitch. What a shot! Maui put to shame. But Floppy will get one in return. That was crisp work from Launders, and I'm not surprised. Guy lives and breathes Counter-Strike.
How do they dig themselves out of that situation? Grim and Floppy. The hopes of Team USA punished by Device, and it's just on to Grim now. His position is known by the treacherous box as well. Are they running to B? This is some level of try-hard. I respect that. I respect that.
Yeah, Scrawny he's goal-oriented. He's focused on the mission at hand, wants to get the bomb down. Device actually missing a shot, and he won't make a difference. He's going to put out the deal instead. A little cheeky smile there on Connor. Shiro at the end hyping them up too.
It's great entry here from Anders. And then turning around, of course, hearing Maui coming in from underpass. Beautiful flick shot. There we go. We get some James activation right there.
He's wearing the Rolex as well. He's absolutely styling on them. I love it. He's dressed for success here today, and that's what you want to be if you're in this. If you're playing in a show match, you know, he's about to put it all on the line here. Bullet Bonanza. You know what this means.
Unlimited magazine.
They're going to have
no reload.
Infinite amount of bullets.
Oh my God.
They're never going to quit.
What's the weapon you go to in these conditions? What's your go-to, Anders? Auto sniper.
It's a bit slow on the fire. I feel like someone with a high fire rate. You got a couple of Negevs out there, actually.
We have the auto on Moses.
Yeah.
He's decided for that. Krieg on Device.
M249, I think, as well on a Scrawny, maybe. So there's something to work with here. You can get it working. You see the running, and God, it's so good. Floppy, why would you stop shooting? You have all the bullets in the world. Rain is going to take down Floppy, and it's a 2 versus 3. Maui's back here. He did go the auto sniper route, so that's a bit interesting. Jason as well, trying to do the best that he can. It's on Maui to get the kill and Wiz at the end, and Team USA. You give them the bullets and you know they're going to come through.
Absolute mop-up here. Started off with Floppy, that double kill. You're right. Why stop shooting? Just you get into that point where you basically have no recoil anymore.
Yeah.
It's just straight laser bullets. We'll see here we have the images coming in straight from production. Great double kill from Floppy. Maybe a couple utilities could have been used from Dream Team to make life a little easier for you.
You know what we haven't seen at all yet is anyone trying to blow out the smoke with a grenade.
That is true.
It's so chaotic that we haven't even really seen that dynamic. Not yet. Grim down here in the underpass. Wide swing for Rain. He's supposed to be the ace up the sleeve here for the Dream Team. And Scrawny, he gets a kill, taking down Wiz. He just took a little bit of time to warm up, but my man's not going to be sleeping throughout this stretch. You bet you he's still going to be fighting a little bit more.
It's on to Jason now. It's on to Jason. They know he's right there. First kill on the device. It's beautifully made. He's going to reposition towards the B side. Doesn't want to offer his a return. We have the flank coming in from Floppy. Is it heard? I think he heard it. Oh, Scrawny just heard him.
Taken down, Floppy. Yeah, the Canadians are fighting back. They might be in America, but they're still here and ready to fight. Moses spins around and drops Scrawny. Okay, and coming through with the knife. Was that close?
I think it was a
2 versus
teammate.
3, yeah.
But the B side has fallen. The B side is completely under control. Will Shiro here, Maui, or would the flank come through? I think these hurt him. They're running it. No, he's knifing Jason!
In front of the home crowd, they are stabbing the Americans and putting him in his place. Moses had a good round, though. Oh, they're hunting it down. They really want to try and see if they can knife another one. It's just Maui versus Launders. 1 versus 1. And he walks right into the scope.
There you go.
He's flexing on them.
Show it while you got it.
Oh, this is great.
A little bit of disrespect attempt as well. Some knives, multiple knives attempts in this round. That's beautiful.
I'm excited that Jason got a couple of kills on this one. You know, showing some of that CPL quality. Kids don't know about CPL these days, but
I've educated them.
Yeah,
the good old days.
Google it. Like,
oh no!
Oh my God!
He's pulled out the creamy Moses card.
Scrawny, what have you done? That's one of the best memes, and he's brought it on the stage, and now we are going to the moon. There's gonna be no gravity here, or very low gravity, which means if you jump, you are so exposed. The smartest thing is probably if you can forget about jumping and just kind of move around, it's going to be a lot easier.
So the path is pretty clear. We see 9 scouts. A couple of changes has happened, though. I think they've moved towards the shotgun for Dream Team. We'll see how they decide to use it.
The ragdolls behave differently in CS2 when you're jumping. Like, you see how the legs are just kind of down.
Oh, that's a B rush. That's a B rush, and there's.
How do you get down? You have to jump at some point.
How are you gonna touch floor?
Oh, they're just flying through. But Rain, he gets the kill, and he's gonna keep it going. Shutting down Moses, Floppy's next.
Team kill.
8-sheeted kill. Grim, the Americans. They're turning on each other in the middle of the battle. This could tie the game. It's just Maui left. Yeah, he's wise to not jump here. Doesn't quite get the flick, but he's got the army on the other side. Another jump there. Launches, they're hunting it
they're
down.
gonna try again.
Knives are out. He stabs one. He might get another one here. Scout, no scope. They're eventually, they will light him up in the market.
I really thought he was going to turn it around. I thought we just witnessed history right there. 1v4 potential on the cards for Maui Snake on Mirage. Not meant to be. He gets zapped.
I wish we'd brought up high to throw at Moses. I feel like I just missed that. You know, I was reminiscing. I'd forgot about that moment, but Scrawny brought it back, and I appreciate it.
Skip it for the first CS2 event. Just make sure we saw it properly.
Back. All right. They're getting into it.
I know.
It's a tight scoreline right now.
5-5, round 11 starting here. And we're back to serious mode. A pop, A exec. Rain kicks things off, but the repair is here for Grim as well. That's a second kill for the Norwegian.
Yeah, let's bring it back. A little bit of a slow start here, but he's up to 6 kills now. Actually keeps it going. Floppy trying to fight back, but Rain's almost won the round. It's on Wiz to try and go for the flank. He might line up a double right here. That's easy. And the smoke is up. Inside of the site, Shiro's on the other side, wide in the open, and he made that look so easy. The dream team is ahead. Washington, you're going to have to chant a little bit. Bring them back. Where's the USA chants coming? And while we hear those chants, let's listen in to some team speak. Let's see what the comms are like.
Shit, dude.
They're gonna B-rush or some shit, man.
Nothing in.
Dude,
Oh my god.
You're so hot. Bro, what?
Bottom gone.
Dude, go ahead.
He's under window.
Was made for you.
Wait, there's a guy in the window.
Get him, Mike. He's under window. That's you,
Short. Oh shit. He's on short.
It's scrawny.
I can't even trust
I'm
him.
walking, I'm shit fucking around.
He sucks.
Where the fuck was the...
Fuck, the time goes faster.
I didn't realize.
They're doing him dirty.
Why are they trying to calm in the round where like in the beginning of the round, like he's Palace, he's middle, he's Palace, he's A. Like, what the fuck?
How can you even make sense of life when things are so quick? Last round of the first half, and this is it, round 12. And the underpass push immediately from Team USA. They're gonna find first contact, and that's an easy kill to Rain. Floppy opened up the debate.
Yeah, Floppy's actually top ranking at the moment. He's doing all the work. Now he's trying to catch up to him. He's at 12 kills. Maybe we need to put a tournament in Hawaii at some point because you know, he's representing at the moment. He's doing a fine job. Scrawny's going to be burned alive. The Canadians, once again, not welcome here on American soil. It's on Launders.
I want to go to Hawaii.
Yeah, me too. I would love that. 1 versus 4. He's been found out. Do they want to re-peek him? You have to fight right now, Launders, because you know the longer it takes, the more they're going to come for you with the knives. It's Maui putting him to shame. And it's tied at the end, 6-6 at the end of the half. We'll go to a break, and then we'll be back with the second half right after this.
Good, everybody. We're here at downtown Washington, D.C. I'm joined by Nico, I'm joined by Dupree, and we are here to answer one simple question. Who's the noob? We're gonna be making pizzas. Gentlemen, I'm judging your pizzas on structural integrity, on flavor palette, and if you want some bonus points, get creative, make me something Counter-Strike related. Our Instagram poll had Nico favored to win this competition at 53%. If you guys are ready, so am I.
Yeah, let's get to it.
Let's get to it, yeah. Should I go first?
Yes.
Help yourself.
Oh, it's so cold and gooey. All right. I've seen people put it on the edge and then they would go do stuff like that.
Yeah, and what are those things? And are you going to do them?
No.
I'm not trying to experiment too much over here.
Dupree, you're looking a little lumpy. There's a waviness to your dough at the moment.
I think Nico's doing a pretty good job. Look, but look how thick it is over there. I'm kidding. What? No, I'm just joking. It's mental warfare. Okay, are you ready with my wooden thing?
I'm ready with your wooden platform, sir.
Oh no!
Yeah, these look great. Well, one looks great.
Which one?
That's the question. All right, done.
I'm done. Holy, made it sick.
This is huge. Dupree's gone for a thinner center with protruding outer crust lines. Nico, I think that the consistency of this is a really nice detail. So far,
true, right?
I'm impressed, gentlemen. I think you did great. Dough is done. Now we're doing toppings, gentlemen. Decision's completely up to you.
You can go ahead first.
I go first.
Begin.
Mix it up real good. A big spoon. I'm just gonna swirl it around. Oh my God, professional pizza maker.
Nico's gone center, heavier on the sauce, I would say.
Look at him. So, cheese.
Cheese first, okay? Nico, you've definitely gone lighter on the cheese so far.
I'm adding. I don't want to go too heavy.
Right. Dupree going with the consistent spiraled pepperoni strategy.
Does this look like a G to you?
It looks like something.
There's no way I can fit to. Well, I tried to do something with the G2 logo, but I'm not sure exactly how it looks like.
I think I'm gonna try it.
X Factor, honey sauce. We got Nico's G2 pepperoni no green, and then we've got Dupree's symmetrical honey glazed deliciousness. So, one final step, gentlemen. Time to cook them. All right, gentlemen, they're out of the oven. They look great. They look good. So, time to find out who ended up whipping up a better pizza. I think I'm going with Dupree's first, so I'm gonna come at it.
Please don't burn yourself.
That's fantastic.
Good, yeah?
That's a really good. Excellent.
Perfect.
The pull?
They surely both taste
The pull is nice. This is too difficult, and I didn't think it was gonna be, but I'm gonna side with the 53% of Instagram users and say Nico took this. It's just good. Dupree, it turns out today, I'm sorry, you are the biggest noob. Nico, well fought. Congrats to both of you because I'm impressed. These are solid pizzas.
It was a fun experience.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the show match here. It's the Dream Team versus Team America. They are doing a good job right now, but the scoreline is tied. Maniac, who's going to come out on top of this one right now? What's your bet?
I think we should probably ask the audience, guys. Who do you think's got it? Is it USA? All right, I'll get there.
You don't even need the other question. You have your
Exactly, the answer is right in the pudding.
The USA chants are back, and so is the show match. T-side now for Team USA.
Oh
a spray down for Launders. He's wrecking him. Absolutely brutal. All of them hit the floor, and now they've been slowed down. Floppy's next. It's the Scrawny and Launders duo that's doing real damage to Team USA.
They turned this arena into a library. That's what they've done.
That's what they're trying to do here. Look at the sound of that AK. It's just Jason Moses O'Toole, the lone wolf.
Oh no.
Fighting here.
Oh no. Close your eyes. If you pretend it's not here, it's not happening. I don't want to see. No!
And he gets a dagger in the back for all of his efforts at the end of it. It's a nice attempt.
How many times has Moses been knifed this event so far? Is that two?
Is that the first one? Second time, yes.
That's the second time?
He has a history of that happening in the other show matches as well. If someone wants to go back.
No.
All right. Look at the blind fire battle that's coming up. That means monitors are no more.
Excuse me?
You can't see what you're shooting at. Now, I'm not going to lie.
What do you do?
Maniac, for some of these players, that might not make a big difference. But
is it just about intuition?
It's just about intuition.
Other senses?
Scrawny might be better with no monitor. This might be where
there's a case to be made.
Playing at home.
We're leveling the playing field.
We are leveling the playing field. You're exactly right.
So now, how do you operate? Based off the sound?
On sound, I don't even know if they know where they spawned, because that would make such a big difference. If you even at least know where you were pointing, maybe
so you can, out of memory, you can kind of say, okay, I need to go to my right-hand side, then I can get to middle. But see, Jason is trying. I think Jason is trying a strategy. What is Jason doing? What is Moses doing?
He's trying to play with another monitor. Is he just trying to relocate himself?
Oh my God! He's cracked the code.
The man is a genius.
Jason has just. Well, you're looking at yourself, buddy, now. I don't think that's going to help you.
Maybe Genius was too swift. All right.
Oh, my God, he's done it.
He's moving in the right direction.
I think he's cracked the code.
Now, it seems to be lagging a little bit. I'm guessing the wireless connection is just, you know, you can see it slipping in and out, but it doesn't matter. He's got the vision. If you're playing
got all the answers.
How
is he down 50 HP?
If he loses while cheating,
wait, what is he doing now? What is he doing? Is that WWE? Why is he moved away?
He's got the bomb back.
Oh my God, no!
James is trying to stop him. The other coach is in.
No, he's trying to plant the bomb.
We got all our.
Oh my God, it's a brawl!
As well. They're battling each other both in and out of the server.
What happened?
He's
right made there. It. He's planted it.
Yes, they can't ever find it. He's looking for it.
Come on, Jason!
Oh, is this what American exceptionalism has become? Jason has found a way to play around the system.
Wait.
And it's working for him.
He's got
right
a bullet?
now.
No, he's got 3 more bullets.
Yeah, but that bomb is going to do everything to try to find it. The rest of them are running around like headless chickens, but
Launders has been on beat this whole time.
How can he be so bad when he's the only one with a monitor? There we go. Second kill. And the bomb is going to go up and consume probably half the team at this point. You got to give it up.
That's what they mean when they say, don't work harder, work smarter.
I guarantee you that's not in the rulebook. Nothing in the rulebook says you can't do that.
I think that was pretty legitimate.
Yeah.
He's found a way.
We'll make you the judge, Maniac. Is it okay? Thumbs up?
Listen, chat. I will allow it. I will allow Moses with the move.
Yeah, there we go. We've got the final ruling on it. Absolutely ridiculous. Next time we need security on the stage to stop Mike and James from fighting each other. Yeah,
I mean, Mike is attempting to take away Banks. Definitely the upside down.
Definitely the upside down. Need about 3 mics to make that work, but you know, it doesn't matter. Look at a little smile on his face.
Oh, maybe we can listen to them.
You have to love it. Team USA with a big round there. And again, we're playing MR12, so the clock's running down quicker than you might think. Scoreline is tied. 7-7 at the moment.
Regular round, double, triple AWP setup for the Dream Team. Shiro device and Londers yielding the scoped rifle. Is that a B-rush? It looks like a B-rush. We'll see the million flashes flowing over, and it's all going to be on Rain with the M4, getting ready, getting Molly out of position. I don't know if the Molly's fine. Yes, he's burning all the burning Rain!
Crim just making it work right now. Device trying to get back into it. Switching out the AWP for the Deagle a little bit. He is also catching fire in the back end. Shiro unable to do anything. Yeah, they're using the utility in this round. That's really what's winning it for them. Launders, how much work could you do with the AWP? He's going to be good on the first one again. Putting Maui down. He's had his number a couple of these engagements. But they're smoking him off. Oh, yeah, coming from with a knife.
And once again, Jason answers.
Good, right? He needed that. He deserved some revenge.
Definitely. There is some justice in this world. Moses gets the knife onto Londers. 8-7 scoreline. Great utility usage. You see, I don't know if Rain was blind or he didn't expect the Molly to be spreading that bar, but he basically burned to a crisp from 100 to 0.
Yeah, keeping the Rolex hidden now. Oh, the slow motion round. This is gonna be, they're gonna have time to calm here.
But Maniac, I hope you're ready. I want to play a game. But you, I am your father. Oh no! Why? 7-8. Look how slow they are. This is real peaceful. This is the most peaceful round of Counter-Strike yet. Why am I even talking slower? I think the filter is doing the work already. The filter is, yeah, you don't need to. Oh, that's right. Auto shotgun in this round, Shiro. Beautiful attempt. Grenades are moving slowly. This is what it's all about. It's a shame we don't have a Swiss player because that's how we experience life. Just really slowly. Good point. Hold on, let me do this. It's a gate. And blood is the key. For any of you Diablo fans out there. Scored a curve, really much. Beautiful work from the defense. Really lacking some rhythm to the offense. A bit too slow for my money. I mean, it's got Scrawny a kill. I'll take it. Ooh. Maui's lost and confused. He's at the bomb site with no bomb. I'm hearing Maui chants. Yes, we have. Maui, Maui, Maui. Get him hyped up. Now, the time is moving slow. How do you possibly get into this round? How long can this round go in real time? About 5 minutes. The jiggling in slow motion. Oh, he's attempting to jump, but that's never gonna cut it. Oh, they're waiting for him.
That is so painful. Getting stabbed in slow motion. That's going to be one of the worst feelings ever. Maui couldn't stand up to it. And that means, oh, you see him shooting right at the edge of the smoke. That's sick.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope someone is keeping track with how many knives we've had in this game. It must have been 5 at the bare minimum.
Coming up on a record. We're at slow motion replays. This is fantastic. It's tied up. Where are you at, America? I'm not hearing the chants anymore.
Yeah, they need you guys. They need you. 8-8, tight scoreline. The A-rush hitting from Team USA, but 3 defenders already on site. Great opening from Maui. That's Shiro. That's bite the dust so quickly. And now Londer's gonna get stuck in.
Oh, he's playing the nerd angle right under the smoke. But Floppy, I don't even know how, but he's able to find him. Scrawny and Launders out of the round again. Device trying to bring it back into 1 versus 5, but they get completely run over. Team USA coming up with a 1-round lead. That is huge.
It's too tight. It's too tight.
Yeah. They're sticking real close.
It does feel like the standard rounds are going the way of Team USA. They seem to have figured out how they want to approach it as a team. They have good cohesion as well, good rhythm. And I think Dream Team are capitalizing on some of the gags and tricks we're using. We're about to see what's the next round.
I think you're right. I think that is what's making the difference at the moment. Obviously, the The no monitors round was thrown on its head by
Jason did figure it out.
Oh, we're back.
We're back.
Nades.
We're back to the nades. Let's see if people have learned the lesson from the round one.
Launders did try to use a pistol in this round earlier, but otherwise...
Yeah, I'll call the referee on that. I have the police on the line. I'm ready. I'm ready to make the call.
Can't be using that, can we? We had the triple HE earlier to seal the deal. And is
Mike was on the mic. He was on the mic. I think he was giving instructions.
What kind of instructions are you giving around? Like throw a lot of grenades?
It could be. I would say probably the nades are going to be used to trying to find Rain on the B side. Okay, this is where my prediction goes. If he goes to truck, he gets naded away.
Maniac, they're grouping up in a small, confined space against all nades. This seemed like an absolutely miserable idea. Don't know if they understand what HEs are at this point in time. Maui's already very, very low, but he is throwing a lot of grenades onto the side. Eventually, he's going to get blown up by Device. 4 versus 5 here, and it's absolute hellfire and destruction on the B bomb side.
Oh, not a knife.
Knives are out. Everyone is burning or blowing up, and the bomb is planted. Team USA, they might be down a man or two now. At Dream Team, they're blowing each other up. This has gone horribly wrong. A nade. Oh, Scrawny, he wanted the defuse, but he's denied. And it's Grim sealing this round. I think Lorne is in a lot of trouble now. He does.
Oh, he's got a small. He's got a small. He could potentially do it.
Well,
they have to hit him with the nades. He's surviving so far. He's still 46 HP, and he pulls out the defuse.
Whew, all right. That defuse kit and the fact that they were a little bit too far away. They were worried about a grenade coming back in return. Alonda's upsetting everything. Great stuff.
Impossible to separate them, and there's 9-9 scoreline. Frustration on the side of USA. Elation for Dream Team, of course. That was a hard defuse to pull off.
Yeah, Banks celebrating in the back. He wants to lead this team to victory. And whatever Mike was saying, it didn't make the difference here. We're back with the rifles, and Scrawny the first victim. Launders with a good return, and actually Device is going to do a little bit of work as well. 3 versus 3. And a vote going on about the 20-second bomb timer, which, if the bomb goes down, you're in trouble right away.
You better get running. Grim with the lurk onto Device. Shiro's coming in the back. He's got him in his cross-hit. Nobody say anything. Oh, Rain, why would you ruin this knife? Oh no!
Yeah.
What a betrayal!
James is telling him, he's letting him know, like, hey, listen, you know, next time. Yeah, give the knife priority. I agree. I'm with Banks on this one.
It's one of the unwritten rules. Knife always has priority.
Yeah, we have.
Always.
We have a code, right?
We do.
He's laughing. Like, you know what? I'm here to win. Okay.
They're still here. They still believe. Beep, beep, beep.
20 seconds. That is, you're in a lot of trouble. Surely if you're on the T side here.
Oh my.
It's on Mike to try to call this one, right? Just find a way to get that bomb down and you probably win very, very quickly.
Such pressure then. Trying to defuse the bomb in 20 seconds.
Yeah, like anything, like at that point you just try and smoke the bomb and rush to the defuse. There's not a lot of time to waste.
Oh, look at this B hit coming. Wait. Look at what they're doing.
Oh my God.
A-ups. Not everybody say anything. The bomb is on A.
Yeah, don't give it away. They're using the nerd tactics. Let's see if the rotation comes in. The Dream Team, they're being pulled that way. They're eating this right now. It's being sold to them.
Connor is staying. Connor is staying.
Oh, he's being very careful. Connor, you sneaky snake. He's got the right idea.
And he's got him.
He's gonna be there. Well played on Scrawny, but there's a return. Wiz. Could Launders stop him now? He's picked up the bomb. He's out in the open, and the bomb just won't go down. Maui's on his own.
All right, let's try it. Maui for the 1v2. Maui. He's got 9 HP to play with. Very complicated clutch. No information onto Connor's or Launders' whereabouts. Rain is going to make a little bit of noise towards there, maybe just enough to get the bait, but the bomb is down on the A side, so...
Look at the picture of Maui in the middle. Why have I've only realized that now.
Oh! The zooms!
Oh, they've lit him up once again. It wasn't a knife at least.
Banks.
All right.
Here we go.
We've got the USA, we've got the Maui chance now. We've got Banks as well. They need it. They need a little bit of help to get pushed over the edge.
11-9 scoreline is where we are.
Yeah, they actually have a little bit of a
complicated. Team USA now on the back foot. Standard round coming over.
It might be Banks that's hoisting the show match trophy at the end of this. Bullet Bonanza to the moon as the vote is coming up here for the next one.
Fighting Device, good nade to finish off the kill, and he's gonna get another one. That's looking real great from Dream Team so far. Wiz attempting, but not enough. Floppy now, 1v5 on top of the smoke, finds the first one, but the trade should be closed, and that's it. Londer sends his team to match point enders.
Damn, Maniac, we need you to get on the play-by-play casting more in the future, I'm telling you.
I don't know, I just got a real look over me.
Yeah, I like it. You know, you were saying like the Swiss are all laid back and chill and everything, but you know, when the moment catches you, I can tell you're ready.
Oh, here we go.
That was a good what's up. Scrawny hyping it up. Hell yeah!
Come on, guys.
Look at Mike. He's loving it. To the moon. We'll see. We'll see. That low gravity. If you go to the B-bomb side, you have to jump to get a little bit out of there. Like, it's going to be very, very tricky. I feel like the A side, if you want to stay safe, is the better option here if you're on the T side.
You could do the A ramp, or you could use the gravity to kind of slide your way through mid and then enter to connector.
Oh.
Trying to dodge the bullets, surfing in the air, but I think they'll follow you. They'll follow you, Anders. They're going out of the A ramp right now.
Yeah, just the lack of jumping. Oh my god, Grim, what are you thinking? He's just running for it. Device is absolutely wrecking him. He's got 21 kills. Device is showing up to try and win this show match. He's ready for that. Shiro, he is doing a little bit what you're saying. He's gliding through the middle, trying to stay out of the range of anyone there. Maui doing his best Nico impression, trying to tap away in the middle, just sending a couple of bullets at a time. Deep nade. Not going to catch anyone just yet. Maui's still looking a little bit healthy, but that Deagle bullet will change the outcome completely. Rain low on health. It's Floppy to get the kill. Now Wiz and Floppy against Scrawny. Do you want to lose a 1 versus 2 to Scrawny? I don't think so. Wiz sneaking through, sees him. You think Scrawny's ever been under this much pressure? It's the final round here. If they lose this one, the Dream Team, they're going to be walking through, but Wiz, he will save them. Scrawny caught in the window.
He really tried to outsmart his opponent. I appreciate the movement. I appreciate the attempt from Scrawny here, trying to mind game Wiz just a little bit, repositioning. He was probably hoping to have time to make the jump towards Catwalk so he could cover the plan from there, but Wiz had read him like a book.
Yeah, not a bad attempt. Not a bad attempt.
Here we go. Normal round once again. Team USA trying to stay alive in this game. And only one AWP for Dream Team, Anders.
Only the one. It's rare. We've seen triple and even... He's Wiz. Good shot. As Team USA are looking to claw their way back and try and see if they can prevent the victory from the Dream Team here. Just get it into a draw. Everyone walks away. Everyone's cool about it. And you know what, to be fair, Scrawny's made a bit of a resurgence, right? He started like 0-4 and 5.
It's true.
He's up to 11. So you got to recognize it when it's happening. He's put in some work here. Launder's not aware. Oh, he's not going to get stabbed at the very least. You should be happy about that. But Team USA, they're gonna take this round no problem.
You know, we're not knifing anymore, Anders. We've entered a very serious zone.
I know.
We're not knifing.
It's bound to happen,
isn't it? If I have your back, you're dead. Jason with the frag, but that's just going to be one. Scrawny will be left alone. By the way, I think if you're saving in a show match, you get an immediate penalty.
Yeah, you should. They're not coming for him either. I did like the little ladder trick, you know. Scrawny, he's a showman. He wanted to try and get a little bit of a jump on somebody.
Round 24.
Yes.
Double or nothing. That's where we're looking at. Staring into the face of history here in Washington.
Team USA loses on home soil. I mean, they hyped themselves up so much. Mike was talking about American exceptionalism. They had it all going on. They certainly had the chance as well, but it could be all for nothing here. We're going to find out. Smoke in the window. Device.
Oh, he tried, but it didn't work out. And the B-split is on the cards.
That's interesting. Grim, he goes straight for the headshot against Rain. That's a B-bomb side wide open. In the last couple of rounds, it's turned really serious now. Team USA fighting not to lose. Look at the Jason, goal-oriented. He's on the bomb plant right away. They're calling real strats. They're really going for it now. They smoked up everything. How did the Dream Team get back in this round?
They have a couple of utility. They could potentially maybe nade through that wall here to find the kills, but we'll see.
Did we just catch Launders missing the jump out the window? Isn't that supposed to be his area of expertise? Oh no! Hunted down, but maybe not. Scrawny with the kill. He's going to go down to Floppy. It's still a 2-on-3. They have a kit on device as well. It's doable here for the Dream Team, but that window's closing. Shiro now up fighting against Floppy and Jason, and it's going to be Moses to close it out. And they keep their pride intact here. Team USA, they managed to draw at the end, prevent the victory from the Dream Team side. And that's all you get. Not at all a bad fight. It took a little bit of cheating on Moses' side.
There was a little bit of that.
They got there in the end.
You know, they were not pulling the punches. 12-12. Gentleman agreement at the middle.
Oh, the crowd, they love it. They're ready with a chance. It's a good job. Wonderful stuff. Well, we are going to go to an extended break before we get into the grand final. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We will be back soon.
You know, growing up as a kid, a pale kid. I was wearing glasses as well. I've been cross-eyed my entire life. I was the perfect case to be bullied in school. I think there's certain parts of my story that everyone can relate to. My name is Jacob Winnecke. I go under the gamer nick Pimp. I've been living in Denmark my entire life, apart from 1 year abroad, where I was in Los Angeles living and playing Counter-Strike. That's also what I do today. Instead of playing professional Counter-Strike, I commentate Counter-Strike, I analyze Counter-Strike, and I create content around Counter-Strike. So my entire work life right now is situated around this wonderful game called Counter-Strike.
Do you remember when you were little, like this age, and your biggest dream were to be in Formula 1, but not to race? Your dream was to be the guy who waved the flag.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, I want to be in sports. I want to go with a flag and say, yeah, red flag.
I actually forgot about that.
Big aspirations.
What's wrong with you? I think when I was young, I had the classic childhood dreams, you know, being a professional football player, being an astronaut or something ridiculous like that. Sports have always been a big part of my life. My sister, who's 5 years older than me, went to the same football club I ended up going to. My dad was a coach in the local football club as well. I think the big attraction for me was competing. I've always been obsessed to beat the other guys. I wanted to beat myself. I wanted to apply pressure to myself. And that's also what attracted me a lot with Counter-Strike. And I think within the first couple of months, I realized that, okay, I'm significantly better than pretty much everyone I'm playing with. I remember winning the first local Danish event, and from that point onwards, I went to win around 10 bigger Danish LAN events. And ever since, I never looked back. That has been my life. That's been what I've been striving for. It's been my motivation.
But it's funny because there's a lot of pictures from when you were little and doing sports, but there was like a whole time period where you just didn't do anything. Yeah. We just, you were just sitting in front of the computer and eating chips and drinking sodas and stuff, and then you just got big, and it was kind of weird because you always liked to be active, and then just one day you were just nah.
You're right. It does feel like when I was like looking at these pictures as well, there is a void in my life where all I did was basically go to school, go back home and play Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and have a hot dog on the way home.
We spoke about that too, yeah. They were cheap though. And good.
Yeah.
I think it started when I was around 12, 13, like basically from the moment as I recall it, I got into gaming. That's also when I started to go to less football practices. It's when I started to do less activities, and that's when I started to gain weight.
But it's funny, like a picture like this, it's sort of the cliche or like stereotype of a gamer.
I was living the stereotype. You know?
Yeah.
I was sitting in my room a lot and playing computer games. To be completely honest, I could be done at school at 2. Then I'd go to the gas station. I'd eat probably a cake, buy a hot dog, buy a Coca-Cola, 2 bags of chips, and another. And that became almost a daily routine for me. You know, I was always like, who cares? You know, I'm anyway getting bullied. I'm anyway, you know, in a situation where I just go home and play Counter-Strike. So I didn't feel that it would affect anyone else but me. I think that's what I was the most obsessed about. One thing is not feeling comfortable in your own body, but another thing for me was to feel that I made people around me feel uncomfortable as well. I remember the turning point for me mentally. I remember doing an interview and I remember watching that interview and I remember thinking, holy moly, like, this cannot be true. I was hitting rock bottom in that regard. I never felt as uncomfortable in my own body. I could definitely feel that I was losing control. When you want to lose weight and when you want to change something drastically, there's always a lot of first steps. You got to work up to it. And I found all the different ways of motivating myself. I want to be able to play football again. I want to be able to go for a bike ride. I want to be able to make my mom proud. I want to be able to impress a girl. I want to be able to feel comfortable in my own body. I found all these different avenues of motivation over time that it was enough for me to be like, okay, now I'm doing it. And then I'd do it for a day and a half and I'd be like, nah, not worth it, another bag of chips. I failed countless of times. Like there's been so many times where I thought, you got it, you know, today I got it. Today I'm waking up and I'm feeling for it, and then I'd instantly relapse the next day. You're bound to fail. You're bound to feel losses. You're bound to feel disappointments, and all those disappointments, all those losses, all those failures change the narrative. Then I would, you know, think of something new that would motivate me. I would figure out, you know, something new about myself. It took probably a year from when I was thinking to myself, you gotta do something now, before it all clicked. It's like when you were running the first time, I felt like my legs were just a couple of cement blocks. When I picked up the bike ride here, I went 1 kilometer and I had to stop because I was physically feeling unwell. I think the main goal was that I wanted to be healthier, becoming able to do whatever the hell I wanted to do with and in my own body, instead of being trapped.
Yeah, I mean, you don't go through a big weight loss without having some sort of scars left. I have a massive scar starting from up here, going all the way down through this point as well, and all the way down here, ending in a little strip down here below the waist. So what they did was they cut me up open right here, so they could drag the skin together, sort of, and they also cut me up down here, so they could take the skin basically and just tear it down. Obviously, this body has been tested. It's no longer factory new, as a Counter-Strike gamer would call it.
I got how big it was. You were just like, oh, well, they're gonna remove some skin, and then you were just like lying in bed for a week, and mom had to take care of you, and I was just like, well, good for you.
For a week, I literally was laying on my back for 2.5 weeks. I couldn't move.
It was like you're a child again.
I couldn't do anything by myself. I swear to God, that was the worst period of my life. You know, when I started, I thought it'd be cool if I could weigh less than 100 kilos. And once I got below 100 kilos, well, now I wanted below 90, and then I wanted below 80, and then I wanted below, almost below 70 to a point which was, you know, in the other direction where I got too skinny. It was also a very cautious decision I made, because I knew at the time that I wanted to get a skin removal surgery. And in my mind, the more weight I lost, the more I cut down myself, the more loose skin I would have, the more they could remove, and then the easier I would have it to build it up again. Today I'm at a place where I'm completely comfortable in my own body. I have no issues with the scar. I have no issues with the places on my body where there's still a bit of loose skin. It's my journey, it's my story, and it's my tattoos in a way. I don't have any tattoos on my body, and people always ask me why, and I say I have my scars, and that's enough. I remember the very first goal I set for myself was that I want to be able to play football again. One of the greatest thing about becoming more healthy and acquiring the freedom over my body again is definitely the mental side of it. Like all these negative associated feelings, they would slowly but surely disappear. To a point today where I never really address it anymore. I don't have those feelings anymore, and I feel free, I feel happy, and I feel I have way more capacity to deal with more important stuff. I am very, very, very certain about the fact that any goals you may have in your life, one size doesn't fit all. It doesn't for me, it doesn't for you, it doesn't for anyone else. But I think there's certain parts of my story that everyone can relate to. I think people sometimes need to hear that it's okay to struggle, it's okay to fail, it's okay not to be able to reach your goal instantly. I always have new goals to achieve. I'm never done. Right now I'm focused on training up for an Ironman. I am most certain that if I do it in 10 hours, then next time I want to do it in 9. And if I do it in 9, I want to do it in 8. I'm not chasing a weight loss, I'm not chasing any sort of drastic change in my life. I'm just chasing a better version of myself and a healthier version. The ability to go AFK, to remove myself from the gaming space just once in a while, to recharge the batteries, to feel the desire to get back in, is essential to me.
Welcome back to the Blast Spring Final, where we have come to the end of the road here, and we've got a premier matchup ready in our grand final. DC, are you ready to close this thing out? Damn right they are. Vitality, Heroic, we come to the end of the line here, and what better teams to meet to decide the fate of the last trophy in this season of Counter-Strike.
We're getting a treat. This is the final we were promised in Paris. This is the final we were supposed to have. This is the final when you looked at that playoff bracket, you said these are the two teams you want to see meeting and clashing for the trophy. We didn't get it there. Obviously, the heartbreak for Heroic is well documented in Paris. But here today, we actually get the matchup, and for Vitality, it's the capstone on a run in this tournament that you absolutely cannot mess with.
That is correct. We have the two best teams of 2023. That's undeniable, undebatable. We're talking about trophies for Vitality. We're talking about finals for Heroic, and they are clashing in this best of 3 here in DC to send us to the Dame summer break. There's no better way to close this first season.
And it feels like despite everything we've had that comes before it, the stories will ultimately be about their conclusions, right? This defines how you look back on this season for both teams. Whether you end it with sweetness, you break the curse over on the Heroic side, or whether for Vitality, you establish yourself, you establish that domination.
Listen, you listen to both these teams, and they will tell you we're the best team in the world. I don't care what they say.
I don't know about Heroic anymore.
Oh,
I don't know about them.
It was said a couple times. It was said a couple times. So I think both walk into this game with the idea that they are actually going to walk the walk after talking the talk. I am the best. We are the best team in the world. We're going to show you guys. It was mentioned by Shush in interviews. Apex said it as well. And this is the moment to say it all. It's great. Interviews are fine. I love it. It's fire. Great content for us. But now it's time to play.
Now it's time to play. And listen to the other teams too have been eliminated. You want to talk about going into the break. All of them are saying like, yeah, we've shown some positive things. We've shown some good things, but disappointment. That's the only emotion. Like going into the break with that kind of a loss, with that kind of a disappointment on it, you don't want to be heading into a longer break with that behind you. So one of these two teams is going to avoid that disaster of having to think about this loss for the next 2 weeks, the next 3 weeks before boot camp begins again. It's everything.
It absolutely is, and I think both these teams had a little bit of a vision in their mind that this might actually be the final. They were thinking about this potential opponent, even from the jump. And we had a little bit of a sit-down with both Vitality and Heroic to hear what they think about each other.
Do you feel like a lot of teams are playing more like you guys in the last year or 2 years or something as you've seen more success? Have you seen more teams try to do what you do?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen people having success with it, but also people who doesn't do it that great. And when we play them, sometimes we know, and we know how to think against it. Also, like outside of the game, playing what we call gris. Many people is doing that as well, like football.
Okay.
Our little game in the circle.
Yeah.
You see many teams do that as well now. So it's pretty fun how other teams.
Yeah, I see Vitality doing that.
Yeah, G2 as well.
G2, yeah.
FaZe we've seen as well.
Yeah, I remember at least quite a few times this year where we prepare for an opponent and you just see, okay, they just looked at all our demos, basically just looking at ourselves play sometimes, seeing someone trying to play like us. So I would say people have been trying to copy us as well, yeah.
You're still the best team right now in the world. What are you the best in the world at?
I think it's a couple of reasons. First, we have a player named Zaihu.
I mean, Zaihu is Zaihu. The best player in the world right now. We have Spinks, top 3 rifler in the world right now. Apex even doing a solid rating as an IGL, doing a lot of dirty work as well. And he has improved a lot as well, found his strength in calling again and, finding what he likes to call.
What Dan did with the coach team, we can play fast, we can play slow, we can play individual, we can play team-wise. I feel like we can play every aspect of CS.
Obviously, I would say that the whole play style around us is more around the explosive, but also the heroic play style. I think a lot of people they started adapting and playing a little bit like heroic because they were kind of the first team to play really explosive and reacting CS. And when I say that, it's whenever they had 5-on-4, they would still start pushing. But if they were 4-on-5, they would start pushing again. They would start rotating 3 guys, 1 guy staying on the side, 3 guys pushing. Okay, we got a kill. We go back to B. All these kind of moving around really fast, being unknown because you really don't know where people are going. And sometimes they would fake it. So I think the difference between us and Heroic right now is that their weakness right now is that they need momentum. And I think that's the difference between us and them is that we have seen us being behind multiple times. We have been coming back against FaZe and Anubis and we've been coming crazy comebacks because we focus on, we don't care if we're behind. We just play our game. We're not going to be afraid of pushing. We're not going to be afraid of going in and dying first. I'm not saying they are afraid of that, but I think whenever they don't have momentum, they don't have this full confidence of pushing everywhere, going here and then moving around all the time because the play style does require a lot of confidence. Whenever Heroic, they kind of break through this, I wouldn't call it a curse, but this period of where they're losing finals or losing in semi-finals, I think they're a team that could be one of the best in history in the future because they are a really, really good team.
A good team, but perhaps without that final element. That seemed to be the sentiment here from Magisk. Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously agree. I think he's spot on the money when it comes to Heroic, but I just wanted to say, if you're Vitality, if you want to be more than a good team, then this event is here for that. What are we looking for? What is the community looking for? Is for eras. That's the word we're always trying to look for. Who is dominating?
Yeah, those are overrated.
Who owns a part of the calendar? You say it's overrated? I love the fact that we can just by memory mention names of teams. The FaZe moments, the Liquid Grand Slam, Navi's domination. These are teams that are legendary, Astralis, defining even what an era was at some point. And if you're Vitality, you can see it's a very exclusive club of teams that have been able to win back-to-back-to-back events on participation. You're not looking to build an era, but you're looking to stamp your name in a part of the calendar where you were the one sitting on the throne, and you were undebatably the best team in the world. And this is what Vitality can do here in DC.
And I think May just kind of highlighted it as well. Sometimes the biggest difference is that momentum and that confidence you get from winning one event. Remember, when Vitality won Rio right ahead of the major, it was like, oh God, this might be that inflection point. This might be them actually now going into Paris with a surge of confidence about them. And that's exactly what they did, and they went and ran the table. And Heroic hasn't been able to do that because of all their issues. They might have been able to build up some momentum and some confidence, but they keep falling in the semifinals. They haven't been able to get to that point where they hit a critical mass where everything just gets a little bit easier because they've already done it. They've already been there. They've already cleared the way for themselves. That's what Heroic is trying to do in this grand final.
And now they've changed the conversation around that, right? They've shifted up their own approach to it, trying to bring in an element of humor, leaning into the memes, leaning into the curses, and we've seen it have some success, but it was shaky at best, shall we say, in their semifinal.
It's great up until now.
Yeah.
But when you go into the final, no. You come in, say you're the best, say it again, repeat it to yourself, say it in the mirror 5 times if that's what you need. Come into this and say, we are the best, and today we're going to prove we're the best.
I mean, listen, if it weren't for Cadian's 1v2, I guarantee you that meme would have turned extremely sour. Because this clutch literally saved them in that game versus Imperial. They had found a moment, and they were vocal about it, where they were just lost. They were lost for solutions, no idea what the hell is going on. The game is going faster than you are. And at that game, I think Magisk, once again, in the interview is right. Their play style requires confidence. How much movement, how much rhythm, how much aggression they put into the game. If they want to hit that peak where they become unplayable, have to be confident. And we know that there are times, moments on the stage where somehow the idea is here, but the execution is just a little slower, there's a little bit of doubt, and this is where you can pounce. And this is what I want to see from Heroic. I want to see the true, authentic Heroic style in the grand final.
Now to find out what we're going to see from Vitality, actually, the man we heard in an interview, now he's going to get the microscope shined onto him just a little bit. And for that, of course, we're going to need to bring in our favorite, my favorite, your favorite, the Mahone Zone. Give it up for the Mahone Zone!
Oh, you guys are making me blush. So what I want to talk about today is Magisk. You know, he's the reason why he's so good individually this event, highest T-side rated player on Vitality, is because of his ability to work around utility. So I got this round here that I want to point out. So first, we're going to watch the round and just pay attention to some of the details. You might not catch some of these things. So he comes out here towards this vent side. He somehow catches Hunter, unsuspecting, and then he gets a flash through the smoke to then find the player on top of Silo. But if you're a nerd like me, you want to look at the details. So first thing you're going to see here is that when he comes in, tosses a nade, throws the smoke down. Now this smoke is pretty important because what it does is it allows him to cross out through the door. But as well, the key thing to pay attention to is when he gets blinded, he actually pats towards the right side. He pats towards the right side, towards his vent side. And the reason why that's important is because typically, as a player coming out through this door, when you get blinded, you kind of want to actually hide behind the smoke on this right side. The problem with that, however, is that it's so common nowadays for CTs to spam this corner. It's so common. So by pathing along that side, it allows him to protect himself from that spam, but also to use this smoke to its fullest potential, because this smoke, although it covers this doorway side for this player to peek, it also provides protection from anyone peeking on top of hut. And that's because if you're a T who's playing in this T-side vent area, there's actually a one-way here. You can actually see the CT peeking on top of hut, whereas if you're the CT on the other side, it is much harder to see. This provides a one-way and more protection, so when Magisk comes out, he has so much safety coming out from this flash. So when he's blinded, he goes out to the right, and he's able to catch Hunter. And the reason why is because for Hunter, when he's coming out, he doesn't realize that there's this pocket of safety, and that's why he just carelessly goes through the door and gets caught by Magisk. That allows him to find this kill, and then he uses that one-way just a little bit before swinging out with the flash from ZywOo. Off that flash, he's able to get the kill, and that's how he gets these 2 entries onto the site. So it's really his ability to work around these nades, and it's all these tiny details where he knows how to work around it, and that is what I'm going to be looking forward to for Magisk on their T sides.
That's right, give it up for the Mahone Zone one more time. That's what we like to hear. But no, highlighting Magisk here as we talk about Vitality. I think we talked about it last night as well after their semifinals. So often, he's maybe not the one that we focus on, but he is so reliable delivering for this team.
Yeah, he's become such an integral part of their T side. Honestly, I think this is where, to an extent, he might still be a little bit underrated right now. And you can understand that when you're in a team with Spinks and ZywOo, of course, a whole lot of conversation is going to be around these players, and the numbers will usually reflect on their dominance. But the work that Magisk does on the T side, specifically trading, mid-rounds, stabilizing weird positions, weird situations, the way it happened in this great breakdown that we had from Mahone, this is where his step-up is directly correlated to Vitality's success. We're talking about the last 4 tournaments, no event below 1.1. This is a Magisk that's been stepping up massively.
Yeah, and they need it too, which is great to see because he's one of their core creators on the map. When you add him into the Spinks, you mentioned Spinks is a top 3 rifler. You obviously have ZywOo, but those 3 are kind of your heaviest hitting Vitality players. So the fact that Magisk is able to be that consistent with it is wonderful for this team. It's a great weapon to have, and it's a much needed weapon to have as well. Once you get down to the Apexes and the Duprees, they're great, not creators the same way.
And I like the fact that we are comparing Spinks and Magisk in terms of numbers, because they might be relatively similar, but I do feel like Magisk is much more consistent. Maybe the highs is a little less high, the peaks might be not that impressive, but he will provide. Whereas Spinks, he has moments where he just takes over the game. Multi-kill ratio, absolutely stupid, ridiculous, but he will have game where he doesn't really find the rhythm, where he struggles just a little bit. You need to have someone that gives you consistency and that is reliable for you.
And I think their playstyles are, like when I think of Spinks, it's someone who's actually going to be a little bit more of an aggressor and take control of some certain situation. I think of Magisk, I just think he's going to own this part of the map. He's going to be like, this one right here, this little box, this square in the mini-map, it's mine.
It's mine.
No one else is taking it.
Taking domination, taking control, delivering that over for Vitality, but there is also one man who we, of course, have to talk about. I know he's one of your favorites to talk about. It's slightly different. It's going to be a different lens. You'll like this one, Jason. It's a different lens, but first we're going to hear from the man himself. We're going to hear from ZywOo.
At the beginning of this tournament, the team spoke a lot about not having the goal set because of you won the major, you achieved what you wanted. Now with the chance to win 3 championships in a row, though, is that like a new goal?
Yeah, it's almost a new goal for us because, yeah, like you said at the beginning against Apple, it wasn't pretty for us, but we have a lot of talk, a lot of what we need to do, what is going to be the next challenge for us, and obviously we managed. At the end, we said we just want to finish a good season, and obviously with a win. And today is final, and we're gonna do everything for that.
Now, I also wanted to ask around you. We look at you as the superstar for the team, but even in a game like yesterday on Nuke, which is only a map you played not your normal standard, you guys still won. Does this feel extra good for you that, it's not just relying on you like it has in the past?
Yeah, actually it's a good feeling because the team show character, because especially for Spinks and me, we didn't show a crazy thing. We wasn't superstar, like you said, but we still managed to win, and that's also a good feeling. You still can focus on what you need to do, and also the team is behind us to win the game. So that's the best feeling, and that's also less pressure on my shoulder also. So that's perfect, yeah.
We'll take less pressure, that's for sure. Now, in terms of the run you had here, Cloud9, FaZe, G2, now Heroic. This will be one monstrous event to kind of do it in and get a big win. But do you think that Heroic now is improved since the last time you faced them in Rio?
I think no one changed in Rio. Everyone still is gonna be the same playstyle. It's gonna be the same every week. We just need to play our game. If we manage to play since 2 months now, we can beat anyone anyway. So we are not scared about every week.
And who do you think has the most pressure on the game? You guys wanting the 3 championships, them with their curse of not being able to win in finals?
Yeah, I think it's 50-50. We all want to win today, so we want to finish good this season. And yeah, I think it's 50-50. We all have pressure today, and yeah, I think it's gonna be great game against Eric.
It's not often that you hear a superstar player describe the feeling after a map they underperformed on as the best feeling.
Look, some of the numbers that we're showing you guys are actually mind-blowing. Can you imagine that in the Vitality jersey, ZywOo has only ever won 5 maps in which he had a negative KD?
I actually
it has happened 5 times out of 500.
I can believe that.
That's a 1% occurrence. How ridiculous is that?
That's pretty crazy.
And it is not to say that he doesn't have maps where he shies away a little bit, but there is a direct correlation. If he is not fragging, they are not winning. This used to be the rules for Vitality, and they broke that rule against G2 at the perfect moment. He said it. Third map, he was a little bit lost T-side, couldn't get it rolling, couldn't get it going. He had a couple of moments on the CT side, but this was far away from the stratospheric ZywOo we can see. But the team was here to pick it up. Magis was here, Apex was here on the CT side as well. Dupree had moments. That in itself, it's worth so much for Vitality to have kind of broken this linear dependency.
They're going to have to prove that they can do that consistently,
Listen,
right? Or maybe last night was just like the exception to the rule, right? Like they got to prove they got to do it again. If he's got a quiet game in these finals against Heroic, I don't know if they're going to be able to pull that one off. Might be able to. We'll see.
It's astounding as well that we look at these numbers and we say, well, for ZywOo, that's rather pedestrian. That's the full series. It's still pretty good.
Hear me out. ZywOo currently has a 1.20 rating at this event, and that's the worst of this year.
Yeah.
That is the situation we're looking at. ZywOo is now currently in his 59th event in a row with a positive rating. This man has never had a negative LAN rating in his entire goddamn career. That is what we're looking at. I'm not making this up. These are the numbers. These are the facts.
I believe you. Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's pretty good, right?
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah.
I think Cold Zero did the same thing for
59 in a row?
Yeah, he did like 2 years without a negative event. He did great. Yeah, there's plenty of people who have done this with ZywOo. I want more out of the man. I want more.
I do want more too, all the time.
Always craving more, that's Jason. But a team that we've also been craving a lot more from, and they've been craving more for themselves, we're going to talk about Heroic now. It's always been the case. We talk about this team. They are great. They are phenomenal. They should maybe be the best, but they just haven't been able to get it over those final lines in tournaments, and now they have their best chance perhaps yet.
And I think one of the biggest things is going to be the pressure of that knowledge on Heroic is going to be a huge thing to have to overcome, but also the idea that you fail so many times in the semifinal that now that you get into the grand final, like this kind of has to be one where you take advantage of it because you're not getting these opportunities as much, right? They used to make a couple more finals here and there. We saw them in Rio, obviously over in Copenhagen last year, but now you don't. You're just getting stopped in Dallas in the semifinal. You're getting stopped at the major in the semifinal. You're getting upset now. So here in this grand final, you also have to have the realization in the back of your head that these aren't going to be every event occurrences anymore. These aren't going to. You're not going to have this chance every single time the way you used to.
And I'm going to be honest. I was kind of asking myself the question: if you're Heroic, how do you feel after this semifinal? Right? I was trying to put myself in their shoes. You can look at it different ways. On one hand, you did allow Imperial to come back in an incredibly horrifying fashion, 15-7 into overtime. You were at loss for solution. But on the other, you kind of survived the crash. You got away when you thought this was all going to fall apart. So I don't exactly know, emotionally speaking, where do you find yourself?
Players don't think like that in those matches, though. That's like the conversation we have on the outside.
Talking about
like
now.
Yeah, I know, but like players don't look at it and be like, oh, we just like narrowly got out of that one. Like, oh dear God, like I can't believe we almost lost to Imperial. They're just like, boom, we're in the grand final.
Booyah.
Thank God. Like we're in the grand final now. We've passed the test and we get to move on. It's not a matter of winning or losing close the way that we would look at it as analysts. It's a matter of we won. That's it.
But in that moment, in what we've talked about with Heroic of chokes and losses and upsets, it almost felt in that match last night that as much as they were playing against Imperial, they were also looking in the mirror. They were playing against themselves. Sure. They were playing against their history. They were playing against their ghosts.
But that is the history of Heroic as a team, as a roster. I mean, I have no problem saying that I think Heroic is the team that has the most revolutionized Counter-Strike in short history. That is it. Like, they've been the team that have changed the meta the most. They've been the one coming in with more movement, more gamble, more aggression, more risks taken. Nobody was really playing the Heroic style before that. But the question has always been, and will always be, are you able to play that incredibly hard play style when the pressure is at its highest? And when they do, they're unplayable. You see how they play sometimes in group stage? It's ridiculous.
Yeah. But also think of it this way, too. Like, when you set the meta like that, you get to be dominant for a period, right? Because you're bringing out something new. They just mentioned in that interview that everyone is starting to look at their demos. Everyone's starting to adopt a few things. They can sense it inside the server. They're no longer setting the meta. They have set it, and now everyone's caught up, and now everyone has brought elements of that into their own style, which makes them equally as difficult to beat in the current moment. So you no longer have the advantage of being the most knowledgeable team of this style of play.
And I mean, as well, when you're the example that everyone's looking to, everyone knows what you're doing to some extent because you're being studied, you're being understood, you're being learned about, and now you got to maybe find that next dimension. But to find out how they're approaching the final, James Banks caught up with Katie ahead of this game.
So you got over the semi-final curse. You guys are doing this new style of interviews for sure. But does this mean there is less pressure for you now?
I mean, now it's just a grand final curse, right? You know, we had the Katowice final, the Rio final, 2 losses. Before that, obviously, we had a great win in Blast Royal Arena. So there is chances, there is possibilities, but we're not expecting to win.
Do you honestly feel like this unique approach is helping those so far? Because in that game against Imperial, you definitely could have lost it, and yet you still managed to get through it, where normally we've seen you crumble in the past.
Maybe it will. I mean, we're at least trying a different approach, you know, like what we've been doing the last few times hasn't worked out. So we're trying something else. And maybe it's also not about if it works for me, but if it works for others.
And in this matchup in particular, do you feel like there's more pressure on Vitality?
I think it depends a bit on how you view it and what camp you're on. Because in a way, you know, they've also secured what they need to do. You know, they had 2 phenomenal trophies in a row. The Rio run and the major one, which was by far the most important one for them. So, I mean, they want to cement themselves as the best team in the world. But I think no matter the result today, they have done that. Right now, they are the best team in the world. There's no doubt. When you win the tournament before the major and you then win the major, in my eyes, the last tournament is not really going to change it. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping we can play a good game. I'm hoping that we'll show the strength that we have. Play the Counter-Strike we're capable of. I want to show the crowd, I want to show the world just exactly what we're capable of. And we can play some freaking amazing CS, I know that.
And that's what it's all about, right? Because you said to me at the end of Rio when you lost that you didn't show up that day. So what have you done to make sure you can come in the right attitude, in the right way? Because in the games, even where we've seen you normally struggle, I've been more impressed this time by Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously talked about it, tried to find solutions, and we have some different tools that we're going to try to use. And obviously the idea of the boys of also trying to meme a little bit about the losing some of the important games has been part of this tournament as well. But I think, you know, also just, yeah, it's defeats, it's losses, it's sad times, but it is experience, you know. You try it, you learn, and the next time hopefully you do better, and I think that's the main theme.
Still really don't know what to make of a player saying they're about to lose a grand final. I just really, it's so hard to figure out where to take that. But it's worked to get them to this point.
I think it's one of these scenarios where at this point, if the whole team buys into it, you know what, just do whatever you want. Like, my opinion doesn't care. We don't care about that. If they believe in what they're doing, if they believe that's the process for them to break the curse, all the power to you.
I think KD let it slip though. I think he was just like, yeah, I don't think he buys into that strategy. He's just like, it's not for me. It's for these other guys. You know, I'm good. I'm showing up and I'm going to deliver. It's for the rest of my teammates.
And to be fair, he's been delivering a whole lot. And now, when I was telling you about how much there is going into this grand final, I wasn't making this up. We have here the quote coming in from Trishan. He says, we want to put them in their place. And again, that is this little bit of a tug of war between Vitality and Heroics. Like, I'm the best team in the world. No, I'm the best team in the world. I have the trophies. I have consistency. Yeah. Where do we stand now? And I think this is why we're clashing in the grand final.
Yeah, shout out to our boy Shush for giving that quote too. I like that. Don't give me that waffling. Don't give me the memes in the grand final just saying, we're here, we want to prove we're the best. And that's great. That's exactly what you want to do. And Vitality, yeah, prove you're the best against Heroic, but you also got to prove it against the world now because of this run you've been on that's been so spectacular. You got to close it out here in the playoffs. You played all the best teams in the world where you didn't have to do it in Paris. Still have some people scratching their heads over that one. This one settles it. This one decides everything.
It's the gauntlet. It's the gauntlet. It's, if you're talking about a who's who of who to prove yourself against in Counter-Strike, this has been the run here at the Blast Premier Spring Final, and this is the cherry on top. Can they do it? Can they complete that run against every team that even has a claim to saying we're the best in the world and show that there is only Vitality, bar none?
Yeah, they can. Of course they can. That's why they're here and they believe in it. I would argue that they've already proven a whole lot at this event. They've shown character, they've shown composure. There were multiple moments where they could have just gone astray. We talk about the start against Imperial, very, very rocky. You could have seen a team just roll over. I mean, teams that have won the major famously right behind have crashed. I think Na'Vi is probably the only team out there who didn't have this drop-off, who kept on going with wins.
Yeah, they were the first.
Exactly. Yep. Most teams in general, hugely hungover, as we've all have been once here and there, and they've been struggling.
Not known for, yeah.
It's happened a couple times.
A couple times.
Here and there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge test for Vitality to be able to win that one. I think, I mean, Heroic's the best opponent you can have up against him, but just the fact of the teams they've beaten, and you're exactly right. Not just the teams they've beaten in the route they've taken here, but also, as you mentioned, ZywOo having an off game, still winning. That's a massive performance.
It is a massive performance indeed, but it's going to require another one. And before we get to that massive performance, it's time for a short break. And the time has come. We're so very nearly there at the Blast Premier Spring Final to kick our grand final off. Vitality, Heroic, only one of these teams will be allowed to touch this trophy and take a win into the player break.
And not only is there history between these two squads, but also we are having a rematch of the IM Rio Grand Final. That in itself is a very spicy fact, it's a very spicy take. I think we can have a look at the maps very quickly. The veto is a little bit different this time around. Vitality is stuck with their guns. They went from Vertigo, 16-13 victory in Rio, but Heroic is trying to take a little bit of more a curvy, bally type way with the Mirage pick instead of Inferno. What's your take on the Mirage pick?
I think it's a little bold from them, considering if you go back to the Major, what they had that great game against FaZe on Mirage, where I think Shush blew up on the CT side. They decimated him in the finals, knocked him out of the event, eliminated him from the tournament, but then you went in and later on against Gamer Legion, they got absolutely destroyed on the map as well. So I don't know. It's a bit interesting. It's got to just be like recency bias, recency confidence on it, but it's a map in where they've had some great wins and some devastating losses as well.
And it sets the stage for a little bit of a question mark headed into this matchup, right? A little bit of a spice injected into a matchup we've already had play out before.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And we talked with Apex, and we mentioned the changes that they had very recently done to Mirage, right? For a moment, it was Spinks that was in a connected position. They changed that. They brought Apex because they thought they needed a bit more craziness.
A little bit more chaos.
We wanted to see. We're going to see if the chaos is actually what they need on that map.
Well, we're not going to make you wait anymore, DC. It's time to get players out here onto the stage, ready to play. So make some noise. Let's welcome them in. Welcome to the Blast Spring Final here in Washington, DC.
That I do it so good. Look at the way that I do what I should. Look at the way that I got you amazed. You see the look on your face. Look at the way that I bang with the bass. Look at the way that I'm running the place. Look at the way that I'm keeping the pace. You see the smoke, well look at the flame.
Look, Acadian, Heroic have finally done it. And that's where Vitality lock in grand finals.
I see the look in your eyes. It be the look of surprise. That's just a part of the game. Gotta look for the prize. Look at the way that we ain't gonna fall. Look at the way that we are gonna rise. Look at the way that I answer the call. Look at the way that I know it.
The semi-finals curse has been lifted and a new mentality has been applied. They are going into the games with a smile on their face, saying that they're going to fail. Deep down, we know they want it, and now they have the chance to grab it. Can they break through the mental barrier to be the spring final champions? Make some noise for Heroic! The goal was achieved in Paris, but a new one has been set. 3 consecutive championships in their last 3 events attended could be achieved today. All eyes on the new prize that would without a doubt make them the #1 team in the world. V is for victory. V is for Vitality. The stage is set, the teams are ready. It's time for the grand finals. Heroic versus Vitality.
V may be for victory, but it remains to be seen if that will be for victory in DC. I'm just naming letters at this point, but it all comes down to this. It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike, to this matchup, to define how we end what could be the last season in CSGO.
Is it really so? Is that the last game of the season? I kind
Depends
of
on
want it to
Valve.
It's the last game of the season.
It's the last game of the season.
The last one, all on the line.
Oh my God.
It's going to hurt. It's going to be weird without Counter-Strike.
It's going to be so strange without the game. But hey, these are thoughts for the after party. Now we're ready for the grand final.
Now we are indeed. The stage is set. And so one question just remains here, boys. Who's it going to be? Who's going to lift that trophy?
You asking me?
I'm asking you.
Let's ask you guys. Heroic?
You guys, you think it's Vitality? That's what I'm talking about.
I think it's going to be Heroic. I'm taking Heroic on this one.
I think the crowd's taking it over. When Cadian was setting up, the crowd started cheering for him. That's some good energy for them in the stadium for once.
Well, you ask why. Let's talk about this. KDN is matching ZywOo's rating at the moment. He's matching ZywOo's rating at the moment. We know KDN's going to step up in the big moments. Stound is like the 3rd best rated player of this event. He's going to have a good one, and he's going to come in here and bang him out.
That's your argument?
Yeah, that's
It's happening every single event until the grand final?
It's happening this time.
Oh my God. Listen, it's going to be Vitality. I know it. They know it. Let's see what happens now.
Well, let's see if our casters know it, because I know another pair that deliver in big moments. For your grand final, DC, I present to you Scrawny and Launders on the mic. And Maui! And Maui Snake!
Yes, and Maui. Thank you so much, guys. A special moment here. Okay, but before we begin the match, okay, we've lost a friend in Valorant, so we'd like to take a second and have everybody join us in a moment of silence, whether you're with us in the arena or watching along at home, as we pay our respects to Twistin, who tragically passed away this week. Thank you so much. And it's always difficult to lose somebody, of course, but when it's this close to us as well, whichever game it's from, whichever corner of esports or otherwise, it means that much more. So, of course, mental health is to always be taken very seriously, and we wanted to offer our condolences, obviously, and give a second for Twistin to celebrate his life and passing, unfortunately. From Vitality, of course, who he played on. And now we've got a big match where Vitality are here, obviously represented in the finals. They are the team that we believe, you know, to be the best, to be the team to be able to take this game. And on a serious note with Heroic, they're the team that are looking for a win at a tournament, and this is their last chance to do it. This will be very serious tonight, obviously, for this match, for this grand finals. And even though Heroic have been joking online about losing the game and then ending up winning it, in their heads, of course, coming into this match versus Vitality, it's going to be extremely serious, and nerves are going to be incredibly important.
There's a mental game that Heroic are trying to play with what they're getting at, saying that their road was going to end at the top 4, that they were going to lose Imperial. I think Shush even said they're going to lose today also. So they're trying a different recipe for success, whereas usually KDN is one to try to rally the troops, try to bring everybody together with these big motivational speeches. It seems like he's taking a complete opposite approach, and it does seem like in some way, maybe it could work because they were able to fight off their demons yesterday against Imperial. We saw that collapse as it was unfolding, but they were still able to weather the storm. They were still able to put forward a victory to slot themselves into these grand finals. And it's one of those moments where, who knows? I think this game will help us figure out if it is actually the right method for them.
We hit a point now where obviously you get Imperial off your back. You get into this grand finals, you get one more chance. All of these shortcomings, from semis to quarters, the disappointment that has been growing on top of Heroic, one final chance to just tip the scales ever so slightly back into your favor. This is a team that so many were excited for after the Rio major run, from grand finals to the trophy lift in Copenhagen. It felt like they had arrived. It felt like they got their flowers and that they were truly number one. To touch that again right towards the tail end of the season, at the final match of this season. That's why KDN is going to take an extra second tonight.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's talked about going into a break after a loss, after whatever, even Device talked about, you know, losing that game to Complexity, and just now that he has to ruminate in it for the rest of the off season into the next season, not knowing what's happening next. And he said, I'm going to be tilted for that whole thing. And that's a really real feeling that you can't avoid. You know, every time someone gets eliminated from the major, they talk about how it's so hard because you have to watch everyone else play that major out, knowing it could have been you in that place. And right now for Heroic, you know, it's a team that thinks a lot and a team that probably has the most to prove in terms of winning to be in another grand final. I think it's the perfect team and opponent for Vitality in this grand final.
Yeah. It's the last opponent that Vitality needs to kind of check off the list, right? Big wins as this event has gone on. To get away from that whole narrative of lesser opposition at the major and to do it here and now versus some of the best, and to take it away from Heroic one last time. Pressure's on. Challenge at a peak to finish off the CSGO season.
So let's just get it out of the way. Who do you think is going to win?
I've got Vitality in this one.
I have Vitality as well. 3
I have
in a row.
Vitality. Who should I curse?
This is a game, though, for Vitality where they could win 3 tournaments in a row. Obviously, they took IEM Dallas off on their own accord, and it seems to, in some ways, created a little bit of rust. You saw that they had to shake off those cobwebs on day number 1 versus Imperial, but once they did, they look incredible. They took down G2, who were so strong on Inferno, kind of in a weird series overall in terms of who was winning what map on that, but still getting the job done at the end of the day. And the devs talked about it. Maniac really honed in on the point. This Vitality team is able to win even if ZywOo isn't the one that's producing.
Mm-hmm. You asked the question in the interview with 2 of the Vitality players back in the locker rooms during media day and said, you're the best team right now. What makes you the best? And I thought that was a very apt question because there's something about the way that they play that it brings into question, you know, exactly how scared are other teams of playing Vitality. Because for some reason, it doesn't feel like Vitality coming into Paris. They didn't feel like, for some reason, a tournament favorite. They weren't bookmaker favorites. I don't even think they were top 2. You know, it was like G2 and Heroic before them. Yet they had won Rio right before that. So there's something strange going on there. And in yesterday's game, you know, we saw them win. They kept their nuke streak alive. We saw a little different performance from ZywOo, even though he had some impact in that second half. But even within that series, I was thinking, man, G2 are playing some better rounds than them. So we've got a period of dominance for Vitality, but for me, there are still some questions for some reason.
One of the questions I didn't think I was going to have to ask myself was, where was ZywOo? Right? Maniac brings up this incredible stat of 5 negative maps across the entire time that he has, you know, been in this Vitality roster.
For maps they
Vitality.
win.
Yeah, for maps they win. Obviously, no ZywOo, no win. That's what this has always meant. But then right just last night, before this grand finals, before their attempt at a 3rd victory in a row, we get to see it. We get to see what happens when Spinks and Magus can take over a server. You know, and despite the shortcomings of dupreeh at the start of this event as well, we've seen his upticks. On Anubis particularly, dupreeh's double kill extravaganza. Every single round we were looking at multi-kills from him. This is what Vitality were hoping to have when they first built this team, but it took so long to make it.
Another thing about them is that we look at Vitality in mid-rounds, and when ZywOo's alive, the way he's able to play off of his incredibly experienced teammates in dupreeh, in Magisk, Apex as well, is why I, for one, believe tremendously when I see them play against anybody in the server, because if they can tether off of each other in moments, if they're able to play ABC Counter-Strike, and those kind of times, those moments, their fundamentals are incredible. They're some of the strongest I see, and they're so versatile too because everybody knows how to create win conditions on this team. Spinks probably wants to play his own game the most, but in terms of what dupreeh, Magisk, and Apex have seen throughout their careers, they know how to turn a losing round into a winning round, and they also know how to make sure that when they're ahead, they don't give up big leads too. They understand where they could be losing a round, and just shoring those kind of moments up is why Vitality, to me, is not necessarily jumping off the page with firepower, with explosiveness, with incredible strategies, but to me, they are overall the most versatile team.
Having trophies and experience is one thing, but a huge conversation in Counter-Strike is who's trending right now, who's the most confident right now, who's good right now. And you know, when we look at the amount of majors on Vitality, it's intimidating to see that trophy cabinet and to think other than they're going to win everything. But for a long time with this roster, they weren't. They were winning a tournament a year, 2 tournaments a year, doing fairly good. I mean, even during Navi's dominant period, they had won 1 event that year. It was the only tournament anyone had won. And that was great. But for the 8 majors between them, up until they won Paris, it didn't feel like there was a one-to-one with how much they had won in the past on different rosters and how good they are now. And now it's starting to feel like that. The costs are starting to get justified. And some of the players who came on, the Danish duo, who came on because of their fear aura that they created on Astralis, how much they brought to that, you know, period of dominance, that era, the longest era in CSGO, and the 4 majors, and now 5 and 4 between dupreeh and Magis. It's starting to all make sense. And we are seeing that, you know, dupreeh, after his performance started to taper off for a couple of years after joining Vitality, he's been a massive part of huge wins, huge comebacks, T-sides, and now within tournaments, I mean, it doesn't feel like a guy who has too much experience and is resting on his laurels. Same thing for Magisk. And Magisk is so much younger, that's what we forget. He came onto Astralis a little later, replaced Kirby, picked up a 4th major here on this new Vitality, and I think is really showing his youth in terms of how active he's been in lots of rounds in these big, important games.
Well, I think it's about time. DC, you think it's about time we get this final started?
Is this a better crowd than Dallas?
That's in your hands. But one thing is, this is the last, best of 3, the last game of CSGO this season, and it's on your doorstep. So let's go all night long. In a second. I feel bad. I played on dupreeh's computer during the show match, and now he's the guy having all the problems.
What did you were the one hitting desks?
Yeah, man, I was kicking out cables, dude.
What are you doing?
Well,
FPX max 0?
You know, they had to hold us back, Maui. They had to hold us back.
They didn't help you guys. They didn't force you guys to lose. No. We tied that fair and square.
Yeah, nobody lost somehow.
Except for the bottom fragger.
Yeah, who was that?
Who was that?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
There we go.
They both speak French.
Yeah, they both speak French.
I'm just saying, I opt that whole CT side, and I had Shiro and Device on my team, and I had more. Come on.
You had more off kills than Shiro.
I would like to take
combined.
this opportunity to retire officially from CS2.
From CS2?
Whoa,
wow,
jeez.
The first CS2 retirement.
Yep. Breaking all the records.
Wikipedia, take that one down.
It's one way to make history. Can't lose if you don't try.
We haven't really talked about the maps or anything yet.
Yeah, it's an interesting map pool. Was it Vertigo,
Mirage into Inferno?
Right.
Vitality think that they're the best T-side Vertigo team in the world.
Yeah.
Apex has said that statement to me clear as day. That's what he thinks. But I sometimes feel like it's just individuals that just get it.
I agree.
I don't always know if it's teamwork that's getting them far, because I think the memory that I have most vividly of their T-side Inferno is dupreeh charging at Cloud9 at IEM Rio, not the major, the more recent tournament, and just destroying everybody. And that was just a mechanical display of brilliance.
Yeah, T-side statements for Vitality kind of rubbed me the wrong way a little bit. I think where they really shine is their CT sides, the variety of setups that they bring, 15 rounds and a half, 15 different setups. I think that's where Apex has really shown like a super solid, dynamic game plan throughout a lot of their maps. And they are so good right now. Of course, they're still doing very well on T-side, but like when they say best of the best, or well, even on Nuke when they played that T-side versus G2, I was thinking this is pretty good. They are pulling some stuff off, but it's not like Kerrigan level calling, in my opinion, for the T-sides. But the thing is, they keep getting it over the line. And like until yesterday, they had 2 8 and 9 map win streaks on Anubis and Nuke, and it's actually crazy how strong their map pool is from top to bottom.
I think one thing that I appreciate as an uptick for Vitality, it's Apex actually changed himself this year.
Seriously.
Apex genuinely stopped dying as often as he would, and I think Vertigo, it's a great first map to showcase exactly that, because his aggression on short down ramp at times just looked so careless.
Yes.
Right? And there were operas ready for him. It was like without utility, without his teammate. There was just a carelessness to Apex's play, specifically on ramp. And that's where I first noticed, like, wait, he's trying something. He's trying to stay alive while he calls. And just seeing that alongside ZywOo on ramp is something that, you know, made me believe in the Vitality success prior to Paris. And then we saw it. I think it's a huge part of it.
Yeah, coming out of, you know, 2020, the online period, it's like every IGL got together and they're like, all right, dying for information is not good enough anymore. Everybody needs to stay alive for a little longer and work harder to get info, even if that means not flashing through a smoke and just seeing things. Because no matter how good your other 4 are, there are teams that have 5 now. There are teams that will punish that too often, and that 5v4 stat has been one of the most important stats in CSGO from 2013 till now. And Apex is one of the IGLs that got it together. You know, Kerrigan definitely got it together for the better part of last year. They're going to struggle, of course. They know individually they can't keep up to the level of some of the teammates around them, but they have a baseline, a threshold that they need to reach, and that consistency barrier was breached by Apex, as he's definitely been doing a lot as an individual player. And again, I think it was 2018, he had like a 1.18 rating on the year or something like that. He had a really, really strong year, and he was maybe the best entry fragger at the time. But his life has changed so much.
Yeah, and I think what has led, though, to the uptick in their Vertigo is likely conversations that they had. The way that Scrawny mentioned how Apex was dying and how he's not anymore, it seems much easier and more considered how he's playing with ZywOo, because they are playing on that A ramp, both on CT and T side together. And so, to me, when we saw Apex dying last year, it frequently felt like...
Oh, wait, yo. That's a souvenir case.
Oh, you're right. Well, let's...
Hold on.
We're ready to risk it all.
Hold on.
For a gray.
Okay.
Well, we'll see what stickers are on it.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah.
No, but the way he's playing off of him and the way that ZywOo can now actually trade off of him. Before it was just random, he's jumping behind a smoke, making all the noise in the world, and then finding himself dead with no trade to be found. I think something that goes along with that is ZywOo so characteristically uses the A1S on this map and barely ops. And so it's a lot easier for him to be mobile and active behind his in-game leader so that he's either finding those trades or they're just simply doubling up on kills.
Dude, it's interesting how many times ZywOo in his career, in this 4-year span, has tried to get away from the op. I mean, when Navera joined the team, he's like, oh, I don't have to op on Inferno at all. They started playing B with an MP9.
Yeah.
And honestly, that was working out pretty well for Vitality. Like, they actually had a very strong, they were at a very strong point at that time. But his versatility is crazy. Like the amount of AK kills he gets to op kills, there's no other opera that actually has as many rifle kills as ZywOo. So can understand it. But unfortunately, if you're the best player on the team, you're going to want to be set up with the best gun, even if it's not maybe the style of play that you want or like the best. It's the most responsible. We've seen Simple try to get off the op in the past, and like he did great with a rifle, but his team couldn't win as many rounds.
I kind of want to get to know this crowd a little bit better since we've got the chance. First of all, you guys have been great for the side.
Yes.
There we go.
Very true.
Thank you. That's it. That's it.
I'm curious, do we have Canadians in the crowd? Oh. No, hold on. We'll come back.
What is this?
We'll let them have their chant. Wait.
USA.
I'm very curious. Any Europeans in the crowd? No. Whoa. Hold on. Any Australians? I'm going to try once more. Canadians? And what about Americans?
Oh, the pandering's crazy right now. We are 2/3 Canadian. I don't want to hear this.
But you know, NA Counter-Strike, there's always that little sprinkle of Canadian in it.
Yeah,
right?
any French Canadians?
We.
Whoa. We're not all bad.
Is the best pizza on the West Coast? Is the best pizza on the East Coast?
Yeah, that's right. They know what they're talking about. They know what they're saying. Oh, he loves the camera operators. Okay. That's getting real specific.
Yeah. an eye on him.
Oh, jeez.
A Kerrigan fan as well. I'd like to clear my name. I actually didn't sabotage this setup. Now this has gotten into the realm of like a real problem.
Yeah.
Game 6.
Okay.
While you guys are pumped up, I do want to ask a special moment here right before we hand it over to him. I'm not the only one that thinks Darth Mike has been incredible all weekend, right?
That's too much.
There you
That's
go.
too much.
You
Thank
can
you,
live it
DC. You guys are amazing. Hell yeah. An NA crowd, man. We don't even need that many. We are mighty here in North America. We love our Counter-Strike.
Listen, the US tour has been amazing, honestly. People in Dallas have been great.
It's been
here
nice,
in Washington,
yeah.
just such a good time. I feel like I've lived here for 10 years now. It's been only 2 weeks.
Yeah, good food.
I'm ready.
You love the food, don't you?
I do love the food here.
Yeah, food's great.
It helps when we're in Georgetown. It's some quality food all around. But we're going to have some quality CS. But there's a little bit more time until we get to that point, until we're ready for this game to go live. So we cut you off a little bit earlier on, Matthew.
Yeah, I think that was good for Jason that we cut off because he was trying to make the point that Heroic was going to win, and then production shut down the dog. Just they knew he was going to embarrass himself.
They hit the button. They were like, get him out, bail him
like
out.
His moment, like he's about to look like a fool.
They saw you gearing up.
Sent the game. That's what they had to do. So that's where we stopped the conversation.
You want to pick it up? Here's my question.
Okay.
If Heroic win this grand final.
Okay, let me just get into the right mindset.
Yeah. Just imagine a world, a parallel
I am
universe.
imagining the world. Okay.
In a world
where
Heroic can claim a trophy.
Exactly, one of those. Are they the best team in the world?
Ooh. Are they the best team in the world, Matthew? To you. I don't want to know what they think. I know what they think. What do you think?
Vitality's coming off the Paris win, the major.
A close game into a win for Heroic doesn't make them the kings right now.
Okay.
What if they dominate? What if they blow them out?
If they dumpster them completely, then yes, the door may be open.
The degree of victory matters.
Exactly.
The level
to me
of victory.
it does.
Okay.
To me it does. Because I think it would be unfair just to say, hey, you've beaten them this one best of 3 now. Welcome to the stage. Welcome, Mr. President, please.
Yeah.
That would be way too easy. Vitality had 2 trophies back to back. It would have been a really unilateral victory, Jason, for me to envision the idea.
Okay, I like that. That's fair. I was just wondering. I wasn't actually trying to take a shot or anything.
Purely
like
hypothetically.
Yeah. No, I think it's fair too, considering the Vitality streak they've been on, first in Rio, first in Paris as well. Like the Vitality, I think firmly probably in the rankings, especially the best team in the world, even if they lose here today. But Heroic, there's like almost an honor in winning, where you get to feel like you're the best team in the world.
Yeah, and in this moment, you know what? You actually are. In this very moment, in this window of time, if you go in 2-0 Vitality, then yes, today you're the best team in the world. But we always look in that time. We're looking at a period of time to know who's going to be on the throne, and I think it would just keep the dialogue more active and animated if they were to beat them today.
Yeah.
I mean, winning this trophy here, it's almost like getting the last word before we cut to a break.
Sort of.
No one else can dispute it until we come back into competition.
Yeah.
You get this whole period of time where you get to bask in the glory of that win, and you don't immediately have to go into another qualifier, another matchup, another best of 3 group stage game where maybe you're going to get upset. You just get to take that victory forward.
Everything resets over that month, right?
It kind of does.
Like no one has to take it away from you. Then we come back and we're like, all right, who's going to be the best team out of the break?
And we don't even know what's coming after that break.
No, we don't.
Can you imagine like the amount of fog of war that there is when it comes to the second season of Counter-Strike? We don't even know the goddamn version is going to be.
Yeah.
CSGO, CS2 living around the corner. If you're Vitality, you could technically have won 3 out of the last 4 CSGO events just to close it.
Look,
you're basically
that's
stamping your name on.
Time for me to make a good note. As teams are considering changes headed into Counter-Strike 2, undefeated coach in Counter-Strike 2 right here.
Are you looking for a job? Is that what
No
you're
losses.
doing?
I'm just putting it out there for consideration.
He's right. We didn't lose.
Technically,
we did not lose.
Everybody
that's a
else
win in my book.
Everybody else lost. Watching you guys play CS.
Unfortunately, there are no ties here. We cannot have 2 winners. We are only going to have 1 champion. Will it be Vitality? Will it be Heroic?
Oh, baby.
Damn.
Baby.
Is it going to be an awesome grand final? Is this a killer crowd? And is this going to be a quick break?
From the online era, all 3 finals, it's a win. You take the Pinnacle Championship, it's a win. You take Atlanta, it's a win. I don't play finals and lose, and that's just how it is.
Oh,
so
cool. Yeah.
The first one was like the major, and obviously that was the biggest one, right? So it hurt a lot, but I was waking up and I was like, I don't want to be that guy. And I knew that beating FaZe would be super tough, but I also had a lot of belief. We had all our friends, we had our family. This was not the first tournament where we had support, but it was definitely the tournament where we had the most support. In a way, it just felt like this was the right tournament to win for us.
Honestly, great conversations today. Do you have anything where, I've had like a fan I met in Hong Kong, and the funniest moment was he was in the audience, and I was like behind the stage. Yeah. And he's like, "Come over here, launders." And I walked over, and the security guards just like went in front of me, and he like wants to let me through. And I just see him standing in front of me and just does the splits. Do you have any funny fan moments where someone was a little bit too excited?
I mean, I once made a fake fan to impress Steven. So we were out having beers, and Refresh goes to the bathroom, and we are sitting, the 4 or 5 others. And then we come back, and I'm telling him, no, Eli, you just missed out. There was these people, they were so happy to see us. The player they liked the most was you. They were like, where is he? I said, no, he's coming back from the bathroom soon. You can wait. And I said, nah, they don't want to bother him. I'll bring you to them, you know? And he's like, nah. He was kind of feeling like something was maybe a bit sketchy, you know? Yeah. Then we walk outside, and I'm just like waving to some random people sitting on a bench. I'm like, I walked him to the people. We were standing like so close to them, and we were just looking at them, and they were looking at us. And then I just walked back, and he was just standing there. I was like, Then the same evening, I go to the bathroom. There's this random girl. I tell her, yo, listen, I'm playing this video game for a living. I have this friend in here who he thinks he's the real you know. So if you could go to him and say, can I have a photo with you?
Yeah.
She was like, okay, I'll do it. We sat down, and we were already talking to some girls. Then she comes over and she's like, you're stoned, right? Oh, no. And he's like, yes. Can I please have a photo with you? I'm a big fan. Yes, of course. And he was so happy. And then the girls who were sitting next to him like, is he famous? I want a photo too. So now everyone wanted a photo with Stoned. And he didn't realize until the night was over that it was all set up.
Well, I came into a "We Love Zonic" chant, so I think we should talk about coaches, because I think we've talked a lot about players, stars, supports, IGLs, but look, this is the most thankless job in Counter-Strike. I know you know about it. It's coaching, and we've got Exist standing behind Heroic, we've got Zonic standing behind Vitality, and what I have to ask you first, we'll start with Zonic, is there any argument, any disputing him as the GOAT CSGO coach?
Nope.
No, there isn't.
Not a single one.
The debate doesn't exist, actually. He's put it down to bed.
There's no debate.
So many trophies, so much success.
You can fight with second place. Look, especially like not only the work obviously he did in Astralis as well, but even going to Vitality with the Danes, trying to mold these two different styles together, trying to bring in multiple different cultures into one team. That's an impressive feat. So the fact that he's been able to do it now and win a trophy with Vitality, win a major with this, has there been another coach who's won 2 majors with 2 different teams and 2 different lineups?
You're asking too much.
To that extent, yeah. I don't think there is.
Hashtag Blast Premier, tell us the answer.
Hashtag Blast
there
Premier.
we go.
Get in there.
Done. Way to crowdsource.
There we go. We have to crowdsource.
Yeah.
Listen,
that's democracy.
I like the fact you mentioned, the path that Vitality has been on, because yes, I do think it is very thankless, and we don't really focus on the coaches too much. But you have to imagine the amount of issues you get from point 1 or from point A to point B where you're actually winning. You had to merge. You had to kind of have a crazy mixture of philosophies, different philosophies in the game. Apex talked about it. The Danes from that team talked about it too. You have different groups who maybe want to play a different CS. You have to kind of manage these conversations. You have to make sure everybody's giving their best while buying into the argument, while creating a vision. And that is strictly the coach's job. That's what he is for, to make sure that everybody's on the same line, that the same horizon, they think the game the same way, they feel feel the game the same way, which wasn't the case when they got together.
Wasn't the case for a long time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, a long time.
And I think he deserves his share of flowers for that situation to be here now. It does feel like they're looking in the right direction, or at least the same, if not the right one.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think too, I mean, like also like just the banality of some of the issues, like just like the dumb things that pop up that can have such massive consequences as a coach is so painful. So I'm sure he's got his share of stories from over the years that he'll probably never tell us, but I'd like to hear him at some point. I bet the Elder Straws had some silly stories about how they lost games.
Just gotta wait until he's retired and he gets the next book out.
But the other one that it's good to talk about exists because a major winning player, obviously part of the historic NIP lineup, the 87-0 lineup, how they started their career, and he has a really tough job as well to do in Heroic, not necessarily bringing play styles together the way Zonic has had to, but having to coach a team that is looking just for that last 5%. Like you want to make changes enough to get them over the hump, to get them over into this championship-winning team and the confidence of a championship-winning team without messing too much of what's got them here.
No, you're absolutely right. And what is so specific about Heroic is that they have a defined identity. That they're their own group. Not just talking about the game, but how they behave, how they just interact with each other as teammates. Kadian talked about it in multiple interviews. So when you come from the outside, I think it can be always a little bit tricky to know how to find your place. Because as a coach, I guess you have to pull in both ways, right? You have to somewhat integrate a group of people. You can't just come in and say, listen, shut up everybody, this is how we do it. That's not gonna work. But you also have to be able to put your foot down sometimes and say, hey, this is where we need to make changes. This is how we should maybe looking at it in a different way. And I don't think Heroic is an easy team to integrate in that regard. They're pretty much protective within themselves. The bubble is strong, but now he's part of it.
He is part of it, and we're all part of it right now. We're part of this moment, and we're about to bring that moment into the server, into the game. The players' headsets are on, and the casters are at the ready. This time I've got all three. Scrawny, Blunders, Maui, take it away!
Thank you, Darv. Thank you, Moses and Maniac, holding down the fort in the heart of the stage. But yes, Vitality versus Heroic now set to begin. It's Vertigo. It's a map that Vitality claimed to be the best at. It's a map that their results have shown strong showings within. It's supposed to be where this series begins well for them.
Let's talk about stakes for a second, because that was a question on the desk, and then you brought it up that you had your own answer for this. So does winner of this game dictate who is the best team in the world?
When you look at the fact that they are respectively ranked #1 for Vitality, 2 for Heroic, in some ways you would say yes. This is the bout that we've been waiting for. In terms of recency bias, you would say absolutely yes too, but you would say that the pedigree that Vitality have shown at the major, at IEM Rio, would say that they've already gotten the better of them in some ways, and this would just be Heroic getting a tick on their trophy cabinet.
The last tick.
Maybe they could put a tiny star if they win this one.
Magic's gonna hide behind sandbags. And we get an all-in from Heroic, but good util to flush him out. It's Heroic with the first blood. It's Apex looking to take it back. The other in-game leader got a frag. How about Apex? Yeah, not quite. It's an assist instead as Jabby comes around the site, and they clear out the 3 original defenders. Stound shuts down Spinks, and we get the classic here from Heroic. Kills from everybody.
Yeah, and a very, very fast round as well as they come quickly up the A ramp. No retake in store for Vitality in this situation. It's a done deal. Very nice start from Heroic. And it's the Rio rematch. It's the Rio rematch is what we're watching. But we aren't getting the exact same map. So instead of Mirage last time, it was Inferno. And that's where it... And Inferno's not in the pool, or does it end on Inferno?
It ends on Inferno here.
It ends on Inferno, okay.
Hey, something to note immediately, though, is Heroic chose the T side. They don't want to face off against Apex's best T side in the world. Heroic want to be the ones that are dictating the pace in this one. They want to fight against that Zywoo M4A1S that's shooting down ramp repeatedly. I want to know what Kadian sees when he sees this matchup. I want to see what the game plan is going into this one.
Pistol strat, simple enough. Big pack of players moves in. Wall of smokes, cleared short. Ooh, and Stown adds a spicy one
and good
to the
shots
collection.
are a big part of it because, yeah, beating Imperial was a grind, but Imperial also beat Vitality in this tournament. They had a very legit run to get to the point of getting a chance to play against Heroic. So it wasn't a small victory, for sure. But in that game, you could see the individuals on Heroic definitely showed some nerves. I think TSS, for example, didn't exactly look like himself. I saw some messy sprays out of Jabby, who was probably the fastest rising star of 2023, but very, very recently has started to taper off a little bit, kind of allowing Stown to once again become the stats leader of the team. And so that has to change too if they're going to go up against Vitality, because Vitality had the hard side of the bracket. They've taken down G2 to get to this point. They're ready to play this game. On the Heroic T side, I like the lurks and the aggressive lurks that they have. I think this map suits their style of T sides, fundamentally speaking. Gabby as well, when he goes into B, can be such a problem.
Zywoo has Apex come join him. It's a quick move, and the moment he gets there, confirms the presence is indeed up the ramp. Zywoo's been kind of flying in the dark, but we've got a man perched in middle. Jabby kills Magisk, so as I bring him up, he goes down. Jabby instantly gone too. Heroic showing that presence on ramp, but then pulling back. Instead, it's Shush to lean them into B. 35 seconds. They're taking their sweet time in the force buy. The rest of the pack just a few steps behind. Spinks has been incredible, but with just the Desert Eagle, he's got all of Heroic coming right at him. Little spam damage, not enough. Does set up Dupree, though, for a nice second. That headshot necessary. Tesses in through middle, also stuck. It's a triple. We talked about Dupree's multi-kills. He's going one better. However, 6 seconds. That bomb's got to get planted. Cadian has to hold them off. He presses through the smoke, and Apex with the chance. Woo! It comes down because of Dupree.
That would have been his Jackie Chan moment right there. That was a nice try. But yeah, Dupree, and you know what? Last time we saw Dupree with a masterclass performance, I think it was back at Rio versus Cloud9. They came back through that T side, you know, 200 million ADR, T side, entries every round. It's not CT side where you see that impact quite as much these days, or where he really leads the way for Vitality when things are going wrong. But it's welcome to see, of course, in this situation. And those kills aren't meaningless, but because they lose all their guns, a very weak buy to follow that, and this should be a money-making round for Heroic.
But it's nice to see Dupree showing some individual form this early in the game. He's frequently a missing presence in some of these bigger matches for Vitality. So if he's actually able to contribute in any meaningful fashion, then Vitality should theoretically have every piece they need in order to put a win on the board.
Yep, that was the win condition back in Paris. That was the uptick in Rio, and that was part of the problem at the start of this one in Washington. Yesterday was the showcase that Dupree still got it. And that round, an early example in the finals.
Before a couple of months ago, I was starting to write him off as the longevity goat. I was starting to say, okay, the hipster pick of Crims is actually the one, but he has been such a big reason that they're winning, which is massive. And yeah, and there's been a couple of years where he joined the team and started to drop off from who he was on Astralis, but it's all changed so much, and it's so impressive to have a player who's literally won over a quarter of all CSGO majors, who ends strong, who ends on the strongest team in the world, who potentially could win 3 of the last tournaments that they attend. Oh, hold on.
No kit. Still nice deeks. There we go. Seal that one with a kiss. 2 alive for the Heroic troops.
I would just say first gun round thing to look out for here is that Vitality's weakest part on their defense has consistently been B. Spinks and Dupree have had a hard time connecting off of each other. It's the A ramp that you generally don't have to worry about when you're watching Vitality. Zywoo's got that on lock, no worries.
Yeah, on top of that, and you have Magisk, who is just his form right now. You know, it was Zywoo and then Spinks and then everybody else in sort of random orders for a bit, but Magisk has also just been getting better and better.
Oh, op round 1, you don't see this every time from Zywoo. At least not on this map.
Apex also extended out. So early space taken by Vitality off the op contact. Apex seems comfortable to float within it. Zywoo changes sides.
And as you
no challenge yet.
As you brought up Connor about Apex, you know, looking to him to be more responsible as an A-ramp player on CT side.
Oops, don't worry about that. There's been a couple aggressive in-game leaders that have kind of been put under a microscope. Art, Apex. We see the changing of the styles, but it's really Apex who found success within that new form. Adapt or die. Vitality thrive. But 3 bodies still sit down. Heroic showing nothing. That nade? Yeah. A welcome invitation. At the 45-second mark, and Heroic haven't even taken a single duel.
Yeah, this will be hard to scale, but I I mean, Vitality are lower on grenades now, and they actually come into this round with no kit available. But 30 seconds and you don't have top ramp control and you want to exec here, you need both kills in this fight.
You're going to need them fast.
They might want to fall back. Yeah, there's no reason exactly for Vitality to fight aggressively at the moment.
They escape as the molly burns. That's ZywOo forced to reposition. Smoke comes down in front of it. It's down to the wire here. 15 seconds and they're still not even pressed short, not even at the top of ramp. Those 5 seconds to spare will be critical, and Spinks is going to shave Shush off the place. Down fumbles with the bomb, and Apex from the corner just owns them. 4 kills out of Apex. What were you expecting?
Wow, he zipped up 4 body bags right there with that M4. That was beautiful. Turning on a dime. But yeah, we got to talk about it, Maui. What the hell?
They take down ZywOo, and they think that's the tank on the bomb site, and then Apex, just the singular landmine that's left there, somehow gets the final 4. I mean, that's why it's obviously so risky. That's why we're building that up, because 15 seconds left. It's just the one thing that can go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty. He gets the extra 2 kills, but honestly, he only needed 1, maybe 2. There was no time left there. Very strange, because it's not like there was a lot of pushback from the CT side. They went for a default ramp smoke. They had not posted Henny. They were waiting for an aggression. They never got it. They retained a lot of the grenades they needed. Yeah, they used some, but why was it that Heroic came through with the most stale rifle round at the beginning of this game? It's a big question.
Forced by follow-up too, so Heroic waited a long time to get a Grand Finals first gun round, and that's what they gave us. Won't be good enough. Quad player still stays tucked. Op has been found out. One of the 2 weapons here, but Op contact with nothing really behind it.
Could have springed him into action, but not finding the kill. Dupree still able to conceal his position means that this is a very strong crossfire on this B site, and I do not think that this is going to net anything. This peek from Cadian perhaps could take a fight against Spinks, but
yeah, with no molly, quad is such a strong spot to be in.
Really feels like it needs to be the Opper. And as he misses another shot, the pistols go in instead. Dupree has been waiting here this whole time. 30 seconds, puts a smoke down. Teammates come over. Ooh, but he peeks into Cadian, so the Op does get activated. Bomb is down in front of it all. 15 seconds to spare. And they've got Magisk pinned in, but the coverage is just far too strong. Without that Op opening, without that site having any crack in it early, felt like another inevitable situation for Vitality to find comfort within.
This is weird from Heroic. Of course, this round is like whatever. That last round, though, I'm going to be thinking about that for a minute. We had 2 maps, I think, with slow starts versus Imperial, and I was thinking, man, this is going to catch up to Heroic. Of course, they're still able to do it, and Imperial don't have the pieces that Heroic have, which makes it understandable that they still lose the game, but they played hella well to get there. But Heroic slow starts, playing uncharacteristic to their style. It's just not something you see, and you wonder, do the second places catch up with you? You know, even if you've got deep tournament runs every single time, do you lose faith that you can actually lift the trophy, and does it affect it the way you look at the game?
What's really concerning about that is that they go for the contact play in the previous round, and then they just try to resend it. Like, you miss the first shot. Sometimes you want to look for something else. And again, we're basically just praying that Cadian's able to find something. Cool. What
like
the?
That?
Okay.
Something like that, Maui?
That might do it.
Glock spam on smoke. You know, I tried to bring up that whole Apex short side thing. I don't feel like that was too big of a risk.
This is what Heroic need, right? They need a hype win. They need a hype win, one massive play to get into it.
Little gasoline on that fire. Missed shot out of ZywOo. Oh, but Spinks. He comes through the smoke, makes it very awkward on the bomb site for the 3 players that do manage to get up. And Magisk's molly burns Cadian out. He did still have the op, didn't get anything done. More frags to Glocks than the one weapon Heroic actually had to work with. Jabby gets his hands on the AWP. Would love a save, but he's such a stuck position here. They'll give him a freebie. Jabby can fight tooth and nail for this.
He's got time.
Nade takes him down. Not ideal. More util forcing him out, but nobody's able to capitalize on it. He gets the scope back up, keeps everyone on the edge of their seat, and that's what that round will do. Even if it's not a follow-through into a win, at least you're getting your Glock shots. You're getting these little egg factors. You know.
Let's keep our eye, though, on the scoreboard here. That ZywOo, couple misses in that one, and yet Vitality have tied this game up 3-3. ZywOo, the singular kill. This is one of
Maniac's big discovery is the fact that it's so rare for Vitality to actually win a map when ZywOo is not putting anything up on the board. So far, that is this game, but it's tied. So the players around him are the ones that are stepping up, and they have to.
We learned, Maui, we don't need ZywOo anymore. Okay, we don't need him anymore.
It's optional.
Oh, wow. That's a curse and a half. That's...
Because we've got Spinks back to the form that he had when he joined this team. That seems to have invigorated Magisk. Dupree watched Jax take his spot for one event and said, hold up, sat up straight. Now we get this.
That was fun to watch, though. Everyone agrees that was fun to watch.
It was a good time.
He will still be there standing, no matter what.
All right, so another rifle attempt here out of Heroic in sort of a very strange start. You know, atypical, weird tempo. Strange to not see the two-pronged lurks, which is what Vertigo T-side is all about. Taking B at the same time, you take A, using your B option to give you a way out if you lose out on A, and vice versa. I mean, Yabi showed some teeth that last round, but this round, he's dead first.
Serves as the push, though. Heroic gonna try to play the pace. They lost the mid play. Ooh, everybody gets shut out. A kill apiece between Spinks, Magisk, and Dupree. They waited for this gun round. They're getting spammed through smoke. Vitality are coming in, charging them down, and just shutting them out. There is nothing here for Heroic to get excited about other than Glock spamming smokes. That's the biggest opening they've had so far.
You know what, though? If nothing else, I just like that it's faster. I just like that it's faster for Heroic, trying to go a little bit faster. This one, they get right off. It's a nice play from Spinks to take out Gabby in that spot. And there was one Tech-9 coming into the round. But at least they didn't wait around versus no pressure and not make a decision. That's not very heroic.
The counter utility from Vitality has been flawless on both of those B-side defenses. Every time a Heroic player is rounding a corner, there's somehow a flash right there in his face being sent out by somebody like Spinks or Apex. So good protocols and procedures on display for Vitality.
That's what we come to expect of them on one of their home maps. Sometimes it's like piecing together that utility defense with Heroic's out of nowhere timings. They have to connect, and so far they have. Little peek on short, gets Magisk a double, missed shot. ZywOo, he leaves the door open. No! What is that? Quadruple deagle out of Jabby, and we get Heroic's first moment of glory. All right. Okay.
Maybe ZywOo isn't optional.
Spinks, though, dead to shush. A world-class Deagle 4K.
Unreal.
And he can't believe it.
He was like, that's what I was going to show you the other round. This is what I was going to show you the whole time.
That level of explosiveness, though, is exactly why Heroic went for this move. To bring Yabby on board, so questioned at the time, but boy, has it paid off. This guy likely has the best first bullet aim on the roster. Just, the last kill here is disgusting.
Dude.
Through the tarp, he saw a sliver of that guy for a split second.
That's 4 Deagle kills, 6 shots. Had 1 spare, just in case the ace was around the corner. All right. I think I speak for everybody here when I say more of that, please. Apex in the corner. Catches Tesses off, extending down into them.
The map feels so much more alive already.
Yeah, right.
So much more going on in the default. And, you know, now a nice position for both teams. And this is that Jabby lurk that I was talking about. When it comes to B steps, he can walk up at any time. And it's very hard to defend B without actively updating information for the CT side. So you'll always find that a boost on the left side, I walk up the stairs, there's a timing there. Even boosting over the stairs, smoke is a thing. So you're very vulnerable as a CT. Makes it an interesting prospect when you're on the attack. And now Heroic will start to trek back towards the A sites. I always got this nice little offie.
Oh! Sit down. Plan goes perfectly. Slicing up the 4v4. The pack runs in. Magisk also cut down by Stound, so there we have it. A run boost opening on ramp between Cadian and ZywOo. And that's going to be a conversation this evening, the op department between these two teams.
ZywOo switched back to the A1S on this one. He actually tagged Cadian for 46 damage, but if he had the op, that could have been a different story. But because of the missed shots we saw in the couple of rounds prior, the one that opened up the whole Yabby moment, I think that's when ZywOo said to himself, okay, I'm switching back to the rifle right now. I'm having a little bit of difficulty on the AWP, and yeah, just not enough, not quite the kill.
Yeah, we might be a little insufferable today talking about ZywOo because of just like, yesterday's game and how much he's important and all the other players on his team that are doing well. And that stat, of course, that they basically don't win if he doesn't have a positive KD. Again, just for the people who didn't hear it, 5 maps won for Vitality, where ZywOo went negative. Almost never happens. One of those happened yesterday. Will it happen 2 days in a row, though, is the question. And now it is Heroic sort of back in the driver's seat. They got an eco to work with here. They're looking for 6 rounds.
Wild scenes to see everybody on Vitality with as many kills as they do, and then ZywOo still sitting on 1. And not because he's had 0 opportunities.
He put himself in key spots. We'll give him that.
And as always, it just feels like a matter of time.
Oh.
Dupree.
Well, this is scary because Dupree's a B player, so obviously it's a pistol round. It could be a stack anywhere, but yeah, it looks like they're going to respect the fact that one of the least likely players to be here is holding down the site. Now Spinks goes to quad, and here's that
just
Gabby aggression.
Just slid in, but Molotov with his name on it. He's gonna buy time. Waits an extra second just to catch Jabby off. Stound double kill, and that then takes off the angle. They could go for the boost over. ZywOo's CZ gets found out. Shush sprays the smoke. Very nicely done here from Heroic, taking a chance with the forethought of reading into that A stack and moving everything back over.
Really good mobile offense so far from Cadian. Good mid-rounding. If he's recognizing a situation he's not a fan of as he's approaching a bomb site, very willing to commit back. But that's also enabled by the fact that people like Yabby are taking space on some of those extremities. They're just maintaining position so that it makes things so much easier. The map has never felt small for Heroic.
And that's actually why they win. This is their T sides. They do this on every map. With Yabby inside of Halls on Inferno, he's a guy that will bring them back from a bad B hit into being able to speed up towards A. And that's a huge difference in the style of play that we get. We have 4 1s out of Vitality, but a lot of times, if things go wrong on a site versus an eco, say that same situation, Vitality are the type of team to wait 20 seconds and try again, way more often than Heroic, who almost always make sure the whole map is clear so they can make either option possible. That's one way in which I actually, favor what Heroic do. And I think, again, this map favors that so much. Terrifying to be a CT to push through and go for the full flank. So smart for the Ts to take that space as much as they can.
Contingency plans. That's what Cadian and his company always provide round to round. They're never boxed in. They're never just using a single faceted approach. Always options.
Well, this one's different. We've seen Spinks await Jabby's peaks. TSS challenges. Oh, goes through, and ZywOo now 1 and 8. Again, the chosen one is dead. TSS gonna parade his head back down towards the B site where Shush gets an entry. Apex looking for something in middle. Their bomb is now planted.
They're just unwelcome on both sides right now because TSS got a kill and no one traded him. So, Vitality are actually scared about how they can save in this spot. And Heroic are just waiting for the chance for the 2 players who are on B to clear everything out and then start working on getting the rest of the exits.
It's just crazy. ZywOo hasn't found his hands in this game yet. He has not found a way to combat what Heroic is throwing at him. And we have seen him simply miss shots. This time he's had an opportunity, but in some ways the utility was supporting TSS very well to find that opening kill. But even when ZywOo has been presented an opening duel, player versus player, no utility, it's been tough for him. And this can't happen for Vitality. Yesterday was an anomaly. You can't repeat
you can't repeat that.
The amazing part about some of our elite talent that we have in CSGO, when you talk about players like Simple or Nico over the course of his career, is if you look back on a very bad game from them, you see that there are only 3 or 4 rifle rounds in a very bad half where they had a chance to play. And if you lose those duels, you end up with the scoreline that ZywOo has right now. But it just speaks to how unbelievable it is that calendar year round, they can keep up such high averages that they don't have 3 or 4 bad rifle rounds in a half ever.
Chance again for Shush to look at B. A ramp. It's been a pain point. We enter round 12. ZywOo currently sitting at 19.3 ADR. A real testament to his struggles, just not hitting anything.
This reminds me of me so much.
You were a god just an hour ago. TSS ready to try and capitalize again. Apex has to be careful. That smoke's gonna fade, and he's on full display within it. ZywOo to his right. Oh, the timing here. Apex, the spam was good. TSS uses that as a chance to jump out just as Apex gets into the cover. But now TSS has crept down beneath him. Molotov's gonna tell Apex all he needs, but instead of extending out, he does fall back. They hold off. They try to kernel inside sight, and they have a third player here to add to it, but they're still outnumbered. The majority of Heroic are in a position to try and jump on this. They're gonna give Cadian the op contact. They're down to just the Jabby util. CTs decide to push, but even then, those two get nothing. It banks on Apex and Dupree. If not for the 3rd and 4th defender from Vitality, this would be Heroic sweeping away another A site. Now, 2 of their players low, but that clock is also ticking dangerously. Jabby sticks around with wallbangs, trying to keep them occupied. Majority of the defense is still very much here, and the commitment comes in on the B site, but Dupree from the corner gets a double. And his doubles were a key piece to their Anubis game yesterday versus G2, even despite the loss.
Yeah.
So for him to just anchor this one, give Vitality 5, and just a break of round wins out of Heroic.
Provided Dupree's rotation is early enough, he makes the perfect decision. The time pressure there, we were passing 10 seconds. There was no way they could clear every angle. So playing it aggressively in that spot is a beautiful idea from him. Super simple. And normally I don't like to flash rekicks on the ramp after watching countless games in these situations. They don't look good. But one thing I liked about Vitality's aggression was pairing it with short, and it was a spot where they knew that Heroic hadn't taken short yet. There was no one Ivy, there was no one up the ramp. They knew Sandbags was still clean, so there was a window for them to go for that approach.
Well, now they want to take space away. Haven't really seen this sort of pressure from Dupree, but after that 3K round, he definitely wants to take a fight early. And that's going to take some options away from Heroic. We've been praising them for the fact that they've had that sort of space towards B main, but finally it's going to feel like the map has shrunk, that there is a fog of war that needs to be cleared.
Spink sticks around, Dupree tucks in, and Heroic aren't far off.
Can't believe Dupree tricked Spinks into playing the spot.
He's like, I got you. And he could. They could. Now it falls on just Spinks, and he's still sitting up here. Ooh, dives down, tries to run, gets around the corner. Rotation comes over, and Magisk committed to the orange boxes. Heroic peel off.
Yeah, they immediately know that A is light now. They got 1 dead, 2 rotated over, so they know they're running into a bad decision if they hit the B site. They would have loved to, though, because they gave up A entirely.
Molly comes down in case they were trying to go for the boost up. We've seen Cadian take that route. Oh, Magisk just got a glimpse of it. Re-peeks out, and Shush, expecting him to be stood out in the open, suddenly gives that strength right back to Heroic. But they're gonna pause. Spinks is very much locked in. He has no smoke to put out fire if one finds him. And oh, his teammate does. Okay, so Spinks still gets to play for a little bit longer, but the frag grenade will find him. Can't put that out. And ZywOo, now or never. His second kill finally put up into the feed, but Apex still 1 versus 3. Heroic just churned through the defense. I mean, if anything, that smoke is a death sentence because they have a frag and Spinks has 20 health.
That gave it away, but really great mid-rounding there from Heroic. Excellent hold call. They recognized that it was Vitality who were the ones that were disadvantaged. They knew that Vitality were going to be the ones that want to be proactive in the mid-round, and so they send that flash out. Majus gets caught by Shush, and then at that point, it's an easy conversion for Heroic. Even if every single person from Vitality is there, they know that they're going to be able to convert with all of the utility that's going to enable their execute.
And everything came thereafter, the quad molly into the HE, and everyone scaling appropriately. ZywOo looked a little bit slow to the jump again. I mean, they threw a perfect flash to make it feel like they could have crossed, and they in fact had. ZywOo got the second one in. The trade was imminent, and you know, that's an opt-down as well, so not the most favorable spot. Where? Okay, that's new.
Air quality check.
How is 90 in the grand scheme of things?
Moderate.
Yeah, that's not terrible, but
he should be doing better, is what we're saying.
Yeah.
It's the lingering effects of
sometimes
last
it takes
week.
time to get,
He's processing it.
He might never recover from these Quebec forest fires.
Hey, don't blame it on us.
That first day was all the proof I needed.
All right, so
stop the count.
Yeah. And sometimes we do get awkward CT reaggressions, but I like Maui's point that this is more about how good Heroic's pause and reaggress was than it was Vitality looking for info, where they absolutely would feel insecure if they didn't have steps control 4v4, and there's a high likelihood that Heroic go back because, again, they're the ones that show a lot of variety when it's pausing and reaggressing or completely abandoning a site to try the other.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Perfect.
More utility damage, more utility kills.
TSS ready to roll forward. Cadian kills Magisk. Ooh, ZywOo. They're not checking. He's got another chance, but he misses. Bested by TSS. Okay, there's no time anymore for ZywOo to turn around this half. He has 2 kills. Round 14 is going to be Heroics. 1 final chance. Max 7 kills for ZywOo, and there's no reason for me to believe that there's an ace around the corner. So what's going on? How do we go from that map 3 of Nuke yesterday, where luckily for him, Magisk is able to step forth alongside Spinks, but with Magisk having an off game and with ZywOo down in the dumps, even Dupree and Spinks as 2 is not enough.
Sometimes when you eat too late at night, you can't sleep well, and then when you wake up, you can't go back to sleep, and that can ruin your whole day, you know?
Okay.
Right now I'm seeing ZywOo slow to the jump in a lot of situations. It's very hard to criticize a player for their awareness in some spots because, you know, we have full information, but when you're seeing it happen this consistently to ZywOo, and you can, if you have 2 eyes, you already know, you can tell yourself this every single time you've watched him, he's never been caught off guard this often.
How good of a player is ZywOo that in order to bring him down, we're trying to explain it with air quality, diet, and sleep schedule. Because it has to be something, right? It's just, it's uncanny.
It's hard to even pin it on just one thing in terms of tactics. That's why we bring up these external factors, though. Because some of the peaks that he wasn't able to find earlier on were just dry swings from Heroic players, and he simply missed. This time around, or some of the later moments in this game, it has been great utility from Heroic, so credit to them for making his life miserable, but sometimes you just got to hit the shot, ZywOo.
Well, he's up close on them, falls away, some damage. Enough to disassemble the boost, but rumblings of mid-control for Heroic, looking for a 10-round T half.
Gotta peep that util damage, even more impressive on the T side.
They heard Apex talking about the best T side on Vertigo. Cadian here to try his hand at that. But we get a 5 versus 4 from Vitality, a rare occurrence throughout this half. And Shush is looking, or at least he was, to size up this B site.
That 5v4 was essential, though. Apex recognizing that his team has no more utility to work with. Spinks with the singular smoke left, and there is a minute to play for Heroic.
Yeah, you could almost argue that this isn't necessarily an advantageous position for Vitality just yet with no nades, so still a minute on the clock, and they're actively holding on to space, which is huge. Oh, no, you can't die.
And Jabby there too, so lock it in. 2-12 is his final score at the end of the half. We talk about 5 bad maps. This could be one of the worst halves that ZywOo has ever put forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ever.
I watched back his
overpass.
On overpass, yeah.
Of course, there's still time for the B defense to save it. We see this immediate move from Heroic to try and just strong-arm their way through Dupree. Ooh. And a double headshot leaves Heroic in an awkward spot.
Did they do too much is the question. I mean,
got 10 seconds. If bomb goes down, this one's done. Dupree has cut off Cadian, confirmed that bomb is here. What is happening? You've got 7 seconds, and Cadian is going to save in round 15. Some stats can be saved, but a 2-12 out of ZywOo, that's toast.
When you want to lose weight and when you want to change something drastically, there's always a lot of first steps. You got to work up to it. And I found all the different ways of motivating myself. I want to be able to play football again. I want to be able to go for a bike ride. I want to be able to make my mom proud. I want to be able to impress a girl. I want to be able to feel comfortable in my own body. I found all these different avenues of motivation over time that it was enough for me to be like, okay, now I'm doing it. And then I'd do it for a day and a half and I'd be like, nah, not worth it, another bag of chips. I failed countless of times. Like there's been so many times where I thought, you got it, you know. Today I got it. Today I'm waking up and I'm feeling for it, and then I'd instantly relapse the next day. You're bound to fail. You're bound to feel losses. You're bound to feel disappointments, and all those disappointments, all those losses, all those failures change the narrative. Then I would, you know, think of something new that would motivate me. I would figure out, you know, something new about myself. It took probably a year from when I was thinking to myself, you gotta do something now, before it all clicked. It's like when you were running the first time, I felt like my legs were just a couple of cement blocks. When I picked up the bike ride here, I went 1 kilometer and I had to stop because I was physically feeling unwell. I think the main goal was that I wanted to be healthier, becoming able to do whatever the hell I wanted to do with and in my own body, instead of being trapped.
Yeah, I mean, you don't go through a big weight loss without having some sort of scars left. I have a massive scar starting from up here, going all the way down through this point as well, and all the way down here, ending in a little strip down here below the waist. So what they did was they cut me up open right here, so they could drag the skin together, sort of, and they also cut me up down here, so they could take the skin basically and just tear it down. Obviously, this body has been tested. It's no longer factory new, as a Counter-Strike gamer would call it.
I got how big it was. You were just like, oh, well, they're gonna remove some skin, and then you were just like lying in bed for a week, and mom had to take care of you, and I was just like, well, good for you.
For a week, I literally was laying on my back for 2.5 weeks. I couldn't move.
It's like you're a child again.
I couldn't do anything by myself. I swear to God, that was the worst period of my life.
Well, if you came to Washington to watch ZywOo, sorry about that. 2-12 at the end of the first 15, 6 rounds. That's all they managed, and they had that 4-3 start, but a total turnaround out of the Heroic camp. It looked fluid, there were rotates, they were seizing chances on both sides of the map at the same time between CSGO, entries on A, and Shush playing his solo B play. Honestly, outplayed from halfway through that half until all the way to the end. No chance.
We talk about reasons why teams win and lose, and it comes down to a lot of intangibles like confidence and momentum and things like that. And when we look at ZywOo's flick missing on Gabby to start things off, it was the last time he even tried to op. And then, okay, hold on. Here he is, another chance, but no!
dupreeh gets the trade.
It's uncanny. It's not happening right now. It's not happening today.
Guys, I think he's washed.
Are we sure ZywOo connected to the server? We sure that's not somebody else?
But honestly, whose PC is he sitting on? Because everyone else on the team has been doing really well.
dupreeh's up to 17 kills.
Oh, dupreeh's having a fantastic game.
And he hasn't even started T-side yet.
Somebody whose head was called for. Bless dupreeh for getting the kill back. Smoke comes over. Vitality looking to clear out sight. It's burning for now. Shush dives in. 2 sets of Berettas just charging them down. Cadian whips back between them all. And then TeSeS clears Spinks. But that's damage on Apex out of Cadian. The Lone Ranger just runs through sight.
Looked like he was on 60 hertz for a second, the way he was flicking around. All right, well, let's relive this for a second.
That's another opportunity for ZywOo there.
And you know the kind of person and leader Cadian is. He's definitely telling his team to key into this. ZywOo's not playing well. He doesn't have her right now. probably using, less grateful language than that, or sorry, less considerate language than that, I should say.
Some things we couldn't repeat here.
Yeah, for sure. But you've all said them. You've all said them in your team speaks.
Gamer words.
Gamer words. With 10 rounds, Heroic CT, well, let's see. Vitality, they said, Apex said, we love our T-side Vertigo. Best in the world. This is going to be the hardest road back. They demand a performance out of somebody who they normally don't even have to ask. But they do have things like Dupree, who has really made magic happen for this team in Chembex, on T-sides, on Vertigo.
And this is where we just have to bring up again the fact that if you are Apex, if you think you have the best T-side, losing Pistol and bringing this one back, I mean, that's backing up those words.
That is. That is. Well, this final started early. Nothing else to do today.
That was a good show match.
I'm suddenly not the worst op on the stage.
Damn.
Ooh. Cadian ready for the hold. They get a little closer. Wait for that MP9 to activate back quad if it's even needed. No sir, swept away. But you guys touched on it. Big words, calls for big moments.
He willed it. He willed it into existence.
This will be a big moment for Vitality to prove that value on this T side.
If we go back to when Dupree played on Astralis, when Vertigo first came into the pool, they were very good at the time. And I think they invented a lot of the way that people played Vertigo. And it's actually similar to the style with Heroic with the double lurks. Dupree was one half of that equation. At the time, he was the guy over on B lurking in. And it's a map where you can have like kind of two players, an Elige and a Kinder, or you could have a Cadian and a Jabby, or for Vitality, two different riflers winning you rounds by themselves. Because you do have a lot of autonomy to try to lurk in. Massive choke points here. Hard to hold late into the round. Always a gap to look over.
And that's where Spinks should be getting activated too. I mean, the fact that he's going for those mid lurks. We didn't really see Heroic pull off any big mid lurks themselves, and Spinks not going to be this round, obviously. He's making his way down the ladder, but if he can get activated too, find some impact on that T side, that's been a huge turning point in what's made Vitality successful over the last string of months.
Shush remains tucked and supports right with him. Vitality still with enough util if it doesn't go well to redirect, enough time there too. Apex trying to play resource management, but also looking to take the first duel. Ooh, a peek. Shush gives him a little skin. Magisk shuts that one down, but with the entry, Bomb is actually heading to the A site, but as they make that decision, they also lose Dupree. So they second guess it, double back, thinking Magisk has this, and in reality, he's a dead man sitting on the site. Heroic just pulling them apart. And to Vitality, that felt like everything was going well. And it all gets upended. ZywOo, a chance to shine, a chance to finally come alive. 8 seconds. He predicts there's somebody close, can't get enough damage in, and leaves Apex in an unwinnable position. Vitality went from thinking they had that whole thing under wraps to it slipping from both hands at the same time.
It's the untrained eye right there. It looks like Yabby is toying with his opponent, having fun with it, but in reality, he's trying to get to this position on the right until he sees someone on the stairs, because the longer he waits, the more conviction will come in the sight hit from his teammate, from his opponent's teammates. They were certainly going to commit to be in that position. They had no time to do anything else, so very, very smart play from Yabby, paired with great mechanics, of course.
Yeah, it's working smarter, not harder, to just walk right there. You also get the lineup. Barely have to even do anything special mechanically.
Magisk's gonna try to kick it up a notch, but with the Deagle, nothing's found. It's Apex solo AK, armored pistol for the rest, and no utility.
And this, again, would be a statement for Vitality, because when we talk about Shush, we talk about the best B anchor in the game right now. Yes,
we do.
On Vertigo. He is the most creative. He's the most resourceful. He needs the least, the least assistance of a lot of B players who, honestly, it seems like it's so hard to defend the site by yourself. He's so good at staying alive. And again, a very hard site to defend. So open.
Wild as well that his support, when that's Jabby. We talk about Jabby on Vertigo as an individual, as one of the best. I think that's another individual you just give autonomy to. But careful, don't fall.
Oh my goodness.
Look at this play from Heroic, though. Look at where they are right now.
Yeah.
This is incredible. This is why Heroic have captivated so many with their style. Like, not many teams would be setting up in the way that they are right now.
And it's because when they go get info, Vitality like to group and wait. And they know there are massive gaps on the map all the time. And it is confirmation.
Peeks over, shuts him down. And that's already with Apex having giving his AK over because he got taken down to 10 health. So this one just gets completely smothered. No chance to get upwards. And poor Apex can't even walk away with his gun. Heroic's left asking, where's the challenge? Where's the test? Where's the pressure?
They're stuffing them. They look like the comprehensively better team in this match so far, and it's no contest either. Over double their scoreline now. This is a Heroic team that, coming into Vertigo, you would have definitely said that Vitality were the favorites, but we're not seeing that whatsoever.
And there are even more levels to the CT side that we haven't seen from Heroic. When Shush is one of the few anchors that's willing to take it down the steps multiple times at a half. They are one of the few teams that are willing to go for full flanks and do 3B aggressions at times where they feel like the T's are there. They have a good mix of gambling and working for information all the time, and that's what makes Cadian so good. And it might be one of those conversations where the thing that stopped Heroic from winning these tournaments, we all know it's not playing bad CS. They play the best CS. It's definitely the pressure, the circumstances, the trophy cabinets of the other teams, right? That's what they're trying to get over. But they still have more to show in this position. And we're a couple of rounds away from locking up this first map, upsetting Vitality on their pick.
And then getting something new on Mirage.
And this started with Heroic waking up fast.
Yeah.
They had one round where nothing was happening. They decided not to make a move and they lost the time. Almost never happens for them. But we're so far away from that round now.
Took that jabby 4K to just kind of add fuel to the fire. Propped up the pace of Heroic. Not this time, though. Vitality going to squeeze an opening kill and damage onto Stown. I mean, Heroic tried to get aggressive. That ladder push. Spinx staves it off. Trying to climb the board to get right up there with Dupree. B-site completely evacuated. We've had a couple of gambles from Heroic in these last two rounds, but one was just versus pistols, so what if it gets away from you? This one would have real ramifications.
This is one of those moves, though, that's a calculated risk. If you just lose the B bomb site right now, sure, you'll look silly to a lot of spectators, but you also know you can just take everything you've got into the next round. You don't have to worry too much. You don't even have to force the issue unless you're presented at a freebie, a kill here or there. But if you let Vitality in like that, Vitality aren't even going to feel themselves yet. It's just a one-kill victory, potentially, and Heroic, they're fine with that.
Oh, double boost up. It's at least taking time, and so as it takes time, we will get some form of defense. It's Cadian himself. Oh, Magisk. Didn't get it him. ZywOo's right there. Double Molotov. Rotators. Painful position. 12 seconds as well, so this one boils down to the last moments of it. Vitality take their sweet time, but they cleared Cadian, they cleared Shush, and then instead of just losing it straight up like you're alluding to, Maui, and going into a comfortable save, we still get a Heroic that loses half of them at least, and Dupree hunting exits.
And we'll see about those exits right now. Good angle for Dupree, one left here. And Heroic, of course, make no mistake, still have enough money to put together a buy. Tessa staying alive would only be a bonus. But a good round overall for Vitality to take a 5v4, turn it into a round victory. Good entries on the site, dealing with Cadian's one-way smoke on default. Finding the trades that they need to. It's fine. It's a drop in the bucket, though. There's so much more that they have to show to get back into this.
Step one done.
But these are those kinds of moments where Heroic lose a round off of an aggressive play, and we've seen them before start to clam up. I'm not writing that out yet.
Okay,
the
I like that.
potential that they now think that we gave them that round. We gave them the man advantage with one of our pushes. And so sometimes you see Heroic slink back into these passive defaults where they stop playing like themselves and they start playing very characteristically default or uncharacteristically. And that's when everything starts to fall apart for them because they have to keep up the pressure. They have to be the ones that are setting the pace.
I mean, you cast that Imperial Heroic game. Do you think that was a part of their problem when Imperial bring that into OT? Is that an example of when you saw them clam up?
Sometimes in those mid rounds, it was just a lack of initiative.
Okay.
Sometimes that was what Imperial were getting, is that they were the ones that were dictating what was happening next in the round. And there were just all around great reads from Fallen in that.
Well, see if Apex can read them. If he can set things up, or if we're going to get a faster Heroic in this one.
There we go.
Yeah, they know they've got Magisk against the wall, but he tries to fight out. Jabby's ready. Apex looking the wrong way, and it's a sweep at the base of B.
Don't let your mistakes become you, say Heroic. And they've lived with enough regret to know that the only thing holding themselves back were themselves.
You know, statistically, we talk about Heroic having some of the biggest underperformers from group stage to playoffs.
Yeah.
Tonight, we're not getting even an anomaly. This is all of Heroic, all over the map, doing as they please, shooting ZywOo in the back of the head, keeping him stuffed at 5 and 17. This is a Heroic that showed up for grand finals.
That's exactly what they needed to do.
Yes.
Just keep the pressure on. Instead of sending a solo player, it's 3 people with a gamble push towards B. If this were a fast A play for Vitality, Vitality probably would have ran away with the round. But Heroic, they just know that they need to keep their foot on their freaking gas.
And we also just haven't seen anything fast out of Vitality. Felt like they were getting comfortable in this T side. So I love that Heroic with this kind of a score, just take it to them. Don't let Apex have any time. Don't let them set the tempo. You are here for your trophy. You are here for your win. And they are 2 rounds away from doing exactly that on Vertigo. To kick off this series with a statement. You know, we watched Vitality lose their win streak on Anubis.
And
we watched them almost lose it on Nuke.
Yeah. And this is that triple B push I was talking about where Heroic are comfortable doing it. Nobody else does that, honestly. They're happy to stand out in the open. They trust themselves individually. They know to cover each other. And yeah, Shush, even though he's a star anchor on the side of the map, it's oftentimes supported.
If they lose this round, Vitality, call it. We go to Mirage, where this individual level from Heroic is just going to be so much harder to hold back. Quick pop out mid. Jabby separates the 2, but doesn't win the duel. And Spinks is going to use that as a chance to extend. As Shush, he gets ZywOo. It's Apex and Dupree to start overwhelming the B site. With the smokes out in middle, TeSeS doesn't see a comfortable path to go stop this. So a mid pop that works. A successful entry from Spinks and a fight up the stairs from a triple push out of Heroic down ramp to a B site that falls short.
But in some ways, this is Vitality being thrown into the same tempo that Heroic want to play. If Vitality want to keep throwing out these fast plays, it's very difficult to get back into this game. You have to basically guess right out of spawn every single time. It's going to come down to Zonic and Apex just making that perfect call every single time, almost guessing what Heroic are going to throw at you. And we could see from earlier on in this half, that's not the game Vitality want to play. Vitality want to feel the map out a little bit more. They want to make the right mid-round based off of the information that they give. And so one good call for Vitality is going to put them on an 8th round, but playing like that style repeatedly, it's hard to sustain.
Yeah, if you've ever played video games with friends and like they play slow or they play cheesy, and then you keep coaxing them on like, hey, why are you baiting? Why are you playing so bad? Like, why don't you peek me? Like, what are you scared? And then eventually they do. You've got them to play your own game, and that's where you beat them. It goes back to that art quote that says we want to drag our opponents into the mud with us. Heroic have been able to do that in so many games versus tier 1 competition, and that's exactly it. If Heroic can get Vitality into their arena, how long can Vitality survive there?
This one looking at A early. Hop in position. ZywOo versus Cadian. And Cadian nails him through the yellow tarp. That nade had ZywOo's name on it. But he will keep fighting, or at least trying. And the more he sticks around, Cadian's about to walk into this. Gives it over. ZywOo with an op kill. Feels like it took 23 rounds. But there's one. Next up is going to be TSS. And he stops Dupree from following up with any further movement up this ramp, or so it seems. There is still Apex.
Apex doesn't know what kind of space he's created in this spot, and for sure, he should be nervous.
Teammates are coming back to join him just as TSS dives down. But that could just draw Apex out into the open.
Oh no.
2 players to support inside sight. TSS
about it.
just keeping himself down, and he pops up to kill Apex. All of a sudden, Magisk, he's going to feel stranded. At least with fire on TSS. Now smoke, he'll hold this. A frag grenade, not enough. 6 health. As TSS is a boulder behind the sandbags. Vitality just want him dead so they can at least leave or go in.
You need to be shooting his feet right now. They got to kill him, and Stound's now coming in to help.
Vitality looks so scared, and then they just throw the molly. Stound comes around the corner. TSS robs away another. Vitality finally take him down. ZywOo with a missed off shot. And TSS staying alive is the end of Vitality.
That's what it's all about, staying alive, but the molly that came out too early.
That's where it feels like Vitality, you're almost just going to wave the white flag after that one. This was so impossible for them to piece together. And like you said, you can shoot your feet through the wood at the bottom of those sandbags. You can go for a spam right there. We saw how close TSS was to perishing.
6 health.
And yet he was still able to get out of that situation and find a kill.
They knew it. They hit him with a direct nade. They knew he was tagged down low, but they
just didn't think of it.
They weren't lucid enough to get it together in that moment.
And they're trying to just rush the issue, force the issue now. Vitality, they feel like they've lost control of this. They go for the opener, doesn't go their way. 5v4 in what may be the final round of Vertigo.
Heroic have dominated this second half. Picked up both pistols, converted each of them for strong starts. Jabby puts up the play of the map that invigorated Heroic. And now Vitality have been drawn into the mud. That's exactly what's happened. A chance back for ZywOo. Barely alive, but with an A site wide open, they still play their options because Apex is also inside of B. Bombs back behind him. ZywOo's left. We get the util out. Heroic have gotten crazy in some of these mid rounds, and this could be another one. They won't be able to stop the cross, so bomb plant in. A lifeline for Vitality.
You know, for me, I'm looking for dignified territory here for Vitality. I'm really not thinking that they can even close this map. We can talk about that conversation a few rounds from now. But at this point, I mean, the series is still alive. They have such a deep map pool. Both of these teams do. But it's about winning and losing with dignity, losing with showing yourself that you put on a good face. You know, ZywOo's starting to climb the board, so he's not 3-19 at the end of the game. These things actually are important.
Sometimes it's about just feeling yourself in any capacity. And beyond Dupree, it's hard to say that really anybody on Vitality has. Spinks has picked his moments here and there to put himself to an even kill-death scoreline. But far and away, Heroic have looked like better individuals and a much better team.
At what point does the economy become in question?
With the save, it's hard to say. Even with 3 guns, they just are so, Heroic are so good at multiplying their presence when they have low buys or if they have 1 guy or 2 guys on a gun.
Wow, really? Cadian chance. Yesterday was all booze.
That's true, yeah. The most booze I've seen for Cadian is in the Royal Arena. That was the most, almost unanimous at one point in his career. Into eventually, you know, earning some fans because he's putting on a show. And now the only disappointments are at the finish line, the 10-yard line, the grand finals. But outside of that, there have been some pretty good runs to look back on. And when I asked Shush and Jabby or Stound, are you proud of what you've accomplished this season? They said we would have liked to get a trophy, but we also have to say we are kind of proud. We have deep runs and those matter. There are huge wins in there. There's a great map pool at the end of the season to talk about.
Keep putting yourself deep enough in playoffs, and it feels like the trophies will eventually come. That's kind of been the mentality.
This will be the capstone event.
Last chance. Push out from TSS. ZywOo now double digits.
Welcome back.
Only took 25 rounds.
Slowly
but he's
but
there.
surely. Smoke's down in front. Stound's going to try to pull a TSS. That draws Cadian out. Cadian's going to be cautious with it, but he could very well find them.
He's already thinking about if they're leaving, so he peeks right
down he goes.
Not only that, he sees ZywOo walking back.
Yep. So they all depart. There's been a big gap in middle, though.
I think we get a late retest on A. Yeah, they throw the sandbag smoke on the A ramp. Stown can safely approach it. They can find out after a certain amount of time that there's no time to fall back, that it's not going to be the A site, and then they can go and stack the correct location. Oh, but you know what? An interesting move here out of Vitality. Splitting up for once.
Not just going to run it up. Cadian kills Dupree, nothing. We saw it previously. 2 players tried to get in on each site, and just like that, you thought you had a special plan. Instead, all you have is a flat ending and a flat first map, because this whole time, Stown's been sitting on sandbags. There is nothing more that Vitality will offer us on Vertigo, and this felt like one of those maps so deeply entrenched in their map pool, meant to be their forte, and instead, it is their coffin. A shocking, one-sided result from Heroic. A top frag out of Javi, and a castle with Cadian's name on it. Safe are Heroic as they will go to that second map. Mirage could be where we end the spring season.
Let's read the assignment we have for today.
Welcome to the esports audio challenge. You'll be given top secret audio mysteries to solve.
Only by listening to the audio from a play, you will have to solve the task.
Let's see if your brain can adapt. Good luck, detectives.
How many were killed? Where did they plant the bomb? Amount of orbs in play?
How many AKs were reloaded and how many AWP kills?
Let's listen to this once and see how it goes. Ancient? Yes.
Overpass or Ancient?
Isn't it Overpass? It's the only map with water.
Ancient as well.
1 reload. 2 kill?
Yeah. That's an AWP kill. Yeah.
1 more? Wait. So like 3 kills? 1 more? That's 4? 3. Oh, 4, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I think they planted the bomb. They planted the bomb B because you hear like on the ground. Yeah, I think he planted here and went back straight here.
But he double zooms as well. You don't double zoom on B as well. We'll start over.
But I don't even think he died there or what.
But there's a zoom afterwards.
Yeah.
How is it only 5 kills though?
I feel like it's a clutch at the end of the round.
Yeah, but it's a T clutch, right?
Yeah.
And
yeah, if
it must be 5.
Yeah, at least. That's a kill.
An AWP kill.
Yeah.
And there's definitely 2 orbs.
Yeah, at least 2.
Yeah.
So let's say 2.
There's definitely 2 AWPs in play. We know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're missing something.
Yeah, we're missing a lot of things.
Yeah, 9.
Say 9, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I think this might have been Banana.
This has to be B.
Yeah. They boost him, he shoots, they shoot a little bit, they flash clear Banana, something like that.
Yeah.
We only hear like 1 AK reload.
I would say 3.
Okay,
2 or 3.
We go with 3. And AWP kills 3 or 4.
I would say 3.
Okay, and then AWP kills. It's...
You get 3 at the end? Because it's a 1v3? Then we said you got leg shot.
But okay, then in the beginning we also hear AWP shot on the other side.
Yeah, but...
if there's 9 kills, then there's definitely like more.
Well, at least 1 more, yeah. But
you want to say 4? You want to say 4?
Just like for fun? Yeah, maybe I'd say 4.
How many were killed? It has to be all 9 people. Like, if it makes sense with the clutch, it has to be 9 people, even though we can't hear it.
You guys spot on?
Yeah, I think so.
You guys spot on?
Who was the player? Rocky? Okay, makes sense. He's jumping a lot.
Yeah, just jumping around in clutch.
It
was a clutch. It was a clutch?
Yeah,
anything great.
Welcome back to the desk here at the Blast Premier Spring Final, and Heroic are up 1-0 in this grand final. But this was not so much a story of what was, because it was a phenomenal map for Heroic. It is a story of what was not, or specifically, who was not looking like themselves in the server here.
Yeah, there's no beating around the bush.
ZywOo just didn't arrive yet. He's probably still at the hotel. He's probably looking for the shuttle, looking for a taxi to come to the grand final. Just this is what happened. Listen, the first half is the worst possible mix of failed and unfortunate moments that I have seen in the last year of Counter-Strike. He's had a few moments where he missed theirs, but look at this. The run boost from KDN straight into him. Their Shush is waiting for the smoke as well. There's going to be another boost coming in from KDN to find him when he's jiggle picking. So my point is, Heroic did everything they could to destroy this man, and so they did. I don't care about the last few kills at the end. Maybe mentally speaking, that's important for him to find a little bit of rhythm, but he failed his team in that map, and the scoreline could have been even worse than the numbers actually are at the end.
It does feel like we speak about ZywOo as some sort of deity, a god, a Superman sometimes. Well, Heroic found his kryptonite, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good game plan. I mean, you can see here, this is Vertigo. This is his worst performance on LAN. That was against Gambit. Yeah, and actually, as Maniac said, he recovered towards the end of that second half to at least put a little bit extra, and not in any meaningful way, obviously. And yeah, we got the answer to our question, which is he had that, they won that game last night against G2 with ZywOo having a rough game, a negative kill death. Could they do it again? And at least not here on Vertigo. At least not even close here on Vertigo.
No, because here in this instance, he himself had the opportunity to win rounds for Vitality. It happened. It's not one of these games where you just are unlucky and/or don't see anybody until the very end and your score is bad. He had moments. We're going to talk about the Yabi moment for sure. Who starts that? ZywOo misses an AWP shot onto Yabi. He had a moment where he was waiting with the M4. He gets found immediately by KDN. He was tested. He was called to duty, and he didn't answer.
He did not answer. But you know who did? Was Yabi. And standing by aside, we've got a man who's going to answer every time we call his name. It's Mahone in the Mahone Zone!
That's right. Thank you, Mike. You guys are too kind, obviously, so I want to break down that Yabi 4K. So first, let's just watch back this round to just appreciate just how beautiful this was. But this play was much more than just great aim. There's also some great positioning and how a little bit of information can go a long way. So first thing you're going to see here is that when Yabi comes up towards this ramp side, there's a little bit of spam here towards that wall. Now, what this does is it actually reveals the location of Apex. This location right here, just keep this in the back of your mind. It's going to come up a little bit later. As Yabi comes up, he finds his first kill onto Magus. This is a simple one, just because he's overexposing himself. But when he finds his kill onto ZywOo, take a look at the pathing that he actually takes. He actually goes kind of close to the center here. He avoids this very right wall. What that does is it allows him to come up a little bit closer. And for ZywOo, it actually throws his aim off just a little bit, because if you look at him, he's actually expecting Yabi to be a little bit further back, closer to that right wall. That forces him to miss. Now, at the same time, after he gets that kill, his teammate goes down to Dupree right here. And take a look at this next moment, just perfect angle isolation, because 9 times out of 10, typically when you're this player who's coming out from this yellow position, you're probably going to swing this guy, but he calculates it perfectly. And the reason why is because, as I mentioned before, with Apex spamming that little wood thing, he knows that there's a player that's potentially here. What that does is it allows him to calculate this peak just perfectly. He isolates him perfectly just like this. For Apex, he cannot exactly see him. That's what allows him to find this gun to Dupree. If you look at Apex's point of view here, he only sees a shoulder. That is not enough of a target to hit. That puts him out in the open here, and that allows Yabi to hit this stunner of a shot through the tarp. So it's really this positioning and how a little bit of information can go a long way, along with some incredible aim that sets this 4K up by Yabi.
Thank you, Mahone. You know, I think I could have had all of that positioning every spot in the world, and I don't think my Deagle would have done that.
And this was such a deciding moment for the game, right? You're looking at Vitality is finally winning a couple of rounds and then just absolutely dumpstered by Yabi.
And I mean, our question for Heroic this entire time was, like, who else is going to step up, especially to start games? Because it's always been KDN when they've started slow. We talk about the deep roster, but when you get into those semifinals, it's KDN, and if it's not KDN, it's sometimes nobody. Well, here today in this grand finals, Yabi, that round got them started. As you mentioned, Vitality was starting to build up into this game, starting to build some momentum, and Yabi puts a clean stop to it, and it is so nice to see. And what's great is he built a map on top of it as well. He didn't fade away.
It's the best thing you can have, like, emotionally speaking. When you hit that round 7, round 8 into the grand final, you've just had a 4K stunner with the Deagle. You know you've put everybody else's hopes. Like,
this PC feels good, baby. This PC feels good. I'm feasting tonight.
Oh, I feel like this is a good moment to remind everyone that that was Vitality's map pick. That was Vitality's game plan headed into this series, and now game plan out the window. Everything is in ruin. It's disastrous.
And it was the closest in terms of, or it was the biggest disparity between win rates on maps as well. It was like 80% for Vitality, like 30 30-something% for Heroic as well on Vertigo. So now the next two maps, Mirage and Inferno, much closer affairs.
I mean, we're looking for a recovery for Vitality. That's what we're looking for, right? The difference on Vertigo was so strong, you have to go the other side of the continuum now in on Mirage. We've seen Heroic super strong on the map, but they've also shown weaknesses here and there. The game against Gamer Legion, you mentioned. Vitality, on the other hand, punished FaZe here on that map. So I don't think it's a done deal. The only question is, who are we going to see on that stage walk there in about 2 or 3 minutes? How do they handle it? How do you even start the conversation where you go outside this venue, you're talking with your teammate and you're like, hey, I do acknowledge you're a pretty good player, but you need to fucking wake up right now.
Yeah.
And this is the conversation they must have been having outside the arena.
And there's one more element to it too, because it's not just ZywOo, it's a man we were praising in the pregame. Magisk has been such a reliable piece for them, and he was not finding form at all on Vertigo.
You are right, Magisk was quiet. I still do think that it comes on ZywOo, particularly at the beginning of this horrifying unraveling that happened. But yes, Magisk will have to stand, and the reason we can mention it as well is that he's playing the A side of Mirage, and I guarantee you, Heroic's about to attack it 17 different ways. Like, we know the different speed they can have, we know the different pincer move that they have as well. If he's not finding his groove the way that was on Vertigo, he could be looking at it too.
Also, that you have to account for the fact that, like, you know, Magisk, had a quiet game, but also if ZywOo is also having a quiet game, and you're normally having someone like a ZywOo like thin out like 1 to 2 players per round, or like this A hit's coming in, ZywOo's going to get his one. That's an extra body that Magisk has to deal with. That's an extra angle. That's an extra piece of utility. That's going to make all of your teammates have a harder game because ZywOo is such a linchpin of this team. So yeah, collectively, everyone needs to step up, or else everyone is going to have a rough game.
Well, right now we've been highlighting the players that are missing, but you can get over onto Twitter and highlight the players who are here, who are thriving right now. It's our Maersk MVP vote, so get on over to the Blast Twitter. Let us know who you think has been the chief performer at these Blast Premier Spring Finals, who deserves to take home that Maersk MVP.
Hello everybody, welcome back. We've got our grand finals underway. We've got the unicorn odds definitely favoring Heroic, and I can understand why. That first map, very lopsided. We get a little back and forth out of Vitality where maybe ZywOo gets some kills, but at no point did it feel like Vitality were going to return to a competitive state on Vertigo.
You know, since Vitality had started this small streak of tournaments, getting to this final, winning the last 2 they attended, they lost to OG in a best of 1. They lost to Imperial in a best of 3 to, start this event. Outside of that, haven't lost a single series. It's been nothing but roses for them. But right now, Heroic a map up in the grand final. They, as soon as that Jabby 4K happened, they haven't looked nervous since that. They were playing like themselves. They started owning, and they built a momentum to actually end this game. It might end on map 2 or map 3, but honestly, this is more about Heroic letting this one go than it is about Vitality bringing it back. And I'm done talking about ZywOo. He had a bad map, that first map, but there were lots of reasons for that, and they all start with Heroic. Fantastic utility usage, good pushes, outgunning him, outgunning the whole team.
Great teamwork.
It doesn't seem like Mirage is going to be any different in that regard.
No, this is actually setting up beautifully for Heroic. Not only are they 1 map away from closing out the season with their first victory, but they also have a chance to capture their first MVP. That's something that has...
So wild.
Yeah, it's just,
so wild.
Despite the wins that they've had in other events, they have yet to have any of their players capture that medal, and yet Stown now clearly leading the way. He's 3rd highest rated at the event, the highest rated of remaining players, and behind him, it's not ZywOo, it's Cadian. Cadian just bit right there with him. Well, they're going to be fighting for that if they take Mirage.
And what's funny about that is ZywOo's actually taken 2 MVPs from Heroic at tournaments that they've won.
Yeah, well, maybe Heroic are about to take away a trophy.
It's a couple layers of revenge right here.
16 rounds to victory for Heroic, 16 away for map 3 when it comes to Vitality. And of course, we get Heroic on the offense. Got a smoke and a flash on Cadian. No kit for the CTs. No immediate swinging going on in mid. Slow crawl. Smoke down. The only pieces of util, so it all sets up this B hit.
Oh, wow.
It's a long-range gush. ZywOo still trying to put up kills, and sure enough, gets himself a double. Dupree catching Cadian, but bomb is still on site, and CSGO creates that necessary space for Shush to come off of this plant and reposition. Retakes on. As mentioned, no kit. And they're just gonna play this shoulder to shoulder. Spinks and Dupree, ZywOo's henchmen, looking to move this one outwards. CSGO takes a position up in market, leaves Shush on site. That's where Spinks will fall. This would be 3 for 3 in pistols the way of Heroic. A bomb tap to get them out. Nice. 10 seconds still. And he thinks CSGO is further back. When in reality, he's there to take it away. Heroic T-side pistol.
It's a great kill from CSGO to get market space. That changes the makeup of that post plant for sure. Just the thought that he could be in there now is a huge one. It's a formidable defense from ZywOo with the first 2 kills. That's 2 to answer back when it seemed like all was lost. But then after that, CSGO key frag into clutch frag, and Heroic win another pistol. And I love that. Very low resource, exact to a B split. A single top con smoke paired with the perfect timing after they scaled Cat with no other grenades. They decided to assume Vitality wouldn't play in there or fight them in mid if they were, and then immediately split into B, which normally takes a lot longer and takes a lot more utility.
Simple and smooth. And looking to do something similar in this one. Triple Mac 10 set up for the B hit, but the bodies are here for Vitality. Oh, Dupree though, nade timing. Flashes are good. Blinds both players, and Jabby just splits him down the middle. They still don't know about Spinkstone. Now they do. Fires off. It's Apex's Deagle to do all the work so far. Suddenly Heroic hit by a bit of a hold. ZywOo's scout claims one, but a bounce back from the same 2 that closed pistol. Shush and CSGO to even this out. Nobody shows ZywOo anything. Bomb's just gonna tuck.
They are such a 5-headed Hydra in the way things can go wrong, and then they make it feel like they're scaling no problem, as if they have all their players alive, but there's still some searching to do.
Oh, CSGO.
did it already in the pistol, pushing for a little bit more space to get a little bit more cushion in this one, but doesn't quite round the corner, but just patiently waiting. And Shush, he's playing his own waiting game too. He doesn't know where these Vitality players may be, but eventually you do have to get onto this site. With 56 HP, there's a shot. Oh, and Magisk, it's actually him that strikes in this one.
Just a peek. Shush sees this as a chance to only plant inside the corner. ZywOo's still worried about the market play. Oh, but he catches him with Scout. It's patience from Vitality, patience from Heroic. And now I'm just left wondering, what if TeSeS had gone around that corner for the fight to Magisk? Because he walks away, it gives the perfect chance for Magisk to dig him down.
There was a risk in him walking up that long because then Magisk knows time is not on the T player's side, and eventually they're going to have to make a decision to put the bomb down, and no one had pushed for cat control. So that's a free frag from him, good timing from him. And Heroic got very scared about someone flanking upper B, which obviously is going to happen, especially when there's pistols. People do that quickly. It wasn't the case this time, and they thought they had done enough. Magisk kind of wins that round by delaying in the right spot.
Force buy back, quick pace. Ahead of the Molotov, but TeSeS gives his back up. Spinks is there. Not letting them find any kind of pocket of control between the util. Now the pistols are going to have to pay off. Across towards Ticket, not a problem.
Yeah, the interesting part about the CT of Mirage for Vitality is Spinks now playing Cat, his old Ents location, and only doing that very recently. Like, Mirage is not coming up in many of their vetoes at all.
Yep.
And that's his comfort zone. And Apex said, well, they need something a little bit more crazy inside of Connector. And Spinks is... It wasn't to call Spinks bad, but stylistically felt like he'd be better over there. It was already where he was good. And it showed for a very strong Mirage. I think when they played it, I think it was versus FaZe.
Yeah. Apex wanted that responsibility. He does add crazy to the formula.
It just doesn't suit Apex to jump spot B for the entire round.
Yeah, right.
That's not really his thing.
Yeah.
Doesn't scratch that itch.
Obviously, he's going to be easier to command everybody, too. Go for the re-aggressives towards mid if you're the in-game leader in an active spot. But again, he's getting active in T-spawn already. 35 seconds. They should know exactly what's happening.
They've split the AKs up. Cadian looking at Murder Hole, caught out by ZywOo. 25 left to make this happen. They come back this way to try to grab a gun. Shush. Nah, not with the Glock. Player on site does die. ZywOo's still concerned about the Murder Hole, but because Apex went T-spawn, doubled back, he's going to find back turn to him. A default plant denied. No chance there for Heroic to get through. Vitality know what they gave away, knew what they had to hold on to, drew those lines in the sand, and managed to keep Heroic beyond them.
Feeling very secure about the map control that they had, and knowing that it's Heroic to have to breach one side or the other, so why push too far? Good timings here. I think they've only played 2 games where he's actually been back in that position, and it's already been looking great. He was probably just too shy to ask for it when he joined the team.
Yeah, for sure, right? Here we have Glocks trying to charge down, so chance for Dupree to rack up the numbers. Should have been. Instead, he dies to Glocks. Oh, another dink. Okay, now both defenders are low. Weapon's gonna be difficult to grab. TeSeS and Stown come through. No way, just blocked. TeSeS grabs the M4, gets 2 additional kills, and what do you know? Heroic with Glocks storm the site.
No, not a single armor buy?
I don't think so.
Oh my God.
P250s, a couple flashes, a smoke.
Oh no.
This was just supposed to be a flat out B hit, and it was almost sacking the round entirely.
Yep.
But Dupree got nothing done from that spot.
Man, yeah, Vitality at their worst, that was a problem for sure. That's also a round where they have a cat player. They can listen for a rush. They have 2 good angles to hold a crossfire. They can throw grenades very easily, and they didn't get any of it out.
I'm just going to say it's a risky spot to be at Van against pistols. Like, when you're jump spotting, you usually want to come back to the empty pillar a lot of the time. That enables the crossfire with the cat player so that he can catch them as they're trying to run you down at that position. But Dupree got caught in no man's land. That's a great spot in a late round situation when they're walking towards you.
Okay.
But not when pistols are flying in your face from every direction.
Yeah, it's like, do you drop your Van pillar smoke? You go bench, you go empty pillar.
Yes.
You go standard.
Those are the normal spots a B anchor should be in.
And they should have had obviously a very good read on the money. So they take a risk. That was a...
You see
a lot of momentum coming out of that round.
You see the next problem it makes too, right? With him dying on Van, M4 gets picked up.
Yeah.
Glocks to start, but there's a double M4 kill from TeSS there.
Right. TeSS did great on the B entries as well, that pistol round.
Coming at him from the same angle. I'm not sure what Spinks was holding at that moment. Even with the crossfire not set, Jabby just flew by.
Some kind of gap of communication right here. It felt like just like the fact that you don't get any nades out versus just pistols, they had nothing to work with. And the thing is, it looks undignified to lose a round like this. That was maniacal. It looks undignified to lose a round like this, but the practical value here is that they were already saving. So they not only pick up free guns, they barely lose any, they lost one player, but they were saving on all 5 coming into that round. So a huge leg up.
Brutal loss for Vitality in that one. Yeah. Gonna the back-to-back timeouts there from both teams. Good cosplay. It's usually
CS2 chicken's looking realistic.
Yeah.
I love that anime.
Wally deep. All right.
Don't give Heroic a pop-off round early.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, that just reclaims
Impossible
anything.
challenge.
Yeah, anything Heroic lost by losing the round 2, yeah, that just cancels it out.
I like that boost a lot.
It looks like a missed smoke. That's why it's funny.
Oh, it was just a missed window smoke.
Play within it. This time Dupree alone. And instead Vitality want to fiddle around with mid. Dangerous game to play. Met by smoke as well. How does this stifle Heroic? What's next? They walk through. Ooh, Jabby disrespects it. That timing just by walking through smoke. That? Yeah. Commits to the spray, gets the double, tries to go beyond that, but at least ZywOo's here inside sight by tucking back behind triple. The Palace peak that will come won't find him. And it reveals itself. So ZywOo's trying to put together the picture as Spinks just gets a smoke spam frag versus down. This one's not out of the realm of possibility for Vitality.
And this is a big risk by ZywOo. You know, he's open to connector the entire time.
Bomb's committing.
Oh.
TeSS on his own here. We're going to get that Cadian split. Oh, because he made sound. Dupree's so fixated, and Spinks wasn't watching, but at least he gets the trade back. It's still an open door for TeSS. He's so concerned that he's going to get jumped on if he goes for the plant that he can't. So he's going to hide bench. He only has 5 extra seconds, and with that going down, this one falters. They thought they had the timing. Cadian did a great job of clearing corner, but then TeSS outnumbered and scared.
Dude, I mean, Spinks, he gets 4 kills this round. All in different positions, so it doesn't look like a sequence. The positioning from him this whole game has been great. His impact off of Cat is well felt, and that's down as the first win inside of mid. That jeopardizes everything for Heroic to kick things off, but then he gets moving right away. He doesn't just sit in position. He gets one in connector, inside a window, inside a market in the same round.
And the difference that he got, the kill from window and getting the kill in market, I mean, it's so quick. It's about 15 seconds apart that Cadian definitely thought he was afforded the luxury to run with his knife out to try to gain some position on the site. Obviously not the case. Spinks rotated immediately after finding that frag.
Nice tug of war for control at the start of the half. More and more the crowd gets converted to Cadian's camp. They're joining the cult.
It's still a little polarizing out there.
Yeah. They're going to play it as a pack this round. You know, a stark contrast to the round prior where we had Vitality's players peeking up top mid, taking a glance down underground. Now there's nothing but the Spinks cat hold. ZywOo spam smoke, more arriving, easy for the Israeli. Third one not quite his. Apex trying to finish it off. They know they've got Cadian wounded. They know they've got Heroic in a tough spot. 2v4. Stown, if you want that MVP, and this would be the map to go off. They give him space. Remember, Bomb is still down catwalk, so it's going to be very difficult with this amount of time and with Cadian over here to ever get that back. They can hunt frags all they want, but now they know exactly where the last man is. Cadian stuck here, Magis sweeps him, and Vitality will take a 2-round lead.
You know, we get a meaty 2K out of Spinks, but that's a team effort right there. It's when they feel like Heroic, who had 5 in mid, are going to decide to come through the smoke. There's the flash peek out of ZywOo to get the first kill in information, and then Spinks in the perfect spot to find.
Both these IGLs are unhinged.
Oh my god.
They're the most animated IGLs for sure.
Yeah.
It's great stuff. Yeah, very different approach for Spinks in that one. But this is a round that surely Vitality will take cleanly this time.
Yeah.
You don't get 2 of those in a half, Heroic.
Now the odds are something like 1 in 1,000 in Tier 1 play to win without any armor, no utility.
You just making that number up?
Peter tweeted that out a long time ago. I can't remember the exact. Oh my god.
It's easy.
Take your breath away, Madness. He's like, finally, they come to A.
Yeah, right. Wanted a little action, got some. Says, take notes, Dupree. This time they find no footing. Not even able to cross out from Tetris. Woo, indeed.
Oh no, he got that spot.
Yeah.
All right. So, back to business here for Heroic. Another buy. This time, nothing to do with mid. They'll test everything out.
Dupree's alone again.
But when you see the pack, you see where the bomb is, you wonder what's going to take place. The crawl out occurs. Oh, Magus sees nothing. It's a late smoke. This will be a huge tell for Heroic.
Jabby getting ever closer.
Look how they're using triple to avoid his game.
Yeah,
oh.
They give up a back. You know, Magisk was giving them a ton of space, but just at that final moment, strikes down Tesses. Jabby's wounded. It's not comfortable for Heroic, even with all that space, but ZywOo thought he had more room than he really did. Apex has to now come in, take up the slack. Jabby smashes him down. And just like that, 3 instant kills out of Heroic.
That was like betting on them being a bad team to go for the re-aggression and then the re-aggression again. And they aren't. Then they were watching the open choke point that caused death. Shush.
Yeah. What a round from him. Shush all over the place with that. Coming into this, by the way, Shush is the highest rated Mirage player for Heroic.
Wow.
That's, I don't know if everybody
and that's part
recognizes
of the reason
efforts.
why they don't get their MVPs, because they don't have bottom fraggers on this team.
Yeah.
It's actually not an insult to say that, because they all pick it up on different maps and different positions. But that's a huge one.
I mean, this is one of the best teams in the world that does it without the star, right? That's Heroic's story. Greater than any one part.
Cadian's a star.
Yeah.
In his own right. In his own right, he's a star.
ZywOo scours top middle. Will not find an op to counter him.
But they have created a just alt on this team. Heroic looking for something also a little new here. They've got mid involved, but a new final destination.
Spinks is preoccupied with the apartments pressure, so that's a bit of a gap in the cap play that we've seen from Vitality.
Made their way up.
Already on Arch. Spinks looking to hold it back. Peeks around. Cadian's already hit the footing though. Dupree, chance to shine. He's lost his teammate and his rotate. And Jabby makes sure that he keeps on ripping off heads. Stown executes Magisk. Nothing here for Vitality to be proud of. And ZywOo's gonna get pushed up close.
Scope is heard. And
yeah, they're toying with him. Wall banging him down to half health. Stown flushes him into the spawn. He'll peek off the flash, bring Shush with him. More challenging on every step of the way. And he's gonna make a sprint away towards that B site. Listen, Jabby's low. Oh, okay.
Not quite enough time.
Yeah.
About 15 seconds right now. That would have been a bit much.
He dies. Jabby's repositioned all the way around site.
They were scared of him, but they eventually found him. A nice couple of kills in the exit, that's something. But that call from Heroic is great, and you know what? It is wholly irresponsible to give up that much room on Cat, as well as not have information in upper B and no mid control. Look how far the T's get before the first CT is able to fight back against them. We're sitting on Van Pillar and the site and no idea that any of the Heroic players had already crossed Cat. How can that be?
The speed.
They did that so quickly. Heroic got into position so fast. Nades out of spawn. They were able to just take all that mid control. We talk about the fight for mid control so frequently when we talk about Mirage, and Heroic won that fight by just throwing out utility. They didn't even have to take a life. They just had all the space. The positions were untenable for the Vitality players on B.
We're certainly not getting a stomp on this map. We're getting great rounds out of both teams to answer back and forth.
Pistol crossfire. Distracted on the smoke. CSGO turns it on Magus. Nothing to stop the flood of Heroic up connector. And so they're starting to feel this T side fighting their slot, grooving through with ease. And what a varied playbook out of Heroic here. Yes, anti-ecos, but I mean, it's so difficult to pin down the direction they're coming from right now.
Oh, absolutely. Excellent calls. Excellent calls. And they're calling for Vitality to take the fight to the top of mid, because if there's one thing in common, the one red thread between all of their defaults right now, it's mid control. They've very rarely gone for a full extremity site hit. They've very rarely gone for a full B hit without having a lurk or full-on presence on cat or in connector.
And that's exactly what Vitality are talking about right now. They're recognizing they're losing mid-control consecutively, and so the plan going forward has to change up that formula a bit. You cannot give Heroic mid-control that simply. The one time they were able to lock it down was a team effort when Spinx was able to find that multi-frag from Catwalk. But they got to do something more, or they have to gamble in another way. You can't play a standard side if you are going to just play 2-1-2 and give up mid space, then everybody feels cornered in the matter of seconds.
They dropped a very explicit smoke in the middle of B site to let Vitality know that they're trying to get up cat, and then they did, and there was still no reaction. You cannot play blind like that. Vitality's players are too good to play that scared, so we'll see if there's a change up in attitude here.
Careful. Oh. Nade's not a problem. Spinx is changing positions with Dupree. You said you wanted to see a potential gamble elsewhere. No B aggression despite this presence. Vitality just still leaning back.
This is something good that they do. They are known to take mid late, and they are going to find an open mid, which is good information to use. It won't win you the round, but it gives you fast rotations.
Oh, they don't want to get caught here, though. That flash just makes you a little nervous. You've got the cat player to help you, but that's 3 sets of eyes here in middle for the CTs. Dupree, gun's almost empty, but he'll hold on with Spinx. They're able to lock in the exit. Not this time, Heroic. No success on the exit.
And look at the angle that's opened up to Spinx to play off the cat bricks in that way. You can't do that without mid control. So really using their newfound map control to get them the info.
You wanted something different, Maui? You got it. Satisfied?
I think Vitality are with that.
They should be.
Yeah, off attack pause is very nice as well.
Yes. It wasn't just too obvious either. It was not just go for the instant mid pressure. As KDN, you're not keeping this gun, buddy. it's not happening.
He wants it so bad.
A kill, but that's going to be it.
Yeah, because if you go for the instant mid pressure, it's too obvious. Heroic are waiting for you to find a reaction, so you go for the most natural one. You can't really do that. So what they do is they just walk in late. They say, we'll give you mid. If you don't take over control of it, we're probably ready to retake it, because that's where they won one of their best rounds earlier with Spinx in ladder room and the flash retake from ZywOo in window. But here's a different look on the same idea at a different timing.
It's enough to keep sprinkling CT round wins in.
Oh, big change up from Vitality here. Spinx is on the A side, already finding a kill. That's going to make Heroic rethink this a bit. No, they're already committed.
They're just going to dive it. And look how it works. Stown and Jabby get completely stuffed. Finally, something goes back. It is shot on his own.
Oh, he said quiet down.
You're talking about Vitality too much.
And they move back instantly. They're gone on his own. He reclaims everything to kick off what's going to be a 2v5 if they can close it. And the likelihood of closing this increased because that B site is so clear. So what are we talking retake-wise? We've got ZywOo, Dupree, both still full kits of utility. A kit itself on ZywOo and a bomb plant beneath the apartment. CT's so far removed.
Vitality didn't want to believe it. Dupree is a B player. He made his way this long journey over here to hope that
That's it.
Wait,
that's it.
They're not even
going
gonna
for
take it. Wow.
That's that.
A 2v2 save when they could have played in the middle. They could have rotated early. They could have pushed something before Heroic picked the site, and all they did was keep it simple. Run away and plant.
Man, and when you see those first 2 players out of Palace try to just commit to that, I'm thinking, sorry, Shush, same fate for you. You know, you're attempting to get it out ramp, but spins to the guy on bench and takes his 3rd. And if I'm not mistaken, we haven't even heard a Shush chant so far this weekend. But he just gave you all a moment.
That might be the first time that we've heard that.
Good. Deserved.
It's well deserved. And he was the player in playoffs who had the most fall off of anyone on Heroic. You know, when that graphic was talking about elimination matches, we was talking about Shush more than anybody else.
Man,
and this is a proving ground for him just as much as it is for Heroic as a team.
And Cadian's right behind him, trying to get in on these exact 3 kills. Cadian can't even see anybody, even though they're holding the same angle, essentially. Shush is just so rapid with that 2nd and 3rd. Headshot, headshot. And just like that, Vitality thinking that they had one wrapped up, instead tied game.
You saw a round like that boiling up for Shush because of his lurks when he was getting kills as the A lurker in some of these earlier rounds. But something that explosive, you know, that's TESS level.
Stown-esque.
That's good misdirection from Heroic right there. Smoking the front of ramp. Apex isn't sure what's going on right there, but it actually forces the defense. That walkout towards middle, it looks like Vitality's gearing up for that. 3 towards Con.
Stacked inside it. Cadian kills Apex. Whoa, Dupree peeks out. About to be spotted by 4 players, so good thing he gets back.
Oh, Dupree playing off Cat again. Did they actually changed spots here? At first it was just Spinks. Oh, this might be fun. Let's get you back to A for a second. Now it's... Wait, can we go back to trying that? Because maybe the communication on B was causing problems. They let too many bad things happen. It'd be surprising if they, you know, changed halfway through a match, but...
I think it's just because of the Vitalities, or the ZywOo setup towards B apartments with the op.
Okay, okay.
They like when it's Dupree towards that side, and then Spinks comes back towards A.
It's Dupree now on ticket on his own. Spinks will have stairs. He's definitely got the reps in on this position. Peek off of the triple stack. Dupree just the 1. It's Shush again, folks. 2 kills. Magisk trying to buy time, waiting for ZywOo to come over. He stops the bomb at least. There's only 10 seconds, and ZywOo could just throw that Hail Mary up, covers the first, and a bomb plant denied! Wallbang from ZywOo, the legend of Lance strikes again!
He's telling the story today. At least here on Mirage. To take a massive moment, another round away from Shush. The one shot to make it so there's no time to plant. It had to be on the head, and it had to be through triple.
ZywOo's just incredible, man. I haven't seen many oppers not named Simple hit that one. I've seen ZywOo do that twice in the last 2 months. He's got that one lined up.
Man, like deer in headlights. When ZywOo came around that ticket side, those T's just freeze up. I mean, can't blame Cadian. He's got nothing other to do. There's 6 seconds on the clock when ZywOo spots him. No other chance.
You know, it was Shush up until that moment. It was Shush the last round with 3 kills, then a 2-player save. One of those players was ZywOo, keeps that up. Into the next round, 3 kills more for Shush, and he's the only one that can stop him. This game's got everything. It's not about momentum in this half. It's been about great rounds back and forth, good answers, barely any streaks, lots of rifle rounds. Here's another bye, even though Heroic don't have everything they want.
It's just the nature of a game that we kind of expected out of the gate. ZywOo goes back. Oh, Stown shoots at him. And he dives back with the opening kill here in round 14. Vitality looking to cement the lead at the end of the CT half. And Spinks sits around for a second. A counter pick possible. An entry demanded of TESS, which could easily be found. Look at this, ZywOo just scoped in on apartments.
Whoa, he's solo here on the site, and they had no idea about mid. I mean, window was smoked.
That has to be a miscommunication or a lack thereof. Okay, well, Dupree, he's actually beating the molly. Tess is He doesn't expect this position.
There's another timing here, but this time it could go back Vitality's favor. Dupree slides back, kills TSS. That's market control for the CT side. A single kid on Apex and everybody's running over. Everyone except Spinks. He's gonna walk. He's got that flank timing. And Cadian, playing behind Arch Pillar, hopes to cut any more support towards market off. Deep smoke gives a gap to the cat push. Shush, it gets away from him for a moment. Spinks' flank connects, and Cadian's still alive and kicking, trying to dive behind cover, waits and nails it, and now he's gonna get pushed back by Dupree, point blank. No scope, but no time either.
Oh, he's on his feet. Cadian's focus is something to behold. Not shooting too soon, keeping an inventory of the other target, staying away from that person. Focusing on the window, nailing the shot, and delaying. One way or another, he'll get the clutch.
The crowd respects it, and you just have to tip your hat to him. What a clutch. It was so needed to.
If you lose focus for 1 second there, you expose yourself to market. You think, what's the next thing I can hit? But he has such a good sense of danger in that regard.
Oh. Yeah, well, now he's done. ZywOo puts him to rest for the end of the first half. Magisk 5-7, cracks a couple heads inside of the A site. This pace, the electricity off of that clutch comes in now to the favor of Vitality, and it's gonna be Stown with an attempt to shine. Wants to be an MVP, but can't. The clutch is Cadian's, and the half belongs to Vitality. 8 on the defense, and a T side up next.
Welcome to Don't Make It Sound. It's easy. We're gonna have 3 challenges. The one that does the most loud noise is eliminated. To measure the noise, we're gonna use this little instrument. Let's get started.
You. 90.
Drop the mic.
90?
So much. It's easy for you. When I do 89, you can do whatever noise you want. It's not gonna happen. Well, I lost. Eliminated.
And the word is...
Carambit. Oh my god. I don't know. How much you saw?
I saw 62.
Looks cool, you know. It was 65, 63, and 45.
After him seconds. You won.
Yes.
Okay, fish.
I don't know what that makes sense. 84, I saw. You won.
Yeah.
Good luck.
You won.
You're the master of this.
Yeah, the master of this.
Just swap.
Just
go kitchen.
Go on.
Nice. Side, bench inside. Side.
Yeah. Bench inside again. Coming shop.
Matthew, I think he close kitchen. Wait a bit.
I'm waiting a bit. I'm outside kitchen.
They're just waiting for kills right now. Just waiting them out a bit.
I think one.
Down. Electric one.
Yes, one electric.
That's right. He was looking kitchen, so the other guy has to be like car or something. Car or side. Has to be. Yes.
15.
Moment one first.
It's B.
Yeah.
Nice!
Nice.
Good job, boys. Let's go.
Yeah, Dupree read him well. It was indeed a slow play, but it was one of the only slow plays throughout that half. We definitely cranked the dial here on an individual level from multiple bodies throughout that first half. We got some good CS here in Washington. And now, all of a sudden, even though Vitality have that 8 to 7 buffer, this map is still open for the taking. This could still be a masterclass heroic CT side. Washington, this could be the last half of your grand finals. Make a little bit of noise. You guys have the pleasure of sending off CS this season. And it's all about you. Cadian's USB down beneath Palace, taps into Spinks. He gets himself a second, and now they're going to be exposed to the ticket player, but there is a bounce back already. Jabby comes up, taps down 2. Third one on a silver platter, but it's ZywOo. Oh, and a tap through smoke, that's nasty, but it's not enough. We're tied up quick.
That's something cute at the end right there, but overall, 2 kills out of Cadian under Balk uncleared. And a couple of great shots that they were. That's pretty much what gave them the leverage. Even after 2 answers back, it's Jabby from above. And a lead, or actually, sorry, a tie game now, 8-8 with the CT side to look forward to.
That's a big moment for Heroic, though. Both of these teams are better now that they've switched halves percentage-wise. Vitality is a better T-side team on Mirage. Heroic's a better CT side team on this map as well. So
you could write a better script.
This is where it should just become the best Counter-Strike period.
I'll sign that.
Hard to beat that first half, so I'm ready.
We'll buckle in.
SS. Molly kind of separates the pack. So 3 members stuck behind Magisk and ZywOo.
And this is an anti-eco setup I can get behind. Watching the second window and allowing TSS to peek thereafter. Now, there's 1 kill, but an MP9 on Balk. Not even worth fighting for.
Now they're going to exit, and Jabby, because of the top mid play, ropes up Spinks. Shuts down Dupree. Oh, Cadian comes through.
Where there's 1, there's 2.
Yeah. Classic tale of Heroic. Where there's 1, there's 2. With the pistol, they convert. 2 CT rounds early.
Oh, that's 4 pistol rounds then?
Yes.
Wow. That's a stat that'll catch up to you.
Well, Vitality are going to brush that one to the side pretty easily. This is a great opportunity for them to keep this one competitive. Although, we see some concessions in terms of utility. 5 AKs, and that means Spinks doesn't have a single nade.
Posturing out mid first, but it is Vitality that get away with their initial positions, and it's Spinks who gets away with a peek.
Ooh.
Took a ton of damage.
Yeah,
that could have been his death.
Site. It's an open site. There's no one else here.
TSS nearly claiming.
Honestly, makes that a little different, but are we still going for it? This is the question.
Yeah, and the fact TSS just took a ton of damage too, that means that B site's even weaker. If nobody comes and gives a free frag to TSS, Vitality just using the timing off of Spinks to catch that 1 kill. Now, yeah, that's it, locked in. Vitality bounce back. First gun rounds, first T round. TSS, poor guy, doesn't even have an escape path, really.
So what do we watch right there? A super simple idea. Use Spinks as Weapon X, see if he can walk up and find anything. And Jabby's just in transit, back to the site, off of cap, but he was solo the entire time in that moment. So really gambling on an open B site early. That was Apex with just the perfect call for the exact setup Heroic had early.
That looks like an anti-strat call. That double walking out B like that, if there's a guy Van, he's just going to nail both of them in the side of the head. That's recognizing your opponent. That's knowing that Heroic like to go for those gamble plays early on. And we can see that Vitality, even after getting the kill, they did exercise some caution. They didn't just instantly dive bomb into the site, but they knew there was a great opportunity for them to just find that little gap, because there's almost always a gap in what Heroic is doing. It's just that they're so generally good at boarding it up.
Try to use that as the early momentum then. Back to top mid they shall go. And they got behind boxes last round safely with 2. Stown finding 0 damage on the spam. But instead, we get a little posturing up inside the B apartments.
I like the beginning to this half here for Vitality to take it to mid early. Heroic being obsessed with information means they're obsessed with mid. And mid overall is definitely T-sided eventually if you have the right utility. So Vitality want to just give this up for no reason. They might pay the price, but...
The nade discrepancy, though. Stown hanging on to that. 1 of 2 last smokes.
There's no rotators anywhere near this site.
Yeah, this might just be a save. If they get a clean kill onto Tessus, this is a calculated risk again from Heroic.
Big if, though.
He's got a 5-7.
And a smoke that slows it down just long enough for teammates to come over. Okay, just long enough. And they're ready to pounce right behind it. TeSS, take one with you.
That's an interesting idea.
It's a small ask of TeSS with support now back behind him. He will die empty-handed. Oh no, and a Molotov. Cadian, he's gonna start burning, backs up, still taking a ton of util damage. And it's just more of a commitment. Jabby also nothing. 3 players here for Heroic. It's the 4th man in that finally gets 1. And that 1 is not simply enough. If it was just TeSS, then it is just a save. Getting everybody over there just means a higher cost for Heroic with about as little as you'd expect TeSS to get alone.
You know, full credit. They got into some good positions towards the end. I'm surprised not any of them got a kill. Of course, they all had pretty decent angles for those fights, but the idea from Vitality is perfect. Of course, again, when we see that there's 1 player there with a 5-7, from there on out, they probably got a little nervous about the fact they came through that smoke, saw him, got that kill early, and there could be more Heroic players, but they dealt with it.
Great to see Vitality, though, working as a pack right there. If they went for a similar just 2-man send there, that likely would have happened. But the fact that they can swarm the bomb site together, the support flashes were raining in. Cadian was getting mollied and blinded. He didn't know that he was even burning to death.
Yeah.
Punchy hit from Vitality.
Excellent utility, and they're just, you know, creating a wound on this half of Mirage and trying to widen it, you know, pour some salt into it. Make Heroic overreact, try to condition them on the B side. And make sure that if their game plan is to forego upper B control, is to play 1 player here, might be on cat, no one in the site, that's where they'll lose the game.
Ooh, nice boost. It's the only M4, folks. Oh, but how do you get out of here?
They can flash from mid, or
they're gonna keep fighting.
Out. Okay.
Zywoo lines them up. At the very least, you took a second with you. But you've now lost that M4. You've lost the only set of Kevlar.
Now, this is interesting, though, because they take both extremities knowing that this is a mid default. When Zywoo gets that kill, that's 3 players confirmed. TeSS, he'll start walking.
How do you manufacture a positional advantage, though? You know, Vitality don't want to fall victim to some tomfoolery, some USP flank.
There needs to be some bigger risk here from Heroic. I mean, look at the guns that they have to work with. If 3 group up from Vitality take a site, it'd have to be an abject failure for them to not trade effectively. So, well.
Oh.
Apex running.
Knife out.
This might be the way in.
Oh,
Cadian also presses forward. 5-7 in a powerful spot, and if that delays them long enough, you know the flank is coming.
Catch this either.
Wow.
He gets out, but there's a molly at least for the van. Jabby backs up. Zywoo takes his head off. Zywoo with 3. Cadian looking to be the hero yet again, and TeSS still walking, but guess what? He grabs the AK. So all Cadian has done has set up TeSS, but he gets jump spotted, applies pressure to the bomb plant. Zywoo looking to get it in, and he will. Now TeSS has to come through with the retake, and that smoke just allows both of them to walk back. A deep market position for the low health Zywoo, and Apex sticks around on site.
You would think no way. No armor here for CEST to work with as time bleeds down. They take over the open part of the site. Bomb planted in a position that's easy to defend from here, and so...
Yeah, no chance. Just using the positions to overpower him. Poor CEST, drawn to the cause, but no chance.
The only thing weird about that for me was challenging from then as the molly came out. First of all, great that they mollied after seeing Cadian fall back, knowing it wasn't him back there, but reading there could be a second heroic player there anyways. They weren't privy to the flank. They didn't know CEST was that close. So that was just good option coverage out of heroic in a situation where they needed it. That first kill from Cadian, you thought that round's over, actually. It gets very scary for Vitality.
Great jump spot from Apex, too. As soon as the bomb is being planted, he's just going to check that flank. And if Tess has had 2 more seconds there, that's a kill. That's a 1v1.
Yep.
And so Apex just making sure. And sometimes we criticize Apex because he's too active. He goes for too many peeks, wants too much information. But that one was perfect. And it was much needed to make sure that this never got out of hand for him and ZywOo.
ZywOo, of course, who closes that out with the 4K.
We're almost characterizing this as a missed opportunity for Heroic, but they still get 3 kills in this spot. True. And they weren't investing anything at that point, so now the buy comes through.
Yeah, look at that pack of players up in apps.
Look at this. Control-C, Control-V.
Check TSS on his own again. Last time he put a smoke down at the perfect moment in order to get Cadian over, and we still saw the fumblings of Heroic's members. This time they're just gonna pop off the flashes. TSS, ooh, got a dink on Dupree because he lines them up.
You can also comment.
Cadian looking to press out, shots whizzing by him, and he's got one pinned in the corner, but Shush is also smoked. It's a tall order to get this retake going. There's more smoke grenades that can be thrown out from Vitality. Heroic are gonna know how little it took for Vitality to even get in here. So what's the approach? A couple from the other side of site. Cadian posted waiting, and ZywOo, he's not gonna see this, so all of a sudden, there is definitely a chance for Shush. They think that CT player's further back. Spinks, the only one to hold, but he also has the molly for the bomb, and with that on top of it, there's no kit on the play. He burns. Jabby's dead, and the clock decides this is a clutch for Spinks.
Hey, the utility at the end wins it. Beautiful for Vitality. Things almost got ugly right there. But when we talk about preparation and we talk about Zonic and we talk about them versus Heroic here on Mirage, you know, when they went up against G2 and beat them on Inferno, that was something that was very impressive because even though they've got a strong map pull top to bottom, Inferno was at the bottom. They played it the least and they stomped G2's T side. Well, here they've identified something and it's been paying off. The fact of the matter is, not a single time that they've come into the B site, there's not been more than one person who was there.
It's either been pistols or it's just been one guy every single time. Vitality did their homework going into this one. This is looking like a game plan that is working near flawlessly.
You brought it up, right? Statistically, they're more successful half. We're supposed to be seeing that from the CT side of Heroic, but not quite yet. Dupree opens up, Jabby dead. Since the pistol and the second round, Heroic nothing on this defense. Vitality on the brink of being on fire. Down looking for a challenge. But they get that early mid-control and evacuate.
Yeah, I wonder how this feels to Heroic, because they did spend a good amount of time inside of mid. But it looks like this is conditioning 101, as now they are encouraged to overstack the B site just in case. Spend some extra time here.
Nobody actually inside sight. It's just gonna have to bank off the stairs play, which is looking patient. The off, which is meant to be the support, gets nothing, and poor Stown just gets mopped up.
He's having a tough game.
Damn, 8 and 16. Damn, okay. Tenacity from Vitality to just run it through the A site.
I didn't say anything because I thought CT side he'd start feeling it, but...
Still nothing.
Yeah, still nothing.
Oh, no guarantee on the save either. They want that op for Cadian.
You know, even though it's just Cadian who's over in B at that moment, Heroic are so good at picking the right site to stack versus so many teams that says something. You know, this is a moment where Heroic are playing 2-2 to sites, not sure where Vitality are going to go. And the last 4 rounds that Vitality have picked the site to go to, it's always been the weaker one.
Bro, this op is not safe. The save is in question, and even if they get forced back to B, op goes down. Shush has to grab it. This could be important. He dives down. Oh, he gets caught. Vitality clear them.
And they're on fire. This has been just a brilliant half for Vitality. Always choosing the right side, it seems like. Out-reading a Heroic in a lot of these mid-rounds, and man, once they get on the site too, it's just been lights out. So tough to take it back from them. Even when Heroic had a great attempt, found the kills needed, it just took them so long, and the money has been so tough to manage for Heroic. They usually have that extra weapon. We've seen them save a couple of guns into these next rounds, trying to make sure that they have some win condition for themselves, but when Vitality take everything away from you, there's only so much you can do if you're Heroic.
Cadian keeps saying, I don't believe it. When they go B once, they go B twice, they go B 3 times. It doesn't happen. It is not going to happen again. They wouldn't bet on Black that many times in a row. And now that Vitality have gotten away with that so many times, they can go anywhere.
Anywhere? Like map 3 maybe?
Map 3. They're definitely in business now.
Armored pistols looking to get active. But this second half has just got Vitality's name stamped across it. ZywOo looking to peel something off the mid play, no challenge.
And it's just one guy here.
He said, I don't believe it.
Yeah, and that one guy at least dropped ZywOo. Good deagle kill out of Jabby. Stowning Cadian's sidearms up next. Tough shot to hold that cross with lesser weapons. Bomb plant for Catwalk made easy. Now they're just going to try to flood out, fly forward. They get caught on the exit of market, as you would expect. This one gets cleaned up, cleared out, culled.
This is an infuriating half if you're Heroic.
Oh, yeah.
This is just torment.
But it's got to make you smile, right? Because that's what Heroic do to everyone else.
Yeah. Oh, man. Just, again, the B hit. Heroic called something like this in the previous half. Just a fast play right into B, caught Vitality off guard. And when Vitality do it, there's just a single player from Heroic in B again. Apex, you're calling a great game.
Yeah. Somehow still feels weird to call him an IGL, but he's at the top of his game in that role right now, right before our eyes.
Last standing member of the legendary French CS scene. Reinvented as a player with a completely different roster. Oh, and he's looking to hold on, but of course they've got him pinned in.
No, but at least the help is there. At least the help is there.
He called for it. They got it. Airstrike top mid.
And this is the most normal B-side setup that we've seen so far. Just,
you know, Magisk's moments have been far and few between, but if they press out towards ramp and he gets a little curious, there's multi-kill potential on this one here for Magisk. While his teammates look to work into a mid-split, we still just stay waiting here because it feels like it's coming.
such a dangerous spot to fight from, but he's got the confidence. He was out lurking Rops the other day in this spot.
To be honest, so are Heroic. Just posted forward on the double ramp setup, banking on Stown to keep eyes in connector. And now that fight makes it uncomfortable, but Magisk's position now known. Still, Shush can't quite get that angle. We've got deep ramp play, and that deep ramp play could be what Heroic need. They stay tucked, they allow the cross, and now it has to be Cadian. He needs to peek deep. They've got that bomb plant going on default, spam damage from Jabby, but he doesn't stop the plant. It's still man advantage. It's still control of all sides of the site. But it's Jabby back over top from Ticket. He'll clear Apex out, and now ZywOo given a chance to shine again. He sits back, and they wait. And now he's getting uncertain because Cadian is hunting him from behind. Yeah, sure enough. They'll squeeze into the bomb site, keep this map alive, and get themselves to double digits.
Man, it's a genius round out of Heroic to answer right back. The setup is so beautiful for the connector split coming in. They had a feeling someone was up in Palace. They were watching for a lurk. but Magis didn't give them anything except letting them know, I'm ready for you to come up connector. Then they have the 2 players going to A ramp. This is a setup that works even though some of the trades get failed. That's how good it is. Everyone coming in, they have CT control, they have ramp control. They stay alive with those 2 players for enough time that Vitality commit. So I guess that's why they wanted to focus on A, because they had a really good game plan for it.
They boost the second op up into the ladder room. Stown has his on Cat, Katie and his towards triple stack. That sniper pinch through mid could be problematic, but so could the apartment's pressure, because B site has been a problem.
Ooh. Tickled him.
Yeah, but he retains his smoke for the next molly.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Stown fights instead, posts back up, missed second shot though. It's a chance for Magis to unravel it all. Cadian kills Zywoo. Magis still lost in smoke, but he gets himself a second. TeSeS, his position known, can't bring anybody with him. And so Vitality just forced their way outwards. Down, he tried to dive back, and then when he went back at it, he saw the scope of Zywoo, and it was Magisk in front of that chops him down. Do they take this chance, or do they give Vitality 15?
You know, we're so far away on the A site. You actually do have a good flank coming in, but they feel uncomfortable with market control, maybe the op. They're going to play against 15. You know, the trades are looking a whole lot less fearsome. Even when you said Stown can't get away, that was probably true. When Stown was gifted the ability to leave and he came back in for another shot, it was an easy one. He should have hit it. And unfortunately, that does change the tides. Jabby not getting his single kill as they're coming through the smoke, isn't able to extinguish a second molly that he saved the smoke for as well. It's just a fail from both of the players inside of B versus the split coming in, when they actually, this time, were in pretty good spots to hold it.
Yeah, there was some decent nade pressure from Vitality. We had a couple flashes flying on over to make their jobs a little bit harder, but I will agree that Stown probably was the linchpin in a lot of that defense there. If he gets a second kill, but Magisk, it's a good jiggle that he throws out. He makes his life hard, but it's still opportunities that Heroic did miss out on too. These B splits have just been the bane of Heroic's existence, though. They can't find a solution for it. That's the most players they had on a gun round to defend a B hit, and they still couldn't get it done. That's when you just know when you're Apex, you're in the driver's seat. This game is yours to take.
Yeah. The one round here for Heroic was last round over on the A site. Still no answers for their biggest problem at the moment. Now, sometimes the solution is prophylaxis. Getting deep into B control very early means early warning system for your B players, means you can play one player there.
Oh, just the Canadian ones. Yeah, just the Canadians.
Just the Canadian ones.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, guys. You have been great. A crowd deserving of a third map in this grand finals. One off on the play, it's Cadian. All rifles out for Vitality. 5 attempts to close this map. They go into the mid-play. Shush meets Apex. So off the back foot, Dupree reclaims one. A smoke for Khan. That's mid-control here for Vitality. And, bro, they could creep through window. They could start climbing all over the place. Look how split up what could be this last defense from Heroic really is. They need to get active, and they know it, so TeSeS moves.
This is the thing that they weren't doing unless they were absolutely forced to in many of these situations, but look what TeSeS finds.
Smoke fades in Khan. TeSeS just keeps going on this expedition. A silent creep into the unknowingness of whatever waits for him top mid or T-spawn. And Vitality, they play grouped. Dupree taking it into his own hands with a double kill again. Jabby is his next victim from down beneath. Dupree puts up a third. Oh, but Cadian just tries to keep it alive. I mean, that one shot, the only thing that goes for Heroic, it's desperate, isn't it? Or is it glorious? A 2v5 is what's required, and now the 1v2 falls to TeSeS. He's gonna take a quick glance up towards Palace. Zywoo doubles back, a smoke to get on bomb, a kit as well to stick it, but you would think that spam comes through in an instant, and so it's desperation, and it's not enough. Vitality to the T side of their opponent's map pick put forth a masterclass. 3 tournament wins in a row on the line, and they're sure as hell not going down without a fight.
Inferno is the last map of the spring season. What's good, everybody? We're here at downtown Washington, D.C. I'm joined by Nico, I'm joined by Dupree, and we are here to answer one simple question. Who's the noob? We're gonna be making pizzas. Gentlemen, I'm judging your pizzas on structural integrity, on flavor palette, and if you want some bonus points, get creative, make me something Counter-Strike related. Our Instagram poll had Nico favored to win this competition at 53%. If you guys are ready, so am I.
Yeah, let's get to it.
Let's get to it, yeah.
Should I go first?
Yes.
Help yourself.
Oh, it's so cold and gooey. All right. I've seen people put it on the edge and then they would go do stuff like that.
Yeah, and what are those things? And are you going to do them?
No.
I'm not trying to experiment too much over here.
Dupree, you're looking a little lumpy. There's a waviness to your dough at the moment.
I think Nico's doing a pretty good job. Look, but look how thick it is over there. I'm kidding. What? No, I'm just joking. It's mental warfare. Okay, are you ready with my wooden thing?
I'm ready with your wooden platform, sir.
Oh no!
Yeah, these look great. Well, one looks great.
Which one?
That's the question. All right, done.
I'm done. Holy, he made it sick.
This is huge. Dupree's gone for a thinner center with protruding outer crust lines. Nico, I think that the consistency of this is a really nice detail. But so far, I'm impressed, gentlemen. I think you did great. Dough is done. Now we're doing toppings, gentlemen. Decision's completely up to you.
You can go ahead first.
I go first?
Begin.
Mix it up real good. A big spoon. And just gonna swirl it around. Oh my God, professional pizza maker.
Nico's gone center, heavier on the sauce, I would say.
Look at him. So, cheese.
Cheese first, okay? Nico, you've definitely gone lighter on the cheese so far.
I'm adding. I don't want to go too heavy.
Right. Dupree going with the consistent spiraled pepperoni strategy.
Does this look like a G to you?
It looks like something.
There is no way I can fit to. Well, I tried to do something with the G to logo, but I'm not sure exactly how it looks like.
I think I'm gonna try it.
X Factor, honey sauce. We got Nico's G2 pepperoni no green, and then we've got Dupree's symmetrical honey glazed deliciousness. So, one final step, gentlemen. Time to cook them. All right, gentlemen, they're out of the oven. They look great. They look good. So, time to find out who ended up whipping up a better pizza. I think I'm going with Dupree's first, so I'm gonna come at it.
Please don't burn yourself.
That's fantastic.
Good, yeah?
That's a really good. Excellent.
Perfect.
The pull.
They surely both taste amazing.
The pull is nice. This is too difficult, and I didn't think it was gonna be, but I'm gonna side with the 53% of Instagram users and say Nico took this. It's just good. Dupree, it turns out today, I'm sorry, you are the biggest noob. Nico, well fought. Congrats to both of you because I'm impressed. These are solid pizzas.
It was a fun experience.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, folks of all ages, we've got a series on our hands here at the Blast Premier Spring Final. We've got a grand final.
Yes, that was the fight that I was hoping to see on map one, which was, I guess, denied to us by Heroic and by ZywOo in a way, but not this time around. This was a beautiful map of Counter-Strike, bunch of clutches, bunch of very impactful kills that decided the fate of many different rounds, and I think we got the show that we were hoping to see.
Yeah, well, we also got ZywOo back in the server, which was awesome on map 2. That certainly helps things if you're Vitality, having that guy putting up some frags, but mostly you got to commend Apex as well for a brilliantly called T-side, and it wasn't just like the calling necessarily like moving. I mean, look at this, that's a ridiculous half of Counter-Strike on your T-side, but also like the details they weren't missing, the Molotovs toward Vans, a number of times to always catch people out guard, the trading as they came in. Heroic had every chance in the world to actually establish that B bomb site and hold off hits. They had a 4-man stack one round that failed. They had a 3-man stack with KD and Zop one round that failed towards the end. They had like an eco round and a 3-on-2 with a bait and switch setup that failed as well with a flank coming in. They had all the opportunities to show that they could hold on to B bomb site, and they failed each and every time.
And I love that you mentioned it because the first half was so hard fought. It was so back and forth and complicated. I thought Vitality would never have the lucidity to be careful about these stacks, to be careful about these gambles. So many times Heroic tried their very best to bait them into rushing into the defense, into rushing into the hidden player that would be behind the bomb site, that would be behind the van. But Vitality stayed true and focused, even in these high pressure moments, always the right utility, always the right crosser placement. And at that game, I think ZywOo played an impactful role. Not because he had incredible numbers, his numbers are just good, but you talk about the impact and how he stabilized a couple of these situations.
Yeah, I mean, remember, he wins that 1-on-3 as well. So you mentioned there were some clutches in this game. I think Spinks had a couple important clutches, but this one right here, 1-on-3, spams it, no time left. That's disgusting. I mean, in this, he had a couple of these great picks off Catwalk as well. I think there was 2 or 3 throughout the half. Here's the other one that's going to be coming in. So, I mean, just impact all across the map.
And the bounce back, right? The bounce back after map 1. I think this harkens back to something that we heard from Magisk actually in the pre-show, in the sit-down interview, where he said, look, it doesn't matter the situation, up, down, whatever. We have confidence in ourselves. We don't need that momentum. We can make it happen ourselves. And I think we certainly saw it in the second half.
No, listen, you're absolutely right. And I think every pro player at this level is capable of bouncing back. But it's just, we're talking about one of the 2 greatest players of all time that has demeasured expectations on him, right? It's not the same. If you're Zywu, you're not living with the same expectations as anybody else. Right. If you have a game in the grand final of map 1 where you go missing, this is literally the forum posts on HLTV, 20 of them back-to-back, tweets all around, people preparing their videos, having their 1-hour monologue talking about how you dropped it. Like, the amount of pressure and scrutiny that's on you is just unusual. No one else has it. It's extraordinary, and it's according to your talent. So the bounce back on map 1 to 2 is commendable.
These bounce backs are exactly what Vitality, what's gotten them here. If you think about it, the team bouncing back after that day 1 loss to Imperial, Spinks bouncing back from a very slow start to have good performances in the playoffs, and now Zywu within a series bouncing back from a horrible map 1, one of his career worst performances, to a very solid performances. But this is the other guy who was right back, so actually overtook him on the scoreboard. Spinks was a beast. He was everywhere. Holds on Catwalk, clutches, 1v2s at the end of the day. He did wonderful work, and he's part of the reason why Vitality were able to claw themselves enough CT rounds.
And they were tested, tried again and again on the B side. I think Cadian's plan was very clear. He knew he probably got a wind of the changes that happened in the CT side of Vitality, and he thought, hey, that B side, I'm calling BS. I don't think you guys are ready, and I'm going to push it in many single ways. And we saw Dupree getting caught. He was wrong. The eco round of Dupree, he gets run over by PT50, so Cadian thought, that's it. That's my way in. And I think Spinks was so instrumental, making sure that the defense was actually holding on and even saving Vitality's ass a couple times.
Absolutely was. Instrumental, without a doubt. And I mean, that's one of the pieces that you need to be going forward for Vitality. But let's look at the other side, because a lot has been made about Heroic, about maybe some crumbles, some absences, and we really highlighted the missing players in the first map for Vitality, but now it's about Stown.
Sure, I mean, this is where but I mean, this has always been the conversation, and it's hard to have this conversation because there's nothing really new to add to it at this point. And it's just, this is a team more than any other team that has 5 players who contribute rather than one guy who just shoots off and launches on the scoreboard. We obviously kind of peg Stown as that guy who should be there, who has the opportunity and the skill set to be that guy. But also, when you have Yabi playing like this, he's having a great series so far. When you have Cadian always impactful, Shush was a monster on Mirage as well. You have other players contributing to a degree that means you don't necessarily have to. But yeah, let's say Stown, it would be nice to see him pop off at least once in these finals.
No, definitely. I think both Stown and Tessus were liabilities a little bit in the CT side for different reasons. Tessus was abused by Apex's different moves and strategies onto the B side. We saw him multiple occasions. And then Stown, if you think about it, your connector player, he's supposed to make plays. He's supposed to gain information. He's supposed to be out there. And I would say you can give Apex the props, right? I think the way he called was good enough and quick enough not to be abused by these rotations. Because when you play against Heroic, if you let time go up against you, you know there's a flank that's coming over, the information is being grabbed, but Vitality had a quick enough pace that they could still be ahead of the curve.
And there were some rounds where those flanks were coming in. They actually did a pretty good job of neutralizing damage to him, like not losing the A bomb site to a flank up A ramp, not getting Tessus had that round where he picks up the AK-47 on the flank, Apex checks it, he's very aware, the jump check. So I mean, they did a great job of understanding exactly where Heroic strengths were going to come into play.
Now we got one more map, and quick thoughts on this. We're almost ready to jump in towards Inferno. I know where you guys were leaning in the pre-game. How's the confidence? How are you feeling about Heroic here, Jason?
I'm feeling good. I'm not going to go away from it. I think it's great, obviously, having guys like Shush and guys like Yabi stepping up, and I expect that that maybe it is a Stown map. Cadian's always going to be there. I really admire the fact that Heroic have multiple players now coming into this grand final. It's not shying away as a team. They have different people stepping up in different moments.
Yeah, listen, we know Heroic has the ability to make your defense look like a fool. It has happened multiple times. Now, what I don't know is, can we see the same bounce back from Heroic as we saw from Vitality? Because this is where the conversation is at. We're talking about a Heroic that had a very dry end of this Mirage map. A whole lot of saves, being put out of rounds very easily, very quickly.
Team cohesion crumbled.
Exactly. Some of these moments where you feel like the connection isn't exactly here. We move on to Inferno. We need to see the same kind of pizzazz we saw on Vertigo. And that is the question mark for me. I'm not wavering. Vitality showed enough character and composure on map number 2 to believe in map number 3, so I'm staying in that corner.
And Vitality destroyed G2 on this map as well when they played in their playoff series. It was opening kills for Vitality all along the way. It was complete banana control for Vitality's defense. G2 couldn't get anything going, so if Heroic doesn't have a better plan to kind of break into that, they're in a lot of trouble.
They certainly might be, but the question is who might bail them out? Get on over to the Blast Twitter and vote for your Maersk MVP to see who's going to be the MVP of this tournament. Where are you guys leaning?
Canadian.
Well, we'll let the Twitter poll decide, but for now, it's time. One more map, Washington. One more map, and one more time for your casters, Scrawny, Londers, and Maui Snake after this break.
can go out in the smoke along.
So yeah, flashes, just flash long. Careful short, boys. We don't have short.
I have short. I have short.
Be on the left already, Matt.
Out long for me. Out long. I try.
Yeah, long. They re-smoked again.
I want short. One Edward. One shot. Finish window. One window. Dead kitchen. One Edward. One more window. Tight.
Got money. They have a smoke.
They have no.
They have a smoke.
No. Nice. He's low. He's one HP. Nice.
Nice, that's not.
Let's go, guys. Good goal, guys. Thank you.
And so here we are on the brink of the end of the spring season. The final map between Vitality and Heroic, the final map of the first half of CSGO this year. Heroic, well, they fell. Okay, they started off strong, they blew away Vertigo as if it was never even close. We had a back and forth affair for some of Mirage, but that T-side calling from Apex, perfect.
It was a masterclass.
Perfect.
There have been a lot of masterclasses here at the spring final. It's been really fun to watch. We don't know when it's going to end, and Inferno could be just as special. You guys were here for G2 versus Vitality, and that CT side masterclass out of Apex, destroying a 70% win rate for G2, winning the series on Nuke after that. And now they're going to take a map that they don't play that often and try to win the whole damn event on it after that one big win. How much have Heroic learned about the way they're playing Inferno today?
A whole entire story of the woes of Heroic, the semi-final failures, the quarter-final ends. One final attempt here in Washington, or else it will be very much remembered as a tale of defeat, of shortcomings, and of disappointment. Vitality going for a streak of events in a time where nobody does this anymore. One more map, Washington. Heroic, Vitality to send us into the summer break. And Heroic have to hold the line. We just saw what Vitality could do on the offense on Mirage. They were untouchable, essentially, after losing Pistol. And Pistols have been all Heroics so far this series. A fifth? Come on now.
Yeah, we can talk about how impressive it is to win despite the Pistols, but eventually the Pistols can catch up with you. That's something they've got to keep tabs on. And even though Vitality's game plans, they've been simple sometimes, the preparation is clearly incredible. Ready for every match.
Ready with those dual Berettas. Not alone whatsoever. 2 players on the short stack. Smoke could make it weird. Definitely sections off the 2-pack of players, but oh, the Berettas can't quite finish the second. Dupree will get him. Oh, shush. Apex turns it down, extending, trying to catch that short kill, so he just exposes himself to mid. And for the first time in this series, it looks like Vitality will indeed take a pistol.
These aren't just kills that you normally get. These are kills that they need to get. And now they're in an intersection where it should be both. And they're failing these trades. And finally, Vitality win a pistol in this best of 3.
It wasn't even the strategy that was necessarily strong in this one for Vitality. We see the missed opportunities there from Heroic, and it was easy to praise Vitality for their T-side on Mirage. That's one where you simply have to critique the mechanics from the Danes.
Unicorn odds favoring Vitality. Even with kicking it off on a T-side, pistol sure helps. Sea of utility here for Heroic. Not even one player goes in with an SMG. They're met by nades. We saw some clean stuff out of Jabby across the series. A consistent piece of both maps. But for now, he gives up B.
Still holding on to a lot of utility, though, Heroic. They recognize that Vitality, they're fans of the slow plays. If you keep a couple of smokes to the late round, you can win a round off of a single smoke alone. Still 3 left, 55 seconds. You could just layer these.
Yeah, and they're delaying because they know Vitality don't go right away.
There's one. Quick little exchange.
You know, we're actually at 44 seconds.
Oh, wow, yeah.
That's another smoke coming out. 30 is the ideal place, but 40 and a potential rotation is where it gets very scary for Vitality.
Canadian's got the next one.
And the CTs aren't moving, however.
Now they are.
Got another. Yeah, it's coming. It's on the way.
Got a frag to go in with the pistols. Spam through smoke before they pop. Oh, it's a body block. Now there's going to be a gap for Vitality to try and get around with. Not that this will be comfortable. Not that this will be easy. Tess from Orange is swarmed and still surviving. 10 on the clock. Jabby comes through. Nobody covering. No, never mind. Oh, ZywOo from on top of Barbecue gives that little bit of cover. Damn, Heroic.
Was he covering for the potential B flank?
It covered both options.
Yeah, he covered both options right there. And Jabby took his sweet time because he knew he just had to hit one bullet. He knows he could have shot right away, and that's a round gone. And seriously, comes down to that. No time to put that bomb down again if he stays alive any longer.
And Heroic were doing such a great job with utility, but that single body block, that smoke hitting the teammate right there, that's a bit of a lifeline for Vitality. They have to be feeling pretty lucky about that one. In most ways, Heroic outplayed them, and just that tiny slip up.
Yep. Even that tiny slip up on the util. If ZywOo doesn't get that kill as quick as he did, that deagle to the head, no bomb plant.
So as
look
far
at the
as
way the gap as well created the pathing.
So as far as modern CS is concerned, G2 have dictated the way everyone else play T-side right now with tarp car control. Executes are way too powerful. So the way to defend against it is to kill people as they turn the corner. And when Vitality played against G2, that's what they were doing over and over again. Yeah, that'll be a question for the second half. But actually, Heroic are one of the teams that do a good job of defending top car. They are good at the re-aggressions. That favors their playstyle as well. And you'll see multiple moments where the flashes will come in on the side exec, and they never tuck all the way. They try to fight as much as they can, get any little bit of damage on before anybody crosses grill, because that's where the round is won and lost.
This is shaping up pretty well for Vitality.
Just feels like... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, great bracket control already. And just with KD and Stown, I mean, Stown, at least actually Shush is holding the smoke.
Oh, careful though.
Yeah.
Kind of put himself one step forward. Oof. Relegated to the corner. They're going to be on high alert for this. Apex straight up clears him, no support. Cadian smoked off, nothing.
Much easier to clear cold when you have pit control, so a lot of confidence coming into that swing. And that's the round one. Some guns can be used in the next round. It's not the worst situation for Heroic. They had a much better chance in round two. But again, this the CT side is something that Heroic understands. They're one of the few teams that are doing things correctly, but this map just feels like it's going to be so much more about the story of Heroic this entire year. They're thinking about all the finals they've been in. That's crossing their mind every single round that goes by.
Not just that, Mo. They're thinking about how they were in finals, and then it was semis, and how it's been a backwards trend.
Yeah, a backwards trend. And if you don't close out at least once or twice, then your confidence takes a massive hit. That bomb just gets bigger every day. Every day it gets bigger.
Yeah. All right.
But yeah, your confidence only... Yeah, like grand finals are nice, but they don't do much for your confidence when it comes to seeing the finish line.
This is still my favorite chant of the entire event. It's a let's go Katie met with booze. Okay, this is where we have to see some of that activity from Heroic. If Vitality are able to find that easy banana control, this is just going to be Vitality walking all over Heroic. And yeah, we see the contest early on. Nade deep, and Magisk, he's the one that's going to be flashed on up. He might have got to half wall, and they might not know. Okay, that jiggle will give them the information.
Quick glimpse of one another. Oh, the re-peek. Jabby and Tesses. And Cadian is the third. Apex is just going to run up. Gives his back to the 5-7.
You thought he left.
Yeah, you said you wanted to see that banana fight. Well, here we have it. First gun round out of the defense. Instantly, we get a critical hold on banana. And not just critical, convincing.
And genuinely, I feel like even when Heroic quote-unquote choke, they obey the game plan. I think that they oftentimes will go for plays like this, but they don't hit their shots when they're nervous, and we see individuals fail in big moments. But it's a good early sign here on Inferno, where the game plan meets the mechanics. Heroic win in the way that they want to, and they really do know where to draw that invisible line on the map.
But that's just an early round game plan working out for them. Where I've seen Heroic struggle in these big moments is what happens in the mid round. If it's a 4 versus 4, do they keep up the aggression? Are they able to piece it together? Another early kill going the way of Yabby. Nice spam through the smoke.
Mid-round moments won't be a problem if they just keep getting opening success like this. 2 rounds in a row, banana for Heroic, but Magisk starts carving a path outwards.
The benefit to Vitality, you know, for the very recent game tape is the fact that they didn't even start on T-side the last time when they played against G2, and they had such a dominant first half. You didn't even really see that many buys come out of G2, so very little revealed. And they said they came in well prepared. Obviously, a lot of that had to do with fighting against G2 while they were on the offense. But now that they're here, what were the things that they prepped?
Jabby took his boost, lost his teammate, but holds on. He's gonna have to hold on for a long time. Stown trying to sprint over, no chance. The utility just dismantles that one. And so Vitality successful in putting down bomb. Little sketchy there, but Spinks keeps his head down. And Stown gets smoked off on his approach. The back of construction. Do they take their chance at the retake?
That's a powerful smoke right now.
A flash to come out as the incendiary pops Nubox. They do have banana blocked, but Spinks still kills Shush. Backside player shows a little something, and Stown's gonna take that as a chance to leave. Almost not for free, but Cadian sends another one back. So a quick pop into the B site. Heroic, they lose their consecutive chance.
You talked about it, Maui. They get the opening kill, but they fall back into their passive setup.
Yep. Exactly.
And clearly, they needed more than that. That's how powerful these execs are, even in that situation.
A group stage Heroic goes for the mid push. They swing for Trident. They try to fight deeper, not even just bracket, but down mid. And this is where we see them turtle up. The fact that they aren't actually still pressuring anywhere on the map. They're just saying, they're hoping that Vitality just trip over their shoelaces into a bomb site. But these teams are too well drilled nowadays that those B execs are so powerful that you have to take extra initiative, even though common meta logic would say just, you know, play the 5v4 back, just try to keep your numbers alive, but you can't do that.
No matter how smart you are, you're always stepping in fire on the B site when the execs come in these days. CTs are not welcome to sit and wait patiently. That was the Astralis setup on B. That was the Zipix position on top second Oranges. That setup used to win Astralis entire tournaments. But the game's changed now. The T's have gotten stronger.
Vitality could very well go back right in with the same thing. How's the change in a setup? You saw the timing of the smokes of Heroic previously. Oh, Jabby blinded, but still the trade is there. And therefore the danger, and therefore the call to rotate.
If I'm a Vitality, I'll take the 4v4 any day of the week.
But they don't bite down on it. Tessus actually takes up the CT cross. They're gonna keep majority here on A. This is a good call at Acadian and a good kill. But each time we see the CTs get something, Zaibu has the response. Spinks is gonna catch him. Shush, we've seen great stuff from him, but Spinks with the double entry. And that's the formula for Vitality. That is the op of Zaiwu and the rifle of Spinks, 2 kills apiece. They change their intended target. Heroic don't pull off, and still they fall.
Yeah, and they put their best foot forward there. I mean, they made it a 4v4, then they had Cadian come in to try to make up for the fact that they lost banana control. They got a 4v3 for a second, and honestly, if Cadian hits his shot, full damage on Spinks inside of halls, they have a much better chance of holding the site. So a lot of it does come down to that. But it's telling that we're kind of characterizing this as Heroic either playing very well or not playing very well, whereas Vitality are doing what they need to do, and their execution is just good enough. They've got the X factor still in play. So many have bailed them out over the course of this series. And the fact that the conversation is not simply just about how good Zaiwu is every single time is why they close entire events now.
And big kill from Zaiwu. I mean, 2 of them around the smoke right there. One, the return on that B player early on Yabby, but to catch Stown walking through, even though a lot of players would panic and think that they need to try to find the return onto Cadian, who's jumping away, Zaiwu just keeps holding the line. Just make sure that there isn't some crazy re-aggression, and that's exactly what was coming his way.
We can sit here and say we don't need Zaiwu anymore, but that round an example of what he offers. Striking back versus man disadvantage, not once but twice. Leaving Heroic all invested here in round 7. A T side that is definitely taken off. The momentum of that T half on Mirage, barreling forward into map 3. The one that decides whether Heroic have to swallow their pride and accept defeat again.
Classical position here for Heroic. The 4A setup. Bottom B smoke just dissipated. They're continuing to spot. Vitality breaching halls and seeing no one. And until they flash, and they do go for the retake at a very good time, honestly. Oh my God, that might have been an opportunity for Cadian.
On his own.
And it's up to Cadian right now to say, do I need help, or is this a bluff?
Yeah, he calls for Jabby.
Oh, and they leave a very important gap here. I mean, this could end up being majority towards the end of halls.
Smoke on Stown. But nobody watching balcony. I mean, all of a sudden, you're going to lose Pit. And if you lose Pit, this short setup could get unraveled. But the timing on the peak. TeSS capitalizes upon them. And then as they cross back over, it's Dupree to try and bounce back. TeSS again. 3 instrumental kills coming out of TeSS. But that bomb could still go down, which means Vitality could still take this. Dupree, the only kill thus far. ZywOo's got the cover of the pit, and ZywOo's got that magic in him. Flash above, looks to shave them off. He's got vision on the bomb. He's got Cadian, however, right on him. And so TeSS takes it into his own hands, not once, not twice, but thrice. Cutting off that bomb cross, delaying the whole setup. You saw the panic kick in when TeSS peeks through flames.
And for my money, Stats is one thing, but TeSS is a player to me that's been getting nervous in these playoff games, and I have felt his absence, but this is a play that'll change that story. And while it did look like a gap to me to leave pit open versus a potential halls pop and not have an in vision on it from Arch, or play in pit, or have someone in lane on barrels waiting for the jump out, Heroic were ready to press into mid to stop the split.
Just showing a little bit of individual flair. So rare to get that from Heroic, but okay, Vitality, quick up mid, great nade to take down ZywOo low. But, oh, okay, Spinks peeking out with his nade.
That's huge damage. Half of ZywOo to the frag grenade, nearly all of Spinks, and then even Dupree getting softened up. Heroic getting banged for their buck
All
in terms of util.
Yeah, all unconfirmed damage, but they're so consistent with it. They could probably count on it. And there's something about receiving a nade when you're standing there in halls that just makes you feel like they know everything about your setup. That alone is worth something.
Little jostling going on here from Heroic. Last smoke on Jabby, 55 seconds. He puts that down at the right time, and the rotate could still make it. But once that fades, it could be the all-in from Vitality. They got no presence elsewhere.
This is good from Heroic,
Yeah,
though.
super good.
But they jump the timing. They go through as the smoke's still up, and it costs them. TeSS and Jabby hold off the first onslaught. There is still time to redirect, but of course, Stown's gonna start pressing down middle, him versus Apex, and that door closed on mid. No chance to move away.
That's a big better from Stown.
Good pressure from Heroic on the front side of the B site, and then also straight down middle. Spinks looking like the only survivor. Heroic with the right call. Vitality try to shake it up by going through smoke, and it just gets shut down.
And that's Jabby being sparse enough with his utility, throwing a smoke late enough to call for rotations, not enough pressure on Bracket to convince Heroic that they should stay on A, and rotating early enough to not leave that big gap.
But what we also saw was the win more style that Heroic constantly try to use. The fact that even though they had 3 players there, Stown still went for a flank. In so many different ways, this could have went horribly wrong. 5 versus 3 advantage, you push down mid, you're taking a risk. But Heroic, they live by taking risks. They have to. It's their modus operandi, and that's exactly what Stown needed to start to feel himself in this game too.
Jabby, that big playoff player that Heroic used to get into so many grand finals. Took a little leave of absence in terms of his performance, but feels like he's been in the thick of it.
No, for sure. He was the most improved player from the fall final for about 4 months. In 2023, he was the guy to talk about. And such an amazing arc from him to go from having a horrible Cologne in the middle of last summer, almost a full year ago, into having, you know, a normal climb, where we've seen so many players have amazing
fan favorite.
Wow. Life imitates art. You know, who you want to compare 2 players, Stown and Spinks. Spinks had the honeymoon into not playing well, into coming back, whereas Jabby just kind of consistently got better and better.
Not today, Zywoo. Try to flash him through.
And also, when we talk about grand finals, Jabby, you know, it felt like he was the key when they won the fall final.
That's because we talk about all the other heroic players as guys who fall off in playoffs. Shush, Stown, rating-wise, take a dip. And Cadian, in Dallas specifically, also had his name on that list. His play versus Mouse was uninspiring. And so during their success, yes, it was Jabby that put that foot forward. Without it, we see the slide from grand finals to semis to quarters.
But still, it's about the team with Heroic, and it's about keeping up the style and keeping up the pressure, even when you have the man advantage. We saw how that went so badly for them in the first gun round. We're starting to see that flair, that life from individuals where even in a man advantage situation, they're going for more. They feel enabled by their system. They aren't just trying to play by the numbers all the time. And taking matters into their own hands, that's what Heroic has been always missing, that extra X factor. Yeah. And if somebody can stand up, if it can be Stown, if it can be Tessus, then you begin to believe if you're Heroic.
It's the propaganda. It's the indoctrination. It's Cadian's cult. You gotta believe in it. You can't falter, because once you do, the whole play style unravels.
It's the one that works, trust me.
Well, consistently making deep runs. And a lot of imitation throughout the Counter-Strike scene after Heroic really put this style forth. And right now it is working. 3 rounds straight. Little bits of aggression here and there, but guns back in the hands of Vitality. Those Deagles got stuffed. Zywoo found nothing, tried to jump through smoke, dead in an instant.
It's what we like to see, just like Mirage, a great first half. It almost got out of hand here with Vitality, but right back into a more calm situation for Heroic. Looking to tie on this win, and as we can see, the Galil on Dupree, the low amount of money left over. This could be worth 2.
Jump over,
oh, the double porch setup with rifles. Eyes open, no molly down.
You think that jump's gonna set off the crosshair, but too ready for it.
Did Cadian take a shot early on B? Is that why they ran out?
Zywoo forced out. Forced to reclaim something, does so. And Shush was left there. Stown had doubled back, played the arch side instead, left Jabby posted. And so just like that, Zywoo's the answer. And if we go back a couple rounds, he did the same thing. He took it back from a 5v4, took it back from the 5v3. One more chance for him to do the same. His teammates, the double Danes, wait in mid. We'll see if Heroic poke at them, if they prod outwards. That was a key piece, unraveling the mid setup by going for these kinds of aggressions. Magisk chased, finds 2, but Zywoo gives his back up to Jabby. That presence over on Arch has Zywoo's guard down, and now Magisk 30 health with bomb, and a player in pit to end him. Jabby puts forth another multi-kill,
yes.
And Heroic put forth another round.
And honestly, an excellent pit player. An excellent pit player, showing that he gets caught off guard very few times, has enough aggressive plays that he's not always fighting directly from pit. And we have this vertical stack setup where even if one dies, there's an instantaneous trade, but it comes up roses here for Heroic. And they now get to feast on the eco. They finally broken through. The money's gone for Vitality.
We're seeing the Heroic we want to see.
It felt like everyone was getting their chip, you know, even Snappy. Felt like when was Ents going to grab it? They picked up Dallas.
Jabby. Yeah, come get it. Oh, Spinks will deke him out. Cadian's there with the pistol. And Tess has to support it. So your pistols get nothing. It is 5 in a row out of Heroic. It is the defense standing tall. And it's Vitality with an inability to break through. But back to your point, yes, Snappy did get his.
Snappy did get his.
After Vitality able to lift one in Paris.
If you ask anybody who you would say is more likely to finally get the final, Heroic or Ents, who would say Ents? Even though they came close early last year to lose Spinks and to have to do it with Sunpius, who credit? It's not like Sunpius is some kind of huge downgrade or anything. He's been great. And that's sorry, that was specifically to Hades. But losing a player like Spinks, you know, it felt like Ents were going to get into a repetitive cycle of, like Mouse Sports, of selling their best off to make money, but then forcing their IGL to have to work with less and less every single time. They figured it out. Heroic, they stayed with the same team for a long time. They picked up a LAN final, but nothing in this year. But we got the ZywOo Spinks major, you know, of two players who haven't won one before.
We had FaZe also finish off there.
They got the Grand Slam.
Yep. Twist got his second. You know, there's been a lot of stories just wrapped up throughout this season.
Yeah.
Even when a lot of them didn't feel possible, when it felt like we had lost them.
We had G2 to kick things off with Kato.
And that is why Heroic need this one to put themselves in that same realm. But right now, that lane side wide open. A dink on Stown is the end of him. It's not the nicest duel, but ZywOo still picks it up. And we'll see if Heroic get a little wild. Can't with shots like that out of Dupree. 1 health does make a difference. Pops Cadian's head, his op gets picked up. Vitality will put an end to the streak here of Heroic. We're tied at 6.
Great call out of the timeout from Vitality there. They recognize that they just lost a bracket fight, that Heroic know that they probably think Heroic, that Vitality are going to try to focus on B, go back to what was working early on, and they say, we're going to double down on that. We're going to go actually back into the bracket hit once again. And so Vitality able to tie it up, and it almost felt like they were just pushing their head into a wall right there, slamming it into it, and the wall broke.
Yeah, ZywOo's been actually great on the brute force attacks inside of mid. At top bracket, not afraid to run through fire. Make the play happen if he needs to. Of course, no one's opping on T side unless they pick up the op for free. I think ZywOo's quite happy about that. Oh,
his in-ear fell out. Okay. He got it.
Three rounds left in the half. Money back in play for Vitality. And just so damn back and forth.
ZywOo kicks it off. Cadian's dead again. Man, his head, back-to-back rounds, gets rocked. And he was looking for something down middle, so looking to apply that pressure is, I think Heroic have kind of taken a small step back.
Heroic 4-man, though. They're rotating everybody.
Big gamble.
This is what they do.
In a big moment.
This is how they get back in rounds that seem lost.
And this is an unreal call. It's not impossible that Vitality end back on the B side, and they'll see nothing inside of mid with that flash retake. So just as quickly as they came, they'll leave. But they are correct about one thing. Vitality don't instant exec. So this gives them time to set up on the B side, but now they're a lot weaker over towards A, and they actually believe fully in the information. So now it's going to be about Shush. He is always in this spot.
Last shot, last bullet, finishes off ZywOo. Desperate for his help to come back and give it another chance.
Whoa.
Oh, clean.
Oh, what a clothesline out of Shush.
Little 3-bullet burst, and it takes Apex straight out of this one. Shush has done a fantastic job of buying critical amounts of time. The bomb got stopped, and then Shush comes through with another, and the pressure out of Heroic is everywhere.
Oh, everybody got back as if they never left because Shush not only did he stay alive.
Then nothing there for Heroic.
One-man wall. Shush. Just right there in the pit. If he falls immediately, that is a done round. He had to get that one, and he kept on fighting too. That second kill, that's risky.
And that's his smoke, right? He's not using that as a one-way on the bike. He's using the bike the same exact way, but now extending the wall to his left, leaving the fight open.
Fast, very quick, through smoke, ZywOo shreds 2, TeSS up. And if it's gonna be a Heroic win, it's gotta come from top to bottom, and TeSS looking to put up the next multi-kill in this one. 3 kills already! TeSS! But Spinks will answer an immediate 2-kill. And guess what? Who's left? Shush yet again. Oh, the one-man hold on Banana after ZywOo, the prodigy, had kicked it off and things look so desperate.
And now it comes down to the reads.
He's got the util, an incendiary here for Spinks. At what time, if even, he throws this out? Gun out the whole time, don't want to get caught.
That's where you press tab and think about tendencies. How would Spinks play this? He could be anywhere.
He's hidden. Shush, starting to piece it together, but the bomb's halfway gone. Oh, Spinks peeks, catches it! Just like that, the moment he hears anything A smoke tumbling across the ground. That's Spink's call to action.
And that was TeSS on 6 cylinders. But Spink said, you need 8. What a denial by him. And that's a 1v3 straight up. It's fast action, of course. And of course, the trade is gifted to him by the 3 players that came in first to stress his aim. But my God.
Talk about resource management. Like 3-4 bullets per kill, all he could afford. And that's why he gets away with all of them.
Tess is 14-5, and you would almost think it's more if he's going to be pulling rounds like that. But Spinks humbles him and Heroic. A sobering moment as we are going through round 15 to find out who takes the half.
Util in abundance, set up off the op. Cadian, it's a missed shot. And Vitality, no strangers to rushing through these. Javi jumps out. I mean, he knows that he's pinned against the wall. He knows that his time is limited.
Oh, they've already locked off some key spots.
And the chances of Vitality to take one more round, this is it. It's a lead on the line. And it's a retake needed by the looks of it. Or is Bomb so delayed that things kind of get awkward here?
Smoke will be refreshed inside of CT, and it's too hard for the CTs to re-aggro. So unless, you know, some Deus Ex Machina happens right now, this bomb is getting planted.
Oh, what?
My God, and there it is!
Now it's down. He could challenge the bomb. Oh, he does! Stops it! Spinks looking to come back around. And Dupree, well, with just one, it's next up Cadian. No way they have somehow reclaimed this. Dupree traded out by Shush. Back and forth we go to the very end. The very end of this season with 1 round the difference.
Through stained glass.
When you want to lose weight and when you want to change something drastically, there's always a lot of first steps. You got to work up to it. And I found all the different ways of motivating myself. I want to be able to play football again. I want to be able to go for a bike ride. I want to be able to make my mom proud. I want to be able to impress a girl. I want to be able to feel comfortable in my own body. I found all these different avenues of motivation over time, that it was enough for me to be like, okay, now I'm doing it. And then I'd do it for a day and a half and I'd be like, nah, not worth it, another bag of chips. I failed countless of times. Like there's been so many times where I thought, you got it, you know. Today I got it. Today I'm waking up and I'm feeling for it, and then I'd instantly relapse the next day. You're bound to fail. You're bound to feel losses. You're bound to feel disappointments, and all those disappointments, all those losses, all those failures change the narrative. Then I would, you know, think of something new that would motivate me. I would figure out, you know, something new about myself. It took probably a year from when I was thinking to myself, you gotta do something now, before it all clicked. It's like when you were running the first time, I felt like my legs were just a couple of cement blocks. When I picked up the bike ride here, I went 1 kilometer and I had to stop because I was physically feeling unwell. I think the main goal was that I wanted to be healthier, becoming able to do whatever the hell I wanted to do with and in my own body, instead of being trapped. Yeah, I mean, you don't go through a big weight loss without having some sort of scars left. I have a massive scar starting from up here, going all the way down through this point as well, and all the way down here, ending in a little strip down here below the waist. So what they did was they cut me up open right here, so they could drag the skin together, sort of, and they also cut me up down here, so they could take the skin basically and just tear it down. Obviously, this body has been tested. It's no longer factory new, as a Counter-Strike gamer would call it.
forgot how big it was. You were just like, oh well, they're gonna remove some skin, and then you were just like lying in bed for a week, and mom had to take care of you, and I was just like, well, good for you.
For a week, I literally was laying on my back for 2.5 weeks. I couldn't move.
It's like you're a child again.
I couldn't do anything by myself. I swear to God, that was the worst period of my life.
A wild back and forth to seal the deal on the first half. Just evidence of the fight that is here between Heroic and Vitality. Intended to be the grand finals in Paris, instead we get it in Washington, and it's delivered. Back and forth we go. Moments of glory for ZywOo and Spinks. But Heroic with the bigger pop-offs. TeSS, hell of a performance. Jabby, back to playoff form. And we wait to see whether Heroic can get back to winning pistols, because that has been the theme of the night.
4 out of 5.
ZywOo has to be the scariest half-wall player in existence with those dualies. Breaking through him, it's not just anybody on the other side.
He's a bad man.
He's a bad man.
Well, he waits for his next victim. He'll take them all. But Heroic aren't giving him anything. It's going to be the mid-play first. Magisk spots it out. The fallback. And the swarm comes next. But careful. Dangerous game. If Dupree gets all of the apartments controlled, then suddenly your sight is compromised. So Cadian.
The tension right now.
Yeah. Well, think about it, man. It's 3 events in a row for Vitality, or Heroic finally get theirs. This pistol dictates momentum. It's a 1-round difference. I mean, come on. I get why they're taking their time. But they've made their decision. It's going to be into the B site. ZywOo awaits them. His Beretta's ready, but just 2.
Just 2. Bomb plant is a lock.
Can't stop that.
Can't get into this one.
Now just quickly on the flank, gets stuffed by Jabby. He knows there's another. Gets away from him though. 3 kills to the Berettas between ZywOo and Dupree. And now the 2v2, but there's individual duels going down. And Dupree's reloading 2 guns.
No kit.
Pops back up, bomb nearing the halfway point. He's gonna just try to pepper, charge down this gap, and then get on top of that bomb. But if he gets this 10-second stick, this would be incredible. Washington, you hold your tongue. You just wait. But he comes up! Oh, he comes up!
Stown was about to look.
Okay.
Or anything, so.
That was the swing. That was the swing. And this tournament, I mean, it's 7 rounds away for Heroic to claim their first championship. We look back at some of the losses that they've had, and it's always to underdogs. This is the one time they're going into a final as the underdog. ESL Pro League, they were favored over Navi to win that. You look at IEM Dallas, they were favored to win over Maus. At the Paris Major, they were favored to win over Gamer Legion. But finally, they're not the favorites.
You're right.
They're ahead.
Yeah.
Yes.
And at Rio, before Vitality had actually started the streak of tournaments, they were favored to win over them. But now we get into 5 out of 6 pistols won. But when we saw Vitality play against G2, it was their CT side. What were we talking about? 13-2?
Yes.
There was almost no way in.
And that's one of the highest successful T sides. So Vitality, their hands will be busy. A quick push out of ZywOo. Charges the bomb site, but the MP5 with the double kill makes a bit of extra cash. Heroic take a 10. I like this dynamic you bring up, Maui Snake. This idea that as, you know, the underdogs, Heroic could pull it off. Finally, given a chance where they can just shed the pressure, right? Because the story has always been, well, surely it's this time. They can't choke X amount of times in a row, and yet they do it. But now, because of that, we finally wrote them off. We finally give Vitality the edge, the expectation, and a lead. It's a start.
If there's one thing we learned from the Blast Paris Major, it's to respect underdog.
Yeah.
Every time.
And you know what? If this was any other 2 teams, normal tier 1 teams with no baggage, no other crazy weird results, Inferno T side with Heroic in this position would almost be a gimme. But because what Vitality showed specifically versus G2 on their CT side in that one game that just happened so recently, which kind of amplifies its importance, it makes you wonder what they'll have, what will be available, and how much Heroic drew from that CT side. Because I honestly didn't see that many gaps. I saw so much variety. I saw such a great game out of Magisk, however, who right now is sitting on 4 kills.
Yep.
He was so key. He was trying to do a Nico imitation on both sides of Banana, and he pulled it off then. But not quite as strong right now, and 3 rounds down are Vitality.
You know,
is it actually possible that Heroic win a tournament this year? Is it real?
Split decision.
Well-timed nade. That could help. Oh. And unarmored, ZywOo pulls off the headshot. ZywOo is second. Does he have more left? He's getting swarmed. 3 for ZywOo. The unarmored Deagle of all of them. Of course, he puts his best foot forward. Chance attempt here from Apex, met by another smoke, but remember, Jabby's low.
Yeah, that MP9 could be licking his lips, but Jabby takes him out the pasture, and then Apex goes down too. That's Heroic on 11.
It's a nice cushion going into the first gun round.
Yeah.
Can't count Vitality out given what they showed against G2 though, but I think Heroic are starting to believe.
This first round will be very telling. You know, it was a long time before G2 even got their first real good round versus Vitality's defense. And ZywOo, he put this off for a long time. He put that up on layaway, didn't want to touch it on T side. But he had a pretty fearful presence in that first half, right? With that op or not.
It's his teammates who are looking dull at the moment. You know, every Vitality fan welcomed the arrival of dupreeh and Magisk's return to form. But right now, it's back to the struggle that is just Spinks and ZywOo. It's not enough. Not in the face of this level out of Heroic.
They're getting this for free. They're barely using any nades. Okay, finally they'll use some, but that's top Banana.
Yeah, that's top Banana. That's like the first and second level. Now the bomb's still staged back up at steps, and they'll sit and wait. They're going to set up their grenades right now.
Yep.
CT's just threw one back. They're going to send TeSeS in on an entry, and Apex is pulling away.
That's to clear out coffins.
Oof. Surely this presence tells him all he needs to know.
Oh, the bomb cannot be picked up by Yabby right now.
Cadian's going to have to go back, and they're going to send TeSeS in first. Still no bomb. TeSeS knocking on Coffin's door, and Magisk tucked behind Nubox. Awkward fight. Bomb is only going to be picked up in a matter of seconds. Now turns this around, though. And if they can clear out the bomb site, then the bomb is inbound.
Vitality aren't even rotating.
No, what the hell?
Whoa.
The bomb is...
Oh, no.
Well, at 25 seconds, it's going towards the A site. It can't be real. And the CTs haven't moved. And now the last kill comes down on this site, and Cadian is about to walk into a death trap.
You're not the main character. And he plays the wrap around short. He thinks that he has convinced them that that site is clear.
Once he gets onto Banana, the round is theirs to grab. They can double fight CT if they want to. They could stick together. But if he goes to the other side, he has to bet that they're not there.
You said it, Scrawny. You took the words right out of my mouth. I didn't even have to say it this time. That is an incredibly bold call from Cadian to call his own number when the entire bomb site is clear, when he has players in great position to cover his cross with him.
And it's at this point that Vitality are thinking about A just because they don't see a bomb plan on the B site. They're too far away to even go for that retake in a 2v3. That's a gift.
That's deflating.
Yes, sir. That's the kind of round that creaks the door back open. There is no doubt in anybody's mind that the shortcomings of Heroic are not on an individual basis.
But you know what's messed up about that is that was a great round for Heroic up until the point that Yabby died. If Cadian didn't have to go back to spawn to pick up the bomb, he wouldn't have made that decision ever.
Fair. Fair point.
So if his mental is right and he keeps his composure, there's no reason why they shouldn't be able to call similar rounds and have similar outcomes. But for some reason, they doubt themselves.
It looks replicable. They want to just go for the same hit again.
This is The
Makes
most
sense.
vanilla defense, playing retake with one player lingering in sight. It's just not how you play these days. And when Vitality played against G2, they weren't doing that. Isn't that what I talked about, Connor?
Yes.
They killed them as they came to car every time. No questions asked.
Vitality looking shyer versus Heroic than they did G2. And so they're going to be playing blind at the 45-second mark. All the way up Banana were Heroic, but now all in on A is the call. And CT's keeping heads tucked, just buying time until it's the chance to pop up, but Dupree doesn't finish his kill. Javi's going to stay fixated on this. Spinks falls down, and his gun is empty. So they clear them all out step by step, piece by piece. Heroic unravel the whole.
I'm going to put this very frankly. This is how bad the round is for Vitality. They played 2 players on B in passive setups. They would have lost versus a hit to that site. They played 3 players on A, and even with 3, they couldn't hold. But that shows you how much you need to try to cheat that 4th player over. They didn't give themselves odds on either site. It was not a bad idea for Heroic to go back, even though it would have been even easier to hit the B site. You have different minimums.
Yeah, that's just playing not to lose if you're Vitality. That's playing not to lose, not trying to give anything up to Heroic for free in the default. But Heroic, they're one of the best and most well-drilled teams in Tier 1.
Yep.
In all of Counter-Strike. They're going to send a crazy exec your way. It's going to have punch.
And now they can quickly forget about that absolute disaster from the last round. Instantly, it's washed away.
Forget
Faith
about
restored. Gabby holding on to Graveyard for this entire time, nailing a shot. Everybody looking in the right direction to cover each other. This is Heroic in a nutshell.
And I mean, Dupree with a golden opportunity when he pops up Graveyard to see 2 players coming up short lined up.
And he eats the flash.
Yep. So the hold is moot. Player in sight also gives us nothing. You know, imagine a world where Spinks doesn't get 2 and fall down. Even if he dies on Balk, that looks so much more convincing. And it was already a steamroll of a push out of Heroic. Maui, I like the way you place it. It's punch. There's punch behind everything. And Vitality are taking a beating upside the head because they're not punching back.
My God, we're talking about Thomas's.
Yeah. This is not the buy you want after getting back in your corner, talking to your trainer and saying, what do we do to fight back in this one?
One kid on Apex.
So little utility on a couple of these guys. Spinks just a single smoke.
But look what we have out of Heroic. 2 MAC-10s and an up. This is break into a bomb site and get a post plant. If Cadian ends up at quad with this gun, of course, you can win a 2v3 easily, a 2v4 easily. This is terrifying for Vitality. And in the marketplace of ideas, Heroic are the ones who are profiting at the moment. Vitality coming through with another vanilla setup. And this one's actually a 4A lean, but it's nobody even spotting on Banana. We're falling all the way back at a minute 13. And ZywOo, is he going to commit into the site with his op as the only person here?
Surely that's the only call.
I think the only call is to save if they even attack the site. If he makes the rotation in, they lose the op. It could be 13 rounds with no money.
If they attack the site. But
yeah.
they don't. Heroic going back, trying to muster up another A play. Last time 3 defenders, not enough. This time 4. It's a wrap around the arch. Dupree drawn into a gunfight that he can't win. But they're still going to try to press out, even with the apartments player there and successful. Apex, he's not sure who to shoot at, but he stops the bomb. Shush comes back with the return. The SMG's still able to thrive. Spinks keeps his head down, but that's 2 rifles that have fired off in pit. Javi comes hunting, dies to Magis. Bomb is still down, and Magis delivers.
Oh my God, they forgot that there was 2 in pit? Or
Shush just froze up there. It's like he didn't even know there was a player in Big Pit. Cadian didn't seem to know either.
Okay,
he was turned into the site.
Maybe Magis didn't fight that entire time, and they had no idea.
I just don't think they thought they were running into a 4-man stack. They got the 3 kills. They thought, okay, that's it. No, he definitely did. And they just didn't react to it. Wow. Magis, I mean, that was just a gamble, though, from Vitality. If we want to boil it down to anything, they just said, ZywOo, you're going B by yourself. We're going to hold this site. And they did. They held up their end of the bargain on this one.
Hey, and full credit when it came to reads from Apex. He was amazing on Mirage. When it came to T-side attacks and picking the weaker side, he did that consistently. He transfers that energy here into CT side. And it's a gamble because they don't fight for any information on Banana. They don't see anything. They make the call out of spawn to set up the op on this side and hope that they can reinforce A enough. Of course, one op on one side of the map versus a full buy is not enough to stop it. No rotations very fast means that they have to give up the site if it gets run over, and they need to keep the op forward. But even with the best teams in the last few years, some of them have made their name gambling on CT side of Inferno. When we talk about Na'Vi at their very best, they were gambling completely blind in CT setups because they know their opponents. And if that's the way that Apex is going to win, well, you know what? He's already proved that he can. But I would never count Cadian out of that fight as well.
Of course not. You'd have to be a fool. But man, did they have a great chance of hitting that B site. Little did they know, Heroic.
Oh yeah.
It was only ZywOo.
Yeah, but this is a huge round for the game. Money for both teams.
Both teams.
It's terrible.
But for that reason, you could say it's bigger for Vitality. They're not even in double digits right now. This is just to make the game real for them.
This is with, of course, remember, Heroic players coming into the last one with only MAC 10s. They would have so much less if not for that. And will have less without this.
But again, it's so standard from Vitality. We're just getting the 3-2 setup.
Yeah, and as you know,
there's no info at all.
It's 2 times they got him to go A. One of the 2 Heroic were able to win it. The last round was too much. They couldn't pull it out. But in all 3 situations, B was easier.
Oh.
It's a fake, though.
Oh, it's a fake. Something to take it to the next level. Now, this is more
layers.
Like Kerrigan. This is more like Glaive. This is building on what you have created in this half to condition.
And still testing this A site in the end. Oh, they line up, but not well enough. Dupree, under pressure, stops the bomb. He's worried about somebody above, but they were all on lane already. 3 members of Heroic alive, and none of them off the top rope. All of them on his level.
There was a time in CS when we go back to the days of Virtus Pro where they were some of the best fake and double fake calling team in the tier 1, and lots of teams were using multiple fakes in different rounds. These days, fakes are used so rarely. They're so nuanced. They're almost fakes within fakes, one nade to send you to the wrong site, but never a full commitment or half commitment like that. But as you condition your opponent, that's when it calls for fakes. That's when they're the most vulnerable. And this is finally punishing Vitality for playing blind. This is saying if you want to play blind this many times, I don't care if you win, you're still insecure.
Which is an excellent call out of Cadian to do exactly that. Seeing so many rounds without pressure, without presence, no informational plays. You just said the words, don't write off Cadian. And so Cadian just sprinkles in that extra layer to get Heroic 13, to keep Vitality outside of double digits.
Instead of gambling versus a team that's gambling, he takes matters into his own hands. They have had less fog of war. They have had more information, and now they use that map control to push the limit.
The way that Vitality have been playing has just been sitting and praying. We've seen one prayer answered so far, but not every time. And not when Cadian is shifting you around like that. That's a bold claim right there on that one. I want to know what Zonic said, though. I've got to see a shift, because playing as reactive as Vitality has not been working in this half.
Maybe they had some magic in their match yesterday. But they can't rely on that now, clearly.
What a back and forth second half, though. Although it does lead Heroic closer to the finish line, closer to the trophy lift, closer to a sigh of relief, but they meet ZywOo. They approach the apartments. ZywOo just posted on his own.
We do have a shift of energy completely. We've got vision inside of halls, bottom B control, into the instant 5v4 at a minute 20.
Feeling as though they've let this game go too long without being active, but it opens up a timing. A flash on Arch. Look at this. 2 CTs trying to get away. They just lost Dupree in the apartments, and with a 4 versus 5, Cadian recovers it.
Whoa. The flash with the op shot being missed into the punish, into pushing you back into your spawn.
And dupreeh somehow dying up in the apartments, I think. That second kill that comes out, that's everything the Heroic needed to guarantee an A site, everything they need for their 14th round.
After Jabby dies, no one else does. And 4v5, they win as clean as you could ask. All they did was continue forward with the game plan.
And dupreeh was just on an island right there. You see him dead at Porch right there. It's just short pop, pulse pop simultaneously.
They had nothing in pit.
He was getting crunched, yeah. The thing is that Vitality, even after they get that pick, they just assumed. They assumed that Heroic weren't going to keep it up. We saw that wasn't the case. That everybody... This was almost like it could have been a call out of spawn and said, no matter what happens, we're going to commit to this fight. And even if dupreeh won that duel against Cadian, he was getting swung on from balcony as well. There was no hope for him there. But I love how vicious Shush was in that duel versus ZywOo as well. He recognized that that best player in the world missed a shot, and he could still bleed.
Cadian's proven something today. They are closer than ever to taking it over the line off the last tack. And this is a final tack for Vitality in this match. Off the last one with Zonic chiming in, they got it together. But Cadian was ready to jump to another level instantly. They got the 5v4, they got the map control, and Cadian came through with a call they weren't ready for, and it took advantage of the fact that Vitality were expecting some kind of shake hand agreement about how to go back for map control standard, and instead he decided to attack faster than you could ever expect, not letting you rearrange yourself or look for something new.
Into a bomb site that has so consistently had the majority of the defense on it. Magisk, oh my. Down turns into the corner. This could be a huge opening kill either way. If Apex gets left alone, he's done. Apex makes a step, Magisk pounces on it, but he's not able to get that second. It's CSGO to quickly respond, even with the damage, and they fall back.
Even with the damage, I'd say this is what Heroic are looking for in this situation. We have an interesting new idea, which is great, but it gets very, very scary for the CT side. The rotations are already incredibly difficult in a 5v5.
Oh, if it's just Apex on the side.
Yeah, and they've been playing like this.
Okay, Spinks is moving forward. Spinks is taking matter in his own hands. He's actually going to find this out.
Is it fast enough?
We saw
That's the question.
We saw the speed last time in the halls pop. dupreeh coming in. He has a flash.
It's got to be quick. No hesitation versus this Heroic. Incendiary down in front. They burn their last smoke. There's a gap to come clearly around it. Flash over. Apex is going to take it onto his own shoulders. dupreeh comes through with nothing. Apex falls with nothing. And Heroic so close now to the only thing they wanted this year, that always elusive first place.
It comes down to a flash retake into the B side, and Heroic say, we mess you up every day of the week on a play like that. That's the first thing we were ready for.
ZywOo can't even get in these rounds. He can't find the spot.
He's been nowhere.
Yeah, he's gotten maybe one op kill in the last few rounds.
Just in apps.
That one in apps, yeah. Heroic are doing a great job of staying away from him. They are challenging the Riflers, and the Vitality Riflers are simply not standing up to the task.
They're non-existent, other than Spinks. I mean, the whole story, Vitality's success, the reason they go back-to-back events is because the Danes stepped up. And yes, they did it at what was the most important event of the year, and for Vitality specifically. And the shortcomings we saw in Washington upon their arrival, we chalked it up to a little rust because they took off Dallas. But we've seen the success of dupreeh and Magisk since that opening game. We are not getting any of it tonight.
For the new fans that may be watching Heroic's story emerge, they might be thinking, well, why haven't they won? I just started this year.
Unleash
now, Heroic,
send him.
They won over the core fans, but now they can win all of them. Heroic looking for a chip. At the final tournament of the season, 5v4 versus the reigning major champs.
To stop the momentum of Vitality as they were collecting all of the scalps of the best teams in the world. dupreeh given one more chance, but he only puts up one more kill. And all Heroic need is one more round. But ZywOo is alive, and he is looking for more. Shush crosses into the backside. ZywOo probably feeling like he has no support in this moment. If you are the best in this world, if you are the best of this year, then show us. Prove it. Apex, a little bit of damage. They're still worried about some kind of a flank, some kind of a lurk, and who other than Cadian to strike them down? The Jester makes a fool of Vitality! And on the US soil, Heroic have finally got their chip. Second at IEM Katowice, second at IEM Rio. Semis in Paris, semis in Dallas, always sliding backwards, but not in Washington.
Their first chip of the season, from fall final to spring final, the last word. The team that anybody would argue deserved it the most finally proved it. And Cadian finally gets his flowers.
Cadian having come to North America once upon a time to look and reinvigorate his career. A man who roamed the streets of LA, feeling desperate and deserted, starting what is an incredible journey back to the top, having peaked in majors to second place, to win on home soil in Denmark, but then to slip back so consistently, ever further from the coveted prize of a trophy lift. And Vitality stole the limelight, they stole the spotlight, they stole everything Cadian always wanted. But when he showed up in Washington, surrounded by his troops, his men, his best team ever, they put it forward. And so to close the spring season, who steps forth today for the final trophy lift of the spring season in Washington? It's Heroic!
Heroic have done it. The curse has been broken. And well, Stown, you broke the curse in the semi-finals after that crazy game going up against Imperial. You guys were playing with this new mentality. What do you say now? You've lifted another trophy.
It feels amazing, honestly. It's what we've been waiting for this whole half a year of the first season. We know that we can do it, but I'm so happy. I'm so happy right now, really, really happy.
You deserve to be happy as well. Now, Tess, as you were saying, this new mentality might take some of that pressure away. Were you feeling the pressure in that game?
Yeah, that was insane. Extremely well played by us, and Casper was calling extremely sick on that T side. I was so happy, and we broke the curse, and the anti-jinx worked, so you have to keep that going, I guess.
No exist for you. Did you believe and did you buy into this whole, oh, if we lose, that's just what it is?
I mean, it was just part of the plan, to win the whole thing. So yeah, obviously super proud of the boys.
Proud indeed, I would be as well. Now for you, Shush, you stand there with a trophy in your hand, the mentality's worked out, but this victory was certainly not easy, especially after how it went on the first map. It must have felt so good. Were you nervous at all? Did any of those bad memories start to come in?
No, not really. I trust in Casper's calls, and before the match, he truly believed in it, so I wasn't nervous.
You wasn't nervous, you made it work. Yabby, we're back to the full finals. Another Blast trophy now, 6 in your hands. You've been through this, but you had a dominant performance all series long. Were you just in the flow state? Were you in the zone?
Yeah, I mean, we had a pretty clear view how they played. We played them a few times now, but yeah, I mean, the individual skill of everyone in the team right now is at the top level.
And how do you feel?
Amazing. It's so good to get that trophy.
So I guess saying you're going to lose makes you win.
Apparently, you know, apparently these young guys have some tricks up their sleeves, you know. I'm like, let's win every tournament, let's do it all. And they're like, let's just pretend that we think we're not going to be able to win. And then it happens, you know, so they know some tricks apparently.
Now, if we look at the full finals, right, that's where we spoke about this team getting over the hurdle. Then we didn't see these wins come again. But you've done it here now. What felt different this time?
I mean, yesterday not much, because like we were struggling very hard against Imperial, who were playing well, but it's a team that we should, with their situation and everything, maybe be able to win a bit more comfortably with. I think today we hit the stride where we were more calm, we were more comfortable, we were trusting our philosophies, and the individuals, you know, they had rounds, you know, they had the beautiful rounds that I'm sure the crowd enjoyed a lot, you know.
You said about players as well on the team, sometimes not showing up, you guys not showing up to the server. You proud of what they showed today?
Yes, very proud. I mean, I think, you know, it might only be 900 people, but the crowd was amazing and they handled it very well. I have this one thing, Banks. I have this one thing. So, you guys were really amazing at changing my name, JB as well, but we have this chant that we want to make a thing for Tessus. And I know that I tried the Tessus on fire and it's a long one and people gave up, and you know, I have a new one. It's a bit more simple, it just goes like this. Stony, 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 Stony.
Well, you've got them doing it, mate, that's for sure. Now, I also want to touch on the fact that this season, it's been one hell of a journey. There's been heartbreaks, there's been tears, there's been these dropouts. What are the final words you want to put on this season?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the mental strength that it took for my boys and my team, you know, to handle all the tough losses when there was so much pressure for every time people were expecting us to win a trophy. And you know what, the easiest thing when you make mistakes and you don't get your goals immediately, what's the easiest thing? It's to give up, to be sad, to do stuff like that. But they kept trusting, they kept working hard, they stayed good friends, and you know, I'm just damn proud of how they handled all the losses, you know, because that says a lot more about the team than just when you're winning. So that's one thing. The other thing is, you know, my career has been a bit of a turmoil. Yeah, let's give the boys some fucking applause, boys. And yeah, for me as a leader, you know, the victories means a lot. I don't have the same time as these young guys. And I think also, you know, my career has been a bit of a roller coaster. And, you know, to be at 2 events in a row now where they've been changing my name, it's really been meaning a lot to me to kind of be given that respect by the community. So I just wanted to say thank you so much, Washington.
Washington, Counter-Strike fans around the world, one final time, your Blast Premier Spring Finals champions,
What an end to the Blast Premier Spring Finals. Curses lifted, demons dispelled, and Heroic finally finding their trophy lift.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of awesome in a weird way to like see them always lift the trophies after so long of being denied, because it's just the level of emotional release is always just peak. It always looks like the happiest new moment of their life.
Look, this last map is a reminder, you have to earn it. Just because you failed a couple times doesn't mean the trophy is going to come to you naturally. I loved how Heroic played this last map, how much courage and bravery and attitude they had. And you know what, you might well bask in these moments because you've deserved it. They truly played to win. Yeah. They were not afraid of anything. They took their gambles, they trusted in it. Maui talked about punch to the attack. I echo the sentiment. This was a championship showing from Heroic.
Yeah, and I think Inferno was a good demonstration of that, because they did take initiative more often than not. Mirage, it seemed like they kind of felt like they got put in their place a little bit, but not on Inferno. Inferno, they came in ready to win everything, and that was a wonderful display. Huge step up once again in performances from individuals all over the place. It was just absolutely magnificent to see out of Heroic.
And it wasn't just individuals, but we had ideas, they had flow, they had rhythm. They actually forced Vitality into the position you were talking about, Mirage, being a little bit in your box, being a little bit shy, timid, feels like like the rhythm of the game is just escaping you. This is the feeling that we had. Like Heroic were in control, and Vitality were surviving merely through the game.
And Heroic was sensing those weaknesses from Vitality, right? And attacking them frequently. B bomb site, we can take it whenever we want. We can throw a fake on it now because we've established it. They kept going back and forth right at it over and over again, and that's just confidence in how the calling is going to go. So just absolutely wonderful from Heroic.
It was indeed, and we saw so many big individual moments for so many different players, but the main character himself, joining us here on desk, our Maersk MVP, Cadian.
Yeah. Show off the hardware. Lift the hardware up.
Show it up. Let's get a look. There we go.
There it is.
Beautiful.
Well,
yeah, it's nice. It's nice.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah. Tough game, you know. They are a super good team, and there's a reason why they've been winning the last two tournaments that they have been participating in. One of them being the major, you know. So definitely a tough opponent, and with our history of the lackluster playoff runs in the last couple of tournaments. I think it does a lot of good for our team to win this one.
In this last map, you look like you were very much in control. I want to ask you, as a leader, how does it feel to be in the game and you can sense that your calls are correct? How does it feel at the time?
Yeah, it feels amazing. You know, it feels really good. Like, I think when you're in that zone, you have a 8-7 first half, and you're not even worried. You know, like there's other maps, there's other situations where you're like, am I gonna have to call 8-9 T rounds? But when you're feeling the zone and you're comfortable and your teammates are playing well and they're trusting your initiative and stuff like this, then it just feels really amazing to be in the flow, you know. You feel like you're always one step ahead. You feel like the flashbang is always the right one, and yeah, we played an amazing T side, so that was great.
I know you had this like new strategy of like kind of memeing your way past the semifinals for this event, but when you guys woke up today heading into the grand finals, was there something different you guys did? Because like today, you had Yabby popping off with that 4K Deagle on Vertigo, Shush had an excellent Mirage, Tessa's had some crazy rounds here, Shush delivered here again on Inferno. Was the day itself any different?
I think for me it was maybe more last night. We were watching, obviously, who are we going to play? Is it going to be G2? Then we wanted the revenge from the Katowice final, or is it going to be Vitality? Then it's a Rio revenge we want. As all my boys were super tired and we found out who we needed to play, we were preparing, okay, this is going to be these maps, and we knew, fuck, man, they're going to pick Vertigo. And we had some struggles, you know, in this tournament. But then I was just running around on the server and throwing flashbangs, throwing smokes, and I said, boys, I don't know, but I have a good feeling about this Vertigo tomorrow. I have a good feeling. And then the boys looked at me and they were like, that's fucking amazing to hear. Went to bed, we stood up. And I think the thing is also like, I said it to the boys in the huddle before we started, like obviously the losses in the other finals, semi-finals as well, but mainly the finals is sad and it's a disappointment, but what is it also? It is experience. You know, you've been in this position before. Now you also know, hey, it hurts really freaking bad to lose the final, but we've overcome it. We played great CS afterwards. We can handle another loss if it comes, you know. So we just had a lot of self-belief, and I think, you know, the boys also stepped up individually, you know. Like sometimes also when I'm walking, we play the map, win or lose. We walk to outside, we talk a little bit about the map, and the next one we go out, we eat some, and we go to the toilet quickly. And you guys are on the desk, and the TV is on, and you guys are like, yeah, Cadian's the only one who's not really been crumpling under this pressure. And to some extent true, but I think, you know, like they showed today that their ceiling, you know, when they trust themselves, when...
Yeah. Oh, we've all known it. We can all see it over the
events.
They're
so freaking good, you know, like, and we see it so much in the studio. Like you guys said, you said it, Mike. I think like Heroic is the world's best team from Monday to Thursday, and it's completely true. And we need to work on how we make sure that we're also Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And I think there's still some way to go. I think we've seen flaws, you know, especially yesterday, and also on the Mirage today. But the most important thing is we're learning.
I know. We were wondering at the desk, we were debating about, you know, this almost catastrophe that happened in the semifinal and how you really flirted with elimination just to survive it. Was that an extra push? How did that feel for you, feeling like, oh my God, this could have been it, and we're still in the tournament at the time?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've tried that kind of situation just, I don't know why, but a lot of times. Like, I remember the Furia situation as well in Rio. We lost the first map badly. We were leading 15-10 on Ancient as well. and they won 10 rounds in a row, and I think no CES stadium has ever been more fired up than it was there.
Yeah.
And we still managed to handle the overtime. I think we just still have the calmness of like, we know we can do it, we know we can come back. Other teams maybe very frustrated with it. One thing we talk so much about is the body language, you know. And obviously there are still situations maybe where someone does stuff, but I think on our team it's so minimal. And I think the body language is so key when the other team starts pressuring you, because if you see your teammates starting to give up, like we see it sometimes when you're watching the stream, we're like, oh, they are going to lose the next few rounds because one guy's like tilting for no reason or way too much, you know. So we talk a lot about that, but I don't know if it gave us anything. Like it definitely also gave us the default wake-up call that no game is over until you hit 16, you know.
Yeah, for sure. I want to ask you a question about the game itself, just because I know it was a little conversation, the little round where you try and bring that bomb back to the A bomb site.
Yeah, it was really not the plan. Like we had a plan of like pressuring A little bit, and Jabby was gonna smoke, and then he was gonna burn, and then we were gonna execute B. And as we're executing B, and I'm like, yeah, this is gonna be freaking amazing.
See the bomb at ramp?
I see the bomb and ramp, and I'm like, no. And then I wrote it down. I'm like, should I go A, guys? And they have a feeling that they're being fought pretty hard by basically everyone still on B. So that was why the decision was made. Partially the guy dropping the bomb, mainly my fault still. And I think, you know, it
happens.
Whatever.
Yeah, I was just curious. I think there was plenty of ways.
I wanted to go B there, for sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
Talk to me about this crowd, right? You've been leaning into it. You've been playing with them. They've been chanting your name. They've been chanting everyone's name, it feels like. I think ahead of this American tour, you said you sometimes feel like the NA crowd is the home crowd. I think you might feel like that now. What is this crowd to you?
They're amazing, you know. Listen to this. I think, like I said, you know, we have been in plenty of tournaments where we have been the villains because there's been home crowd favorites and stuff like this. And we are getting better at handling it. Still not perfect yet, but we're getting better. But the tournaments where we have had the support, Royal Arena last time, and this time Washington, I at least felt, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but that they were cheering more for us than Vitality.
Yeah,
that's fair.
For sure.
That's fair.
Yeah, I would agree with that sentiment.
And we're feeding well off the positive feedback from the crowd, and you know, they were freaking amazing. You know, changing everyone's names. You could hear them being hyped about the kills and the game. Also, when the other team did it, and you know, the beauty of CS is, I think, you know, it's all fair and square to cheer more for one team or another, but me personally, if I'm in the crowd, you know, I've lost plenty of semifinals so I could watch the final. And when great plays happen, you know, you still lean back and you go like, whoa, you know, and I love that kind of sound that the crowd makes. And I think, you know, I was not expecting a lot when I came and I saw, okay, it's not that many seats, but you know, the passion that they showed, you know, it's not like there's some Danish fans like of handball, for example, when they and they're just golf clapping, you know. And here you can just hear them, the chants, the energy, they stand up and everything. And I think they've done an amazing job. I really think that NA deserves to have more tournaments coming back to them.
There we go.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
I'm ready.
Slap that on a poster.
It's healthy. It's healthy for the scene, but also I think that the crowd just constantly delivers, you know.
Yeah.
So for sure they need to blast, and they still need to think about incorporating them on a yearly circuit.
Yeah.
Now there's an extra thing you're winning. It's not just the MVP. It's not just the Blast Trophy. It's also a spot in the World Final in Abu Dhabi at the end of the year. So another chance to compete, another chance to raise that trophy, and no need to worry about your spot there.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually looking yesterday at the point system, and I think we were good. You know, like pretty good because we've been so consistent. We've just been scrapping up a lot of points at every tournament. But obviously, securing the direct spot is always nice. But then again, like there's still a lot of question marks. You know, was this the last CSGO tournament, or was it not?
We don't know.
We don't know. We're about to find out. But like. It's always interesting when it's going to be in a new game.
Sure.
Maybe some things are going to happen. You never know.
Well, it's time to let you go. It's time to let you get to celebrating. Any final words for the fans before you head on out?
Where's the dance party happening tonight?
Ooh, I mean, Jason, you text me, yeah?
Yeah, I'm asking.
I think, you know, just thank you to everyone who's been supporting Heroic from home, and especially here in DC. Been amazing, guys. Thank you so much. I think that we had a great time here, and yeah, just appreciate the support a lot, and hope to see you guys after the summer break again.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Congratulations. Congrats. Hell of a run here from Heroic. Hell of a journey. What a way to end this season. What could be the final season of CSGO.
It's beautiful to see, and honestly, Kenyan talked about it with James as well. Just think about the path that he's had as a player, how long he's been at it, to get to that point where he's in the crowd and people are chanting his name and he's lifting a trophy. Had you told me that 2 years ago, I'd say never.
Yeah,
it's just not going to happen.
Right, yeah.
It's not going to happen, right? And it's been such a path, and they had to learn, and they had so many disappointments along the way, but they kept on believing, they kept on playing their Counter-Strike. They've showcased that they have this unity as a group that I think every team should aspire to have, and today they reap the reward.
And a unity that's so hard to get to. And I remember too, like this team was like built up from scratch, essentially, like, right? Like they've had like one roster change, right? Since the COVID time, since the online era where they really started making it, was refresh for Yabby. Otherwise, this unit has been together, suffering all these losses, all this hardship, doing all those kinds of, like being down a really dark path and finding ways to still be one of the best teams in the world now.
I thought it was a perfect testament when Cadian talked about the fact that all those losses just mean that strength of character when they finally get the win. It's more impressive, if anything, than going on a run, winning trophy after trophy. It's the bounce back to get back to that point after you stumble.
Yeah, and we can talk about the confidence as well, which is obviously a big talking point, but he even let one slip here today where he's just like talking to the guys in the huddle before the game, and he's saying, we've lost this final before, we've lost those semifinals, we know it hurts and we know we can handle that pain. And I think that kind of speaking to, let's have a lack of fear today in this grand final. Like we can handle it. We already know we can handle the burden of losing. So let's just play this without fear because we know we're going to be okay if it goes the other direction.
And it's actually crazy because at that point in this grand final, I feel like the doubt started creeping into Hero.
Yeah.
We talked about it on Mirage. We saw a phase that we didn't like too much. Vitality took over control, but they were strong enough to close it on the third map and show their best foot forward, their best attitude to lift that championship.
And it's crazy as well that it came with this stumble in the semifinal, almost dropping it to a run back from Imperial and still triumphing.
Cadian saved them. Cadian is probably the reason why they were here today to play against Vitality and to have that final. This 1v2 at the time is history changing.
And that's why he's the Mask MVP.
There we go.
That's why he is.
Circle back.
That's why he is.
Everything makes
sense. The main
sense.
character, the Maersk MVP, the man himself to make it happen. But let's see who's the MVP of the Talent team here, as it's time to check in with.
I have an idea.
Oh, I think you
have an idea.
Right?
You have an idea?
Oh my God!
Look
King
at that.
Moses.
It looks like only one person gets to go into the break with their head held high as the champion and a very positive attitude. The rest of you can just mull on this for a month.
I think it's good for you to get a W here and there from time to time.
Yeah, every once in a while.
You know, every once in a while.
I'll get that. It's like the heroic trophy. I'll take that too. Yeah, for sure.
Exactly.
Wow.
Now, championship moments, including championship picks, are made of championship plays.
Sure.
And we have a few of those coming through. There are CS Money Plays of the Day. To see what our final day of CS Money Plays of the Day are, let's see what we got.
I'm actually kind of curious a little bit
too.
here. We start off with, oh my God, there's going to be devices made.
He typed after this round, he just goes Astralis utility.
He wasn't wrong.
Yeah,
he wasn't
fair
wrong.
play. He is correct. He is correct.
Even on to CS2. We have Apex as a second solution. He had a really tough third map, so we give him a little bit of prop. That was the starting of this grand final.
Nasty.
The 4K on Vertigo with just completely like head on a swivel. Beautiful rifle play from Apex.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen something like that from Apex in years. That was actually beautiful. And this is the one at Yabby that started Heroic down this path in the grand finals. The thing that really got him going on Vertigo, the opening map. This is a disgusting Deagle quad kill. The last shot through the scaffolding is absolutely incredible. Right through the tarp.
It's actually violent. This
yeah,
Vitality
and you felt it.
Yeah, I was like,
oh. You felt it hit you in the face.
I'm sure Vitality felt that too.
I'm a little bit upset. My round when the monitors were turned off was pretty good in the show.
That was decent.
It might have had a slight, shall we say, lack of reviewability.
I don't know.
Lack of cinematography.
I don't know what you're talking about at all.
A little tough to watch, painful
make a video
all
about
around.
I will. I might actually.
We'll make a video.
My YouTube channel needs some activity.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Highlight montage clip, edit some hype music over it, throw some air horns onto it. But it's time for us to say goodbye. It's time for us to say good night, Washington. It's been one hell of a journey. It's been one hell of a ride here at the Blast Premier Spring Finals, but it's all come to a close. On behalf of myself, everyone here at the desk, everyone in production, thank you for watching. We'll see you next time. Good night, DC.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.